One moment. I am almost here. Almost got trapped. Yeah. Okay. Damn. So many genocides to discuss, so little time. I'm in preparation for the big debate. Hello. In preparation for the big debate next week. Because the debate with the former Yankee Tanky has been moved because of my travel to Bydgoszcz. I'm gonna be talking about Ukraine genocides. Because that is how we roll. We discuss genocides and we... yeah. I am the genocide streamer. That is my brand now. I'm the genocide streamer. I'm the biggest Polish trans Jewish streamer who's a genocide streamer. Because all I read about is genocide all the time. All the books I read are about genocide. It's all about genocide, genocide, genocide. We're gonna listen to a genocide interview. With an author of a book. Chicken, as always. I only eat chicken at home. As it's cheap. Cheap chicken. Where's the... Oh, bird milk. Yeah. We're gonna be... was looking for evidence of the crime of Bucha invasion and all the non-combatant victims. 3D graphic. 3D graphic, that is. So you better be prepared when you sort of... Gee. No comment, chick. Russian state TV explained Putin's statements. We're gonna watch that. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm saving this for later. This is precious. Russian state TV explains Putin's statements. Because he needs an interpreter. Putin needs an interpreter, and who's the better interpreter than the Russian state media, right? Jesus. That is so brilliant. That is so precious. I want to do a reaction to President Sunday. Do you like President Sunday? Do you like President Sunday? And none of the fences walls was graffiti 1488. Wow. Why does that not surprise me in the slightest? Why is, wow, nice. Why am I not surprised by that graffiti at all? The Russians. Liberators. Yeah. Russian liberators, they're best. What was I talking about? Yeah, I think I'm desensitized. I kind of feel very little nauseated seeing like burned bodies, mass graves. Just feel sort of sad these people had been killed. Yeah. Well, as long as you still feel sad, I would say you're okay. Even if you don't feel nausea, etc. I feel like feeling sad is the more sort of important feeling to keep, to still have, you know? I feel that sort of means you're still human. Well, I mean, why kill them? To erase a group of people, of course. To erase a group of people that will not be subjugated. That is why. That is basically why. That is the reason. That is the reasoning behind such an act. Okay, wow. Wow. I don't know why I'm so happy with this. I'm not talking about Bucha, I'm talking about Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Rulebook. I'm pretty content with it. Just hundreds of regular people. I mean, that's what genocide is. Killing thousands, hundreds, or more of regular people. You were talking about FF7 Rebirth. I would play it on stream if I had the console, but I don't. I might crap on it. But I would play FF7 Rebirth on stream if I had the occasion, the ability, the capability. If I could, I would. But I can't, so I won't. What is it that I wanted to do now? Oh my god. What is it that I wanted to do now? Oh yeah, we were supposed to watch President Sunday while I will play Monster Hunter. Because you love to watch me play Monster Hunter, don't you? Do you not love to watch me play Monster Hunter? Do you not believe that I am the top hunter? Also, we want to check out a demo of a game today. It's called Fate Samurai Remnant. Are you not excited? Can you still hide it? Wow. Whoa. Wow. As you can see, I'm doing slightly better today than yesterday. Whoa. What is Sunday doing in the vid? Sunday is criticizing Destiny. So
conservatives who brought
basically President Sunday reacting to Destiny. I'm reacting to President Sunday reacting to Destiny, which is the best time you can have on a stream. Because I wanted to react to the Candace Owens Destiny thing, but I figured, why do it alone when I can do it through the lens of President Sunday, huh? Why do it alone when we can do it together with President Sunday? Okay, we'll share the greedy. It's depressing. It's okay. This is a genocide stream, so it's a genocide channel, basically at this point. So yeah, I'm going to have to take my hormones soon. As you may know, you might be new to this news, but I am a bit of a trans person. And some trans people take hormones. Some don't. Not everybody needs to. Trans people that don't take hormones are just as legitimate and cool as those who do. It's just the main difference between us is that some of us spend money on pills or shots. And some don't. Wow. Damn. I'm going in with the deep analysis of trans issues right off the bat. Oh yeah, I need to do the mandatory trans topic today. I forgot I'm a trans streamer. I've got just the perfect thing. That's right, I am. I know. It's shocking, even to me.
Anyways, Candace Owens debated Destiny in his house, apparently.
Wow.
And apparently it didn't go well.
Cool.
For whom it didn't go well, I'm not entirely certain, but we shall learn.
Nice.
They are not the most literate.
You think people that graduate
Just
with
because-
college
yes.
degrees can't read well?
Yeah, what I'm telling you is yes.
I think that's true, actually. I've met a lot of people with college degrees who can't read well.
That's what I'm telling you. They're not the
Not all colleges actually train you to read, like reading comprehension. Although technically speaking, you're supposed to learn reading comprehension in high school, at least in Poland. Although my grandfather, I remember him being very, very displeased with certain students that would make basic spelling mistakes when it comes to writing the full name of Poland. They would make a spelling mistake when writing the full name of Poland, and grandfather would be like, "Oh my god. Oh my god. Someone wrote a university grade paper and misspelled the full name of Poland." True. I do like mints. So it's an understandable assumption to make. Start game. This is me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's right. We're creating a new session. If you want to join, you can join. We can play together. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay, President Sunday, take it away.
most literate. That we're,
What would I look up
we
to
are not,
verify
we
that
are-
if I wanted to see, like-
you gotta do the research.
This beard is not it, dude. I don't know what.
Also, what do you wanna verify? Universities really differ depending on what sort of specialization you're pursuing. There can be an across the board reading comprehension thing in universities because
What he's. Just shave it off. Shave it off. It's like, what is this? No. Bag, you look like a...
Those things differ so much. Those things differ just so much between universities, between faculties, you know? Oh, because the full name of Poland is Rzeczpospolita Polska, okay? The full name of Poland is Rzeczpospolita Polska, the Commonwealth of Poland, because Poland had to take the Commonwealth of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Poland sort of yoinked the name Commonwealth from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It just called it the Polish Commonwealth. The word Commonwealth is Rzeczpospolita, and people wrote it with the wrong ż, because you have two types of ż in Polish. You either write it with a z with a dot on top of it, or you write it with r and z, and both are read as ż. And the student just wrote it with the incorrect one, with the incorrect ż. That is my quick explanation as to how you can screw up writing the full name. Yeah. But you wrote it also with the wrong one, because you're supposed to write it with the RZ. You did the same mistake as the student. Destiny is a danger to all women, even to me, but we're married.
You look like someone who wants to be a biker.
I have done the research. Okay, I'm happy.
He is a biker.
What do
You
you
have
mean?
done. I have done the research. It's just not true. I've even been able to have researched whether college students are more literate than whom. I'm not entirely sure, but really.
Not true. And I'm gonna tell you.
Okay,
No,
hold
I'm
on.
gonna,
Let me finish my thing real quick. Hold on. I'm
explain.
sorry, because I've done a lot of research on college degrees and a lot of research on education, and every
Really, like those.
How would that work? What sort of research would you do to check the level of reading comprehension among students? What does that have to do with researching college degrees? I have no clue. How would you check for actual reading comprehension through that? How would you go about it? I just have no clue how would you go about it. We're still divorcing. It's still not finalized. For example, I would assume that somebody pursuing a law degree would definitely need to master reading comprehension, right? A lawyer absolutely needs good reading comprehension because that's basically most of a lawyer's job, reading law and interpreting it. So you need reading comprehension for that, I'd assume. Possibly, maybe, possibly.
Those overwhelming, all those overwhelming emails you got that you went through talking about how like there's just an overwhelming number of professors and professionals being kicked out of college campuses for not towing the woke line. Like those? That's the research you did, Stevie? Like I call me crazy, but I think he's lying a little bit, and this beard is just, dear God, what is this? Like, is this supposed to be like the Big Papa fascist thing? Like, what is this beard?
Okay,
editor,
calm down.
This is for the thumbnail. Clearly.
Oh my God, President Stanley, calm down.
Why?
Jesus
Just shave
Christ.
it off. No beard is better.
Oh my God.
Sometimes shaved is better.
every single thing that you're saying sounds really good on like a culture war perspective.
It's
But
not.
when
President Sunday is fixated with his beard for some reason. Even I'm not that fixated.
You look
And
at an
I'm
actual
pretty
economic
fixated.
perspective, when you look at actual firms that hire people, and when you look at the actual median wages compared to people that even have some college
Biggest
education,
regret-
all
biggest
of
regret
it,
is me going to
all
school.
of it, that's great for you, but for the average American, that's just not true. None of these numbers are found on average. You will never find data that's
God,
associated
that beard is so uncomfortable. It's like
Oh my
it's
god.
pasted on his face.
that
Get
high school
over it.
earners on average are out-earning college degree earners.
Every
Here's stuff.
single person that I went to school with is not using the degrees that they paid for.
What did you go to
What they
college for?
That's most people with degrees from college don't use the degrees they paid for. I'm a rare exception. I got to use the degree I paid for because I have a politics themed channel, but that doesn't really count, does it? Like look what I'm doing right now, for God's sake.
doesn't.
Like that's true. That's actually a fact. Hang on. Like there's a bunch of articles on this.
I mean, to be fair, my best friend actually works in a job that is directly related to his degree. He finished law. He has a law firm. PS is struggling from that beard, for real. I know, it's weird. At first it's funny, and at some point it just becomes weird. Don't fixate so much on someone's beard.
Most college students don't get to use degrees, or I guess don't get to work in their fields. Here, look at this, okay? CBS News. Boop. More than half of college graduates are working in jobs that don't require degrees. Okay, they're not using their degrees. That's what that means.
Actually, what did I? Journalism.
Isn't that what you're doing right now?
What do you mean? You're
What?
Earners on average are out-earning college degree earners. Here's
every
stuff.
single person that I went to school with is not using the degrees that they paid for.
What did you go to
What
college
they
for?
actually? What did I? Journalism.
Isn't that what you're doing right now?
No.
No, what
He's-
the fuck?
she's in your house, Steven.
What?
That's not journalism.
What do you mean? You're acting like you're a college dorm kid.
And your catty insults towards people.
Oh my god! Oh my god, Destiny. Isn't that what you're doing now? Journalist. Oh my god. Okay, sure. That's funny. Oh my god. Oh, burp. A burp, a burp, a burp. You know? You know what I mean? Oh.
Okay,
I
Steven.
knew this was gonna be good. I knew this was gonna be good. Oof. What a strange freeze frame of Prison Sunday.
Obviously, like, my comments about your facial hair have gotten to you, so take my advice, and this is good advice. Listen to it.
Oh my god, again?
This is gone. This is the Lord's now, okay? But this is solid. You could pull this off. My recommendation, go with the soul patch and the mustache. Maybe even just the mustache, honestly. You'd have like kind of
Oh my god, is this gonna
not
be
really
the
a
full
Musketeers
reaction
look, but kind of a
Prison
greasy
Sunday?
Rochefort look. That could work.
Oh my god.
Lie make you seem like a high school mean girl. What are you doing here? What's going on?
I just did PBD, Patrick Bet
Yeah, see, I'm right, right? Like mustache, maybe a bit of a goatee, and the soul patch. That could work.
This is going to be the whole reaction, isn't it? I swear. It's gonna be President Sunday talking about his beard. For 2 hours. Jesus. Get over it. I hate to say it, just get over it. Get over it. Get over the thing. God. Oh, we're gonna have a good time, aren't we?
This is not it. It's like it's too square. It screams like substitute gym teacher.
They know you over there, right? Are you laughing?
Maybe.
Why?
I know. I'm good. Do you know Adam over there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just asked Adam. He was like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, I know Adam. Me and Adam are cool. I'm not as much sure about the PVD guy. I'm pretty. I'm a pretty far left guy, and I disagree with a lot of stuff they say in a
But
pretty crazy way. So.
they got both.
Far
on that show.
left
That's why it's so
guy.
great. But
He's not a pretty far left guy.
I just did something with Chris Cuomo. He couldn't be further left. That's what I just did.
Yeah, I saw it. Well, but then we bring on left guys. It's usually roast the fuck out of them. So.
No, that's not what happened.
Oh, I'm feeling giggly today. I'm feeling giggly today. Gosh, I'm feeling giggly today. Giggity goo. Giggity goo. Ah. Oh gosh. Stick around.
Happened at all.
Oh, that might not have happened this time. That's what I've seen. When I had Anthony Weiner on, it was that. When I've seen other left-leaning guys go on, it's usually like a rake him over
Well,
the
one of
coals
them
that-
is on the left, right?
Which guy?
So, I really thought that Adam just said I've never voted for a Republican, but I might vote Republican.
I think Adam is fair.
Yeah.
I think Adam is fair generally from what I've seen, but he's like center at best. And I'm not even like a communist type guy, but I mean like Adam is like pretty center. Like he's like
Communist
a
type guy.
Oh wait, yeah.
stuff. Oh, sorry. In my world, there's a lot. There's always like a lot of drama and people hate behind it. So I just laugh because it's funny because I'm not sure if those guys hate me or not. I've been on their show once. They seem like cool people, but
Adam and Sitch?
the Patrick guy has said kind of weird things about me or my fan base before. So it's kind of like a funny. It's just a funny thing. There wasn't anything deeper to that. I
Oh,
promise.
okay. No, I was just curious. I was like, because you would go on a platform with someone on the right, presumably.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, because you said because I'm on the left when I asked you, and I was like, what does that mean? Like, why people? We need more conversations. It doesn't
Oh,
need to be.
hang on. Now that YouTube has stopped shitting the bed, let's press on. Dear Lord, this is so goddamn frustrating.
I'm on the left. I'm on the right. It's like, what do you actually think? You know, what do you actually believe?
Sure, I agree for sure. Yeah.
For sure.
What are you talking about mainly over the past week or two? What's the stuff that's captured your attention, your eyes the most?
Man, I talk about everything on my show. I mean, obviously, I think the biggest topic for me has been the Diddy lawsuit. It's the craziest thing that's come out, I think, since Jeffrey Epstein. And it's definitely significant because a lot of the work that I do is talking about just,
Who's
or I
Felix?
guess really asking
I
the
have no
question
clue
is what's
who
happened to
Felix
black
is.
culture, because this is not the black
When did
culture
they
that I
join
grew
my
up with.
session?
And the
How
Diddy
dare you,
lawsuit
Felix?
potentially answers a
my
lot of those
session.
questions. So
Do you say where you grew up?
I was born in White Plains, New York, and I grew up in Stamford, Connecticut.
Okay. What can you catch us up on the P Diddy lawsuit? I haven't been in this area
What?
as much.
Are you kidding?
My mind has been. I've done Israel.
Did I miss Sunday's dramatic reading of WAP riveting content? No, we are watching President Sunday react to Stephen talking to Candace Owens, and President Sunday is really fixated on Stephen's beard for some reason. Really fixated on the beard. Really blue. Blue. Hey Lucy, would you choose to own a gun? I sort of semi-own a gun already. My father's gun, but I don't have a permit, so I have to give it up to the police. It's a long story, but my father owned a gun, so I inherited it, but I couldn't keep it because I don't have a permit. It comes later. Oh! Well, then you have not missed it. It is riveting content. I believe you. I believe you. Semi-own. Yeah, because I cannot keep it. I don't have a warrant. I don't have a permit. I don't have a permit to own a gun. Okay? I just don't. Nobody can join my little expedition. What kind of gun? I don't remember.
Palestine for the last 4
I'm not a
years.
gun
or-
expert.
Look. Okay, he advocated for genocide and then couldn't find Palestine on a map, so he's been a little preoccupied for the last couple of months. Look at his face. Okay, the man has been distracted.
or mon-
True. And we are going to be discussing genocide today. A lot of it. Because this is a genocide channel, basically, at this point. Okay, there are two types of things that I do on this channel. I talk about genocide, and I talk to farmers / peasants. I've just uploaded a new interview with a peasant slash farmer. If you have not watched it yet, you should feel ashamed. If you have not watched the interview with farmer and commented and liked. I went to a protest. I risked limb and thing. I risked all the things that you risk when you go to a protest to get this riveting interview. I'm not gonna expedite it. My knowledge is only, is it a handgun, shotgun, or a machine gun? It's a handgun. It's a handgun.
Once and then like a whole bunch of red pill stuff before that. So my mind is not.
So, in case
Catch
you
us
guys
up.
have not seen it, you can go over to my YouTube channel. I've been covering it, and if you're there, definitely subscribe. But so essentially,
Wait a minute, that's not Destiny. That's his evil twin, Faith. Yes.
at the end of last year, Diddy was dating that girl Cassie for a long time, about 10 years.
Okay.
And she started making allegations that Diddy was very into some very sexually deviant things, what I would say.
Okay.
And forced her to do a lot of things against her will, or drugs, whatever. She files this lawsuit, and basically overnight, I'm obviously being a bit hyperbolic, but he pays her off. So it ends. And then Cat Williams.
Okay, hang on. I'm just kind of curious. What is this? Cassie's lawsuit against Diddy explained. I don't know who Cassie is. Cassie sued Diddy in federal court on November 16th, accusing the hip-hop mainstay of rape and a decade-long pattern of abuse that began when she was 19 years old. The R&B singer who was...
So...
I thought it was Kanye West or
Yeah.
Don Cheadle for a second. It's weird. It's like a mix between the two. The R&B singer who was once signed to Diddy's label Bad Boy Records alleges sex trafficking, human trafficking, sexual battery, sexual assault, and gender-motivated violence. It's very specific. After all that, among other causes of action, the filing claims his controlling behavior started when she met him in 2005. After she signed a deal with Diddy's record label, the following year, he allegedly exerted complete control over her life, including her apartment, car, clothing, and even her medical records. To keep her under his thumb, according to the lawsuit, he went so far as targeting rapper Kid Cudi, who briefly dated Cassie in 2011 during a rough patch in Diddy and Cassie's relationship, she alleges. Okay.
If you have unresolved mental health issues, you should not get a gun. I think.
Yeah, bad. Okay.
I will be the first one to
This
say
kind
it.
of alludes to the fact that more stuff is going to come out in 2024, and then a producer whose name is Rodney drops a lawsuit, and he alleges to have, hundreds of hours of footage backing up his claims, and in the lawsuit he actually dropped pictures. So it wasn't just this, because you can always have a frivolous lawsuit. It can mean nothing. And what essentially his lawsuit suggests, allegedly, just for protection here, is that there's a blackmail ring in Hollywood. Diddy is a gangster. On top of Diddy sits Lucian Grange, who is the CEO of Universal Music Group. And this was, for me, one of the wildest parts. He tells a story about one night where Diddy got mad at somebody and just shot them in the stomach and the hip. He shows the pictures of the blood all around the bathroom because he was right there when the person got shot, and he allegedly went to his knees and tried to help the person. It was Diddy and his son who allegedly shot him. But they said that there's one person that you call when something like that happens, and that guy's name is Fahim something, and he will come clean it up. The LAPD will write a fake police report, and he shows how the news then reported that the shooting happened outside, and then it got wiped under the rug. And what's interesting is that guy who you call the security guy was the same security person who was one of only 2 people there when Michael Jackson died. So it's now reopened, all the Michael Jackson stuff. Super interesting. A lot of stuff that I would say, a lot of proof presented in these documents. Like I said, there's a lot of photos included. And if what he is spelling out is correct,
I don't know.
Then
I have no
it's
clue.
Basically a homosexual ring that works by blackmail. They host these what he calls freak-offs, and they drug people, and they get them to sleep with a minor or do something that you wouldn't want publicized, and then they own you, right? Because it's we have you on camera doing this, and so you're going to say or do whatever I want. So very much like the Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
Take part in our
Gotcha. Are these in indictments, or are these just affidavits or statements to the media? Is any of the stuff gone to court yet?
It's the lawsuit that he filed. So we're reading the lawsuit documents directly.
This is a civil lawsuit, I'm guessing?
Yes. Okay. He's suing Universal Music Group. He's suing Lucian Grange personally. He alleges that Lucian Grange and Diddy are in a relationship. I sang at. Like they disappear into Diddy's room and for hours, and like this is the stuff that I've seen. I was groomed for sex. Like essentially, he wasn't a gay man, but then Diddy found him when he was young. These are the allegations he's making. Again, a lot of photos, like of other rappers. He's named like Cuba Gooding Jr., who's an actor.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Is there has any of this
all
stuff
a
like
lot.
leaked to the media in terms of like pictures or strong hard evidence, or are these mainly just in the charging documents or the civil case documents so far?
That's also what's really interesting is that yes, it's being covered, but not in the way that it should be
It's
covered.
not
The fact that you
interesting,
don't
by the
know
way.
about
There's
it
nothing interesting
to
about
me
this.
is crazy because we've never seen someone that with hundreds of hours of footage putting in photos like here's a picture of a drugs that I have to carry at all times to keep Diddy high. Here's the name of the woman that gets the drugs. Here's a drug dealer. Here's a photo of me with this person. Here's the blood on the floor that night. It's like we've never seen this much proof to make those claims. So it's definitely something to watch.
Somebody said, I just see in chat, somebody said over 100 million to the first civil suit that got settled in less than 24 hours. Is that true?
What's that? Over 100 million?
Jesus, look. Steven, do some push-ups. Dear God, you don't weigh a lot. It shouldn't be too hard. Just like
Krupke.
put some like something on there.
I'm gonna show you. Krupke are my favorite.
Million
candy.
to
The first civil suit that got settled in less than 24 hours.
I'm gonna show you. I also like those little round Lindor candies. Krupke. They're a bit sticky, but I do like them. This is how it looks like. Krufka. A little cow. Krufka.
Hours.
Did that happen with this?
I have no idea. I just
You might be talking about Cassie because that got settled pretty quickly.
Oh,
and
gotcha.
and
Oh,
yeah,
got it,
Diddy's
got it.
basically just at the top of a gang, and the person that's above him is Lucien Grange, which is just
Yeah, the
wild.
Lind
Okay.
Yeah.
chocolate.
What do you
is
think?
really good.
You made a mention that this might be an indicator to
Little
things that have happened
round
with black
chocolate.
culture.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? I guess.
So there has been just a very obvious corrosion in black culture, like the music that I grew up in. I was listening to The Temptations,
Black
Lauryn Hill,
culture.
like it was all about like family, love. It was real
Corrosion.
talent. And then something just really shifted and it all became about derogatory, debased gangster rap. And it's a change that I've noted in a lot of my commentary. And, you know, I think other people have, like I asked the question, there's a really, in my view, disgusting artist, just in terms of the stuff that she publishes and the photos that she publishes, named Sexy Red, who they're now making a thing, right? Who makes the decision to sign a Sexy Red? You're telling me you have all the money and all the talent at your fingertips, and you sign a woman who, at her baby shower, 9 months pregnant, however pregnant she was twerking and had her butt cheeks in, like somebody's face was inside of her butt cheeks. That to me is very intentional because you're not signing her based on talent. You're not signing her based on following. You're signing her because it's filth, and you're perpetuating this filth into my community. So, it's just something that I've noticed, something I talk about often, that we're intentionally being sold crack. It feels like, you know.
Damn.
So, I'm trying to think of which direction I want to go.
True. Where do
Any
you
direction
go?
you want. I'm an open book.
Come on, chat. Think for me. Think.
Yeah, you're fine. There are okay. So there are like two kind of different ways of viewing this, and I feel like you fall more.
Where do I go? Come on, chat. Think for me. President Sunday. President Sunday has the humor, sense of humor. You know? That's why I decided to watch this through his lens. Because, yes.
More to one side, then I'll get my side, and then we can kind of see if
Because
we
sense
can iron
of
out
humor.
or figure where we are at. I guess in the middle here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like when you look at the evolution of
Okay.
when we say like
This is why. Okay. I've heard that this goes sour. Here's why this was a very poor decision on Destiny's part. Okay, or maybe it's not. Maybe he just doesn't give a shit. But this
think
is
for
why,
me, chat.
if I was putting myself in his
Hey.
shoes and I'm using this as a business opportunity, I would consider this to be a very dangerous move. Steven has tweets with burning crosses on them. Okay, which he used to taunt somebody.
Oh no, that's true.
It would take very, very little for someone like Candace Owens, if she was pissed off, to dig around a little bit, find a whole bunch of really untoward things that he's said and done,
True.
and just blast him.
True.
So easy. And at Candace Owens' scale, we're not talking like Mr. Girl article level. We're talking like immediately this is picked up widely. And now, no matter how many people follow Destiny because they like him, at the scale you're operating at now he's a lolcow. At like the Wire scale. That's not good. That's not good. That's a bad. That means it so that Destiny is difficult to use as a ladder to climb elsewhere, which means that's a potential danger to his whole like business model at this point.
True.
And maybe he just doesn't give a shit. Like maybe he's just done with life, and frankly, I couldn't blame him. But I don't know. This seems like this seems unwise.
Degenerate black culture or degenerate black music. I think we're generally
Do you think NSC arranged this conversation for him? I mean, have you seen Bridges? I don't think she's capable of arranging things.
talking about like the beginning of hip hop and rap, and then kind of the evolution of that going forward, coming away from like the R&B singers and everybody like in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or whatever, right?
Yeah. But hip hop isn't always filth. But yeah, I get your point.
But that seems like
we're
the general.
generalizing.
It feels like when I look at music, or if I look at music that people create, oftentimes the music is a reflection of their circumstances. And you can see, especially as America and the black communities became more conscientious maybe of the ghettos that they'd been kind of pushed into, or the policing situations that they'd had to be a part of, or drugs destroying their communities, et cetera, et cetera. And then those people turning to crime, that you also see the music and the art kind of reflect those conditions. And then those pieces of art that get created, especially the music, end up being like worldwide popular. Like the most popular genre of music in the world is like hip hop and rap. So when I look at people pushing certain stuff today, I'm like, okay, well, we got two really big, in my opinion, I went to school for music, I don't know if you talk about the saxophone or whatever, so we had two really big contributions to the world of music from America. One was jazz, that came basically...
Yeah, do y'all remember that conversation he had where he was completely schooled on music
I
theory
knew
by,
he would bring this up. I knew it.
Is it Trans Voices or something?
Yes.
Hang on.
It is Trans Voices, correct.
And he was just destroyed.
I remember.
Just absolutely destroyed.
I knew
He's
he would
really
bring
trying
it
to
up.
lean back into, guys, I read a bunch of stuff. I know things. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't.
I read a little, but I wouldn't say I know things. I try to know things. Gosh, I do try to know things. I do my best. Okay? That's all I can be asked to do. All I can do is my best. To know things. To try. Oh,
Did he
my
take
gosh.
it down? I'd be surprised if he took it down.
Who took what down?
Whatever.
Whatever.
And then the second was like rap and hip hop.
What do you mean?
These forms of music become popular. People see that it's popular. They want to get involved. Obviously, the money men, the people on top, they want to kind of continue to push this because it's popular, and everybody around the world consumes it. I feel like there are a lot of market forces at work that kind of perpetuate this and keep this happening. And that feels pretty satisfying to me to explain what's going on. So when we ask, like, why is it a woman twerking with somebody's face in her butt cheeks? Because
The optic of Destiny defending black culture, quote unquote, at this point as well. Yeah. Like once again, like it'd be so easy for her to just bring up like, hey, weren't you the one who was like, hey, I'd be cool with rednecks shooting up rioters at BLM riots or in Kenosha or whatever. Like it's just the riots have got to stop. It would be so easy. And here's the thing: she can have the exact same take. She can think the exact same thing. She can maintain her conservative stance on everything. All she has to do is show that Destiny's a massive hypocrite. That's all. And it won't matter what reasons he gives to justify it. It won't matter if he changed his position. He will be laughed at because people will want to laugh at him using it. That's how it works. It's raw power, unfortunately.
For whatever reason, that's like what the worldwide culture seems to want to see right now. And then on the other side, it feels like from people, I don't want to just say conservatives, but I would say broadly speaking,
hormones.
I guess I'll say on your side in general, it feels like there's this idea that there's this much more intentional or like malevolent force working behind the scenes.
Yes, there is, and so I'm going to push back on what you're suggesting here. You're suggesting that this reflects the community, and they're sharing their stories in a way that makes sense. That's completely not true. Okay, WAP does not reflect the circumstances that Black people are living in. You know, singing about your vagina and how hard it's getting pounded is not the circumstance of living in the hood.
We're having a special guest tomorrow. Speaking of which,
I come from nothing. It's not that did not make me feel closer to the circumstances that I grew up in. And
No, I am, of
unfortunately,
course,
that's
speaking as someone who knows nothing about any of this music, so.
actually what people are telling Black Americans. Like, actually, it's working the other way. You're putting something, you know, your eyes and your ears are the windows to the soul, and you're basically, when you celebrate someone, and I'm using Cardi B here as an example
Yeah,
because I think people are probably more familiar with her than they are with Sexy Red. When you put someone like that on the Grammys stage, which is, again, a decision being made. When I was growing up, the best, most talented people were on the Grammy stage. It was something you could watch with your family. And you still had poor people. You still had, you still had poor people. You still had people that were living in the hood, okay? We didn't need somebody talking about their vagina in order to feel seen. So what you're doing is you're setting the stage for younger girls who aspire to celebrities to say, okay, well, if I mimic that behavior, I too can become famous. What you're actually doing is you're setting the idols that people are going to look up to, and people are going to think this is what I should aspire to.
3 times the viewers for this versus the Philo Theory streams. That's not the way to think about it, Brooks. The way to think about it is, wow, I get a whole third of the views that I get watching Destiny and Candace Owens as I do doing a dry-ass theory stream. I call that a win. I think that's pretty damn good.
So it's actually working in the exact opposite way.
How many views am I
that
getting?
like evolution of things. So if we look at like WAP in particular,
And Brooks, who finally has a new credit card that works. Thank you for the resubscription. Much appreciated.
hasn't it generally been the case
Brooks.
that music is always kind of pushing these sexual boundaries? So it might have been
Subscribe to me. Subscribe to me, Brooks. 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 6 viewers. Brooks. Do it, Brooks. Do it, Brooks.
Elvis grabbing his crotch and dancing. It might have been Michael Jackson's dancing is incredibly suggestive, if you've seen that. It might have been in Woodstock, all the loser
I have
hippies
seen
talking
Michael
about love,
Jackson.
sex, and rock and roll and drugs. Wouldn't like WAP just be kind of like the next evolution in a long chain of...
pushing boundaries is not degeneracy, okay? And so here's what I'll say to you. Why don't you pull up the lyrics?
It is while they're boundaries.
Up and read them right now.
Well, I don't... Why would I need to do that?
Cool, it's just
Do it.
Woodstock. We're just
Do it.
pushing we're just pushing the boundaries a little bit. You probably have never even read the lyrics to WAP.
I
Because
think I did, because I think Ben Shapiro had a huge thing about
he
it.
couldn't
Womp
have
womp.
said. You may have seen him reading the sanitized version.
All right,
That's
guys,
a good one.
guys, look. If I make $100 in super chats tonight, I will read out the lyrics to WAP. Whatever it is.
Oh,
you
wow.
like. I will read them
Oh,
out.
no!
And I will read them out
Oh, God.
beautifully.
Oh, my
$100.
gosh.
Okay, that's the drama jellyfish.
It's gonna
for tonight.
happen. Oh, God.
I get $100 in super chats. I will read out an entire WAP song, an entire one. Maybe I'll do 2. Maybe I'll do 2,
Because policing society is the way to life.
and I will read it out
Oh, gosh. Prison Sunday.
like butter on a bald hippo.
What? What does that
WAP,
mean?
not the one that is not sanitized. Like the sanitized one, which is still
Hello,
bad,
Maya
that she can perform at the
Mayor.
Grammys, is what he read. You should read the lyrics to WAP before you make commentary that it's a reflection of what Black Americans are living through, or it's just somebody that's pushing a boundary. It's not that.
How do you explain the fact that like WAP was like a #1 like worldwide hit then?
Because what I said to you is that they are artificially creating artists at this point. There's no question. And by the way, the Diddy docs, which I found to be a very compelling point, was that Diddy said to the guy, allegedly, who was the producer, that if he was willing to engage in homosexual behavior with him, that he would get him
Homosexual.
Producer of the Year Grammy.
I do like.
Okay, so what does that tell you? It
homosexual
means
behavior.
that the
Sunday, there's a macaroni in the pot lyric you're not going to love. I don't even want to know.
I want
the entire system is artificial. And by the way, this is something that Kanye said 10 years ago, or however long ago it was, when he took the trophy from Taylor Swift and said, like, this is all fake. This is not even based on merit anymore. And that is my point. The industry
Merit.
is not based on merit. It's not based on
Good
capitalism. It is based on selling ideas. So it is, who do we want to artificially
Since when is
make
capitalism
Destiny
based
loves
on
selling
merit?
ideas.
the person that every black girl will look up to or who they will aspire to? And
So I can definitely understand that, like, maybe award shows can be rigged, or people can think different things about, you know, who's being awarded based on merits for the Grammys or something like that. But like WAP was
Based on
genuinely, do you think it
capitalism.
wasn't genuinely a popular song, or do you think that music execs have the ability to manufacture that desire publicly?
The latter. So if you start playing something tons of times on the airways, and the latter, you can definitely make something popular. There are songs that I don't even like that I've heard so much that I know every single lyric to, and I'm like, I don't even know how I know every single lyric to this song, but it's received this many plays. You put it everywhere.
We're not
You
gonna
award
be
the person.
playing
You invite them to
explicit
bizarre
music.
circumstance. Like, there's absolutely no reason that Cardi B is invited to sit down and ask questions to Joe Biden.
So
In no
I
scenario,
can kind of,
unless you are really making an effort to legitimize this person and to
Marina, thank you for the $4.99 for the WAP.
Wow. You should donate to me to do something crazy.
Drama Jellyfish is eating well today.
make this person aspirational.
True.
Again, this is not
Why
an
don't you
insult to
donate to
Cardi.
me to do
I actually
something
think that
wild?
personality-wise, she's got a ton
That's
of
right.
Destiny
Wrong.
looks so weird, seems so uncomfortable. It's the draft.
Oh
She's
my
feeling
god,
really
the
cold.
beard.
talent, and
Again.
she's interesting. And I've said great things about her on Love and Hip Hop, and there are elements of her that make her a star. But what I am saying is that a lot of that is manufactured, and I just don't see how anybody, when looking.
don't you think it's
at-
entirely possible or easily possible? So like I feel like there's like so many things wrong with this. So one
True,
is
it's all wrong.
why wouldn't competing record labels start pushing talent that's actually popular that people want to hear? I think that would be a big question. The second thing would be, how can we explain the top-down domination of this type of media popularity through all of our reality TV shows, all of our TikTok stuff, all of our YouTube videos, and the music industry? And then how can you explain that all happening worldwide?
Sure.
Like it feels like that to try to explain this through through people that are exercising control on these platforms would require more control than anybody has ever been able to exercise on any platform ever, and they're doing it like on a multi-country,
Yes,
multi-stage
it's
level.
just called. It's very easy actually. It's a very basic concept pertaining to governments. They need propaganda. Hollywood is propaganda. You should, for those of you that are watching this live, go listen to the conversation that Joe Rogan had with Cat Williams, where he talked about all of this, and he said, "I know you
Yes.
think that you're being
Yes.
entertained.
If you
and this
give
is
me
somebody that comes from
$100, I
inside
will
of the
sing
industry."
WAP. Yes.
And he
I will
starts
sing
talking
it
about
if you give me
the
$100.
Diddy stuff, the idea that in order
my
to
gosh.
climb higher, you kind of have to engage in nefarious behavior, and how he was collecting all of this information, and he was
Yes,
speaking
I
out
will
about what
do
was
it.
happening inside of the industry. And he
The
said
$100, of
it is
course.
twofold. You might be being entertained, but they are making decisions about what will entertain you. And a
Will
great
you
circumstance
forsake a
in which he
clean stream
presented
for
that is
capital
evidence of
interest?
that is transgenderism.
I
and
am
he asked
also-
hold on.
Okay.
I am
He asked a
experiencing
question
some
which should be
really
answered.
emergency
Silence,
He said to Joe
Kerr.
Rogan, and he laughed about it. He was like, a guy wears a dress on the red carpet.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, I'm having to pay $1,000 extra of bills this month. So, help me. Because I've been forced to dip into the savings that I built. Okay. So I'm gonna sing it when President Sunday reads the lyrics because I don't know the lyrics. I'm going to sing it today. I promise you. Oh my gosh, thank you for the $100 to sing WAP. Oh God, I will do it. Thank you. Thank you for helping me in my bills. Because I genuinely had to just dip and spend over $1,000 of extra money on bills suddenly because this is gonna be great. I need to drink. I have to think. I'm gonna do it when President Sunday reads the lyrics, so I know the lyrics. What is WAP so extreme? Gosh, am I making a mistake? Oh my gosh, okay. Whew. Gonna be reading, singing, whatever, WAP. Wait, this.
Bit, okay, and then the media tells you how great he wore the dress, and he's like, if he said, tell me one situation where he didn't wear the dress wonderfully, when he didn't wear the dress in a way that was amazing. It's because they have all agreed that this is the narrative. And then he talked about the fact that the record execs also own the publications that are saying that something is amazing or something is not amazing, and that is just plain old-fashioned propaganda. So you don't necessarily need to detach what we're talking about from your concept of what governments are interested in. It's always propaganda.
So I understand Cat Williams has said this. I also understand that Cat Williams was at one point in his life addicted to crack, and I think he's famous for losing a fight to a high school kid. I think this like benched his career for a while.
Okay, you can insult him, but it doesn't.
I'm not insulting him. I'm just
He
saying that
says
I
2
don't
plus
know.
2 equals 4. 2 plus
Hold
2
on.
equals 4.
I'm not insulting him. I'm just saying that to like lean into his testimony, who also we would both acknowledge has a lot to gain by giving like incredulous testimony like this.
This is melting my brain. Brooks says it's fun to watch. She is taking what we know, that entertainment being an awful industry, that entertainment is an awful industry, and saying that it's actually controlled by a few people at this level. It ain't. Yeah.
Saying like, oh my God, these crazy things are happening, right? I don't know if I would just say, well, right, he does. You're the fact that you're talking about him and you're citing him and you know it, right? If anybody else was saying a similar thing, we'd say, well, okay, they're...
Yeah, exactly, perpetually canceled. The issue is Destiny failed to watch a hint of her content where she's basically JQ spam posting and isn't railing her on who she's talking about, quote unquote. He knows enough but still wants to play nice guy. Well, this is the trick. Do you know why Destiny is all of us... Oh my God, man.
What happened?
No, Vodka, no. Dramatic
Vodka.
reading of WAP by Cardi B
Yes.
and Deep Throat by Cupcake.
Okay, let's go.
I'm filled with regret. All right. Deal
gonna
is a
sing
deal.
it.
After this,
I'm gonna sing it. It's gonna be sang by me.
after they stop talking about WAP, we'll do that, okay? Because that'll smoothly transition from my editor won't have to find it in the morass. Vodka, send me the lyrics. Let's do this shit.
Yeah.
And win for the aquatic feline.
How do I...
Well, that's obviously the theory, Squid, because jellyfish are not cats.
Saying this because they have something to gain for it, right? He knows that this is going to be a hot take, and he knows that
Sunday read 3 WAPs? You're going to need to give me more than $2.79 for 3 WAPs, my dude.
it's going to go viral if he says it, and he knows he's going to get a lot of eyes on him for it. So I think it's good to call that into question. I think the issue that I have when it comes to
he is. And I'm going to do it for real as well. I'm going to sing it.
the accusation that everything is some top-down level propaganda is...
Schadenfreude Kahlo with the 666. Because you're literally Satan. Just getting out of a rough shift at work could use the laugh WAP, please. Alright, people in my server, get me the lyrics. DM them to me, because I'm pretty sure we don't want the lyrics on the server. I will go over them very quickly and make sure I don't accidentally say something TOS.
Oh, right. Oh, God.
Or career-destroying otherwise, and we will do it. Where do you want the lyrics, Discord? Yeah, DM them to me.
I feel like the conversation shifts away from the important stuff, which is
Oh, gosh,
why
that's
are people
right.
attracted to this type
TOS.
of stuff? Why do people vibe with it so much? Why are we replacing traditional, better forms of media or more thought-provoking, I don't know what you would call it, forms of media, with this type of stuff? Instead of having conversations about the culture and the society, it's all fixated on some weird top-down plot to like
There we go. Okay, now he's... Okay, good. Good on Steven. He's catching this.
control media consumption.
I think you just like to be contrarian because I don't understand the point that you're making here. Like, of course.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let me restate that. I'm sorry. The point I'm making is very clear. If I was going to, I've got a almost 13-year-old son in a few days. Okay, if I was to see that he's consuming media, my go-to would be like, hey, Nathan, why are you watching this? This is crazy. We need to look at something else. I need to, like, who are your friends? What are you looking at online? Like, we need to change our media consumption habits because this isn't working. I would never think, like, I think that the school is involved in disseminating media towards him and there's no way that we can change this. Because I feel like on your side of the story, people are basically like, we're hopeless. There's nothing we can do.
No, it's not hopeless, but if you want to be able to do something about something, you need to be able to acknowledge the something, right?
Well, what would the thing- what would we do
you
about
make it
it?
seem like it's a conspiracy. It's like, no, when I graduated high school, there wasn't a single trans kid. Now you've got like
What?
more than 50%.
Oh, my God. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. When I was... Oh, no. When I was finished school, there were no trans people when I finished school, and now they're everywhere. Now they're a plague. Jesus. And now they're just everywhere. What happened? No, they're just all around.
Percent of kids that think that they're other. That is obviously propaganda. Clearly, there's just no. It's just not possible that you didn't exist. Maybe there was one person, and then all of a sudden everyone is.
Sure, I think it's okay to draw
that can
the
only
line.
happen.
Everybody's
that can only
trans
happen
now.
through propaganda,
Everybody.
right? They're
Yeah.
suddenly being told it's an option. They're kids,
Everybody.
right? You want to experiment and you want to be different. You're looking for a way to stand out, and so you hold on. And in the classrooms, you've got the teachers that are reinforcing this narrative that is, yes, top down, right? It's like Hollywood in lockstep with the Department of Education
Of
that is
course.
making these options available.
Top-down
If it was
trends.
natural, like when I graduated high school, there were gay kids.
It's top down by the bankers from Harry Potter.
There were lesbian kids. There wasn't a ton of them. It wasn't an identity. That's another thing. The
but
identity
back then,
thing
the identity
is very new.
an interesting thing. I agree for sure.
and so it shows you who are they emulating? Who are they copying when they do this
What?
stuff? Like, because it's an option. It's just being presented to you. It's obviously not natural if it didn't exist naturally. And
I
so
agree, but
What
culture
does that
is a very
mean?
complicated
Culture
thing.
is not a
Movies
complicated
is
thing.
So
It's-
complicated. I think
they are-
governments
they are
pray that they have the
deciding-
amount of control.
Culture is totally not a difficult thing, and culture is totally not a complicated thing. There's totally not whole degrees you can get on culture. Totally not. Like, oh my god. Culture is totally simple, even though it's basically everything that surrounds us at all times. Wow. Everybody's trans now. You can hardly find a cis person anymore, and cis is a slur while we're at it. Vampirism. There's an unoriginal cursed individual, and then they stalk the classrooms, transing students left and right. True. True. That is true. Hello, Gabrielle Thingamajig. Damn. When I went to school, there were no transes. There were no transes. There were those accursed transes.
Over culture that you think they
In
do.
the
There's no
classroom.
shot that anybody would be able to top down control
Well,
that much stuff.
like I said, there have been a lot of evidence that has come out,
gosh.
whether you're looking at the Jeffrey Epstein case or you're reading through the 72-page
The
document
Jeffrey Epstein case. You mean?
for the Diddy lawsuit
Well, I
that
mean, even on
suggests
the-
that
He was
the government
trans.
is involved.
Even on the Jeffrey Epstein case, like what's suggesting government involvement here?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? His
What
name
do you
is
mean?
Epstein, Stephen.
True.
Can't you read between the lines?
What do you mean? What's suggesting?
Like, what
government
part of
Okay,
involvement?
Jeffrey
good.
Epstein-
He's catching this. That's good.
Epstein case is like, oh my god, the government is like playing a
Good.
part in
Good.
this.
Good. Good
well-
on Stephen. You've earned a few more hair follicles.
Oh, the fact that he had ties to the
You have to play
Mossad
Metal
and the
Gear.
CIA, and
What do
that
you
when they
mean?
raided his home,
Metal
he had his
Gear.
face and about 6 different passports. Who can issue passports?
Sure, but when we
Who,
look
who,
at
who
it,
can issue you a different identity
Dude,
in
I don't
different
know.
countries?
So she's suggesting that Mossad killed Epstein.
different identities, but for passports, I imagine you can get that illegally, or you can just get it from countries depending on citizenship
Okay.
status.
Well,
but what I'm saying is that like for when we look at Epstein, right? Epstein was a billionaire, right? I
Why
imagine-
was he a billionaire?
Why? Because of trading or whatever he did. I'm not
No.
entirely sure.
No, that's the question. Nobody knows why
but I
him
don't know
or his
why.
brother
Yeah, but
has
there's like
had
a
billions
million
of
different.
dollars.
Sure, there's lots of people where I don't know how they made their money, but to fill in the gaps of all of this with some.
No, you should always know how
All right, I'm going to run to the washroom and then we're going to do this, okay? I'll be right
Don't
back.
go to the bathroom. Are you back? Are you back now? Have you edited?
As
the
we were.
bathroom? Okay, perfect.
somebody became a billionaire. But that's like a very easy thing. Like you shouldn't. Somebody should just be like, I became a billionaire, and you have no idea how. Like
I'm
it's
sure there are tons of people
It's
who are
like I
billionaires that
sold the
aren't.
product. You know why Elon Musk has money. You know
I'm
why
gonna
Jeff
be
Bezos has money.
singing
You should
WAP
not say
today.
we can't connect the dots on how this person became a billionaire that was able
The
to purchase
filings
an
aren't
island.
always going to be public. That like, oh well, I can figure out exactly why this person became a billionaire. If they don't work in like public traded companies or something, how will you ever know?
Oh.
No, there's no way you're going to know that.
He did.
Then what's the question?
That's not a question. It's just nobody understands why Jeffrey Epstein or his brother have billions of dollars.
Well, you just said did he have a ton of shares in publicly traded companies?
Thank you for the 1999 K Vial. That made my day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, a few people enjoyed that. Apparently, $5 to make you holler. Thank you, Insomniar.
What do you mean? Did he have a ton
Like
of
when we
shares in
ask, for
publicly traded
instance,
customers?
like so here's a question: do you know how
You know
Jeff
what?
Bezos made his money, or how Elon Musk made his money?
I know
Thank
that
you.
Jeff
Today's
Bezos
just
created Amazon, and I
great.
know that Elon Musk has created a ton of things. Tesla, you got Starlink.
Okay, kind of. So not really. Bezos made his money because of the appreciation of shares of Amazon that he had.
Thank you, Hyan, for the $10. President Wapday knocking out of the park tonight. Hey, it's easier than a theory stream.
Huge stake in, right? And Elon Musk made
Wap
a lot of
day.
his money. Initially, it was on PayPal and a couple of ventures, and then because he had a huge equity
I'm
stake
Wap day.
in SpaceX and Tesla, especially,
sing
that's where
it
they
for
made their money. Is ownership
$100.
of stock of publicly traded companies. That's what I'm saying. We can look at those people. We can say we know how they made their money. So I don't think Epstein had massive shares in publicly traded companies, did he? So he wouldn't have made.
Did
it
you
in-
actually look into the Epstein case, or are you just because I can't tell right now if your thing is just to be contrarian?
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm being
telling me-
serious. No, I'm asking you because it seems like you're just
Yeah.
like whatever
You
your
don't
position is, I'm
know
going to do the opposite, and I'm going to say
anything,
something really quickly
Steven.
to try to say, well, how do we know? Blah, 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 blah. And it's like that's actually
Blah,
quite
blah, blah.
You
boring.
let her into your house, Steven. This is your doing.
Sure,
You know what I
understand.
mean? Like
So
it's like,
here's-
dude, like let's actually have a real conversation because tons of stuff is happening right now. A lot of stuff is being exposed, right?
Mm-hmm.
People are for the first time able to grasp
Oh.
a theory that finally makes sense, right? It finally makes sense. It
Finally.
makes sense that there is a blackmail ring operating in DC.
Oh,
because
yeah.
And
people
it makes sense that a non-specified.
Ring.
Uh,
yeah, of course.
I'm not going to. It's just like
Of course, it makes perfect sense. Oh yeah, of course.
just put two and two together, Steven. Obviously, the Jews
True.
control the media. Like, what is this?
understand why we keep sending our politicians to DC, and then
Of
it's like they
course.
completely serve somebody,
Of course.
anybody other than the American people,
God.
right? So when that Jeffrey Epstein case got exposed, if you were following it and reading the
I
documents,
did follow it. I read the entire document, the 80-page report that came out from the government. They did a report on
when you're
the
looking
prison
at
where
the
he
Diddy
supposedly got
thing,
killed.
and you're
everything, yeah.
realizing how many artists have stood up and said this exact same thing was going on.
What an
Now you have somebody that has filed something with proof saying it's going on, and then you just have like a Destiny being like, "Oh, what if it's not going on? What if it's not? Whoa.
Okay,
What
well,
if-
sure.
what if-
So here's like a
oh,
super-
maybe WAP is just really just that amazing. People just love talking about vaginas and like mopping the floor. It's like you can do that thing, but
Okay.
it's not interesting. You know what I mean?
Okay, sure. All right.
It's like-
Here's just an
God.
easy test question so I can get my bearings straight. What do you think
That
about the
Steve's getting
91 or so
whooped.
indictments for Donald Trump?
What do you mean?
Do you think that those are credible indictments that have credible evidence behind them?
Epstein wasn't a billionaire, was he? He was like, let's see.
A millionaire?
Jeez. According to
Jeez
CBS,
Louise.
while awaiting trial on sex trafficking
Steven's just
charges
getting
following criminal
whooped.
case, his
Whooped.
net worth was
His ass
pegged
is
at roughly
getting whooped.
$560 million. He wasn't a billionaire.
Well, you speak to me specifically about which indictment you're talking about.
So the
Let's talk about-
Mar-a-Lago,
let's
the
talk about-
Mar-a-Lago case.
I actually haven't followed that one, so I'm not
Okay.
going to push back on that one. But I
Okay.
can tell you the ones that I have followed and I've given an answer on. Like obviously, we've never seen the media or the justice system go
Wow.
after any president in the way that
That
they
doesn't
have.
matter.
We,
You could say the same about P. Diddy. You've never seen the media go after a black artist
I didn't
like
say
this
it did.
besides.
It didn't. I didn't finish my statement. Why are you saying it doesn't matter? Why'd you just say that?
I'm just it could be that nobody's ever done something this
But I
incredible
haven't.
before.
You're so contrarian that you haven't even
I'm
let
not-
me finish.
why do you keep calling
haven't
me
even let
contrarian?
you haven't even
Oh,
let me finish my
God.
sentence. You said that doesn't
Okay.
matter. It's like what do you?
Because you
what-
gave a point that was irrelevant.
I know,
Go
but
ahead.
like
You can
I
finish.
don't understand what you're objecting to. You asked
said
me a
that you said the
question.
media's never gone after somebody like
No,
this
no, no,
before.
no.
which
You
doesn't-
asked me
yeah.
a question. I started to answer it by saying the media has never gone after
I'm gonna
anyone
sing
like
WAP
this
today.
before.
Okay.
I've been
And then
paid
you just said it doesn't
$100
matter.
to
It
do
was like, can I answer
Go
the
ahead. You can-
question?
yeah, loud your phone
Like, or
answer.
you just gotta like contradict right
I'm
away.
not contradicting. I'm just
Yeah,
fighting the
you
crazy
kinda
narratives that
are.
prevent anybody from having a real analysis of any of the things going on. But you can lay out your whole thing about
All
what
right,
you think
then
about
you know, since you know my narrative, even though you asked the question, I wasn't able to answer it.
You can
I'm
answer the
glad
question.
that you defeat the narrative. No, we're good. We're good. I'm not
Because
going to have
wait,
you
wait.
ask. I'm not going to actually have you ask a question and then cut me off and say that I'm parroting a narrative when I haven't even told you what my opinion was. That's not you being interesting. That's you being obnoxious.
Uh-oh.
I think that you're trying to avoid answering the question.
By
Destiny
being
is
cut off by
being
you?
whooped.
I said you can finish it if you want.
You're trying to
pathetic.
avoid answering the question. Quite literally, I was trying to answer the question and you cut me off. So we're good on that. We can move on and talk about something other than Trump and his 95 indictments.
I think it's 91 or 92.
Okay.
I guess Destiny's gonna learn not to cut people off, to let them finish. Yeah. Because people are gonna use that against you if you cut them off. If you don't have the advantage of being the more powerful big streamer in the room that can just, Whereas Lucy. Oh my
Okay, well,
gosh.
what will we talk about that won't get you as triggered?
Okay. I just honestly, like I said to you in the beginning of this, I said I am an open book.
I'm just curious what you
Don't-
think about the Trump indictments. Do you
just-
think that a civil
Thank you for the $2 taco face fart. Candace
is,
has hot feet at least.
That is okay. That is not a good performance by
Civil
Destiny.
suit that's filed
I just gonna
where
say
there
that.
isn't a grand jury that looks over it. There's not like it's
Are
not like
you
a
at us,
DA case. It's not
Lucy?
like a federal prosecutor. You think that the Diddy stuff is like rock solid? You think that's really, really, really important to look at? But
Okay, you're gonna have to pay another $100 for me to answer that. I'm gonna need to get another $100 to be able to answer that question.
when we look at indictments that have gone to grand juries
Okay.
that have then issued warrants or subpoenas or whatever, I was just curious if you think that the credibility on that side is as heavy as the P. Diddy stuff.
I was really happy to answer that question. Would you like me to answer it?
Sure.
So I would say that you are comparing two cases that are not similar, and I'll tell you why they aren't similar. In the case of Diddy, you have somebody that has no power that is filing this and producing evidence to say that the justice, essentially the same thing that
Justice.
people that defend Trump are saying, the justice system is corrupt, right? That these people are responding and being motivated by things like the
Speaking of justice, all of you must watch my interview with a peasant. All of you here must watch it, please. I beg you, and leave a comment. She's an open book. She also lies about her own contents. She's just a hate-filled person. I mean, maybe so, possibly so, and yet Destiny's not doing a very good job tackling her. So, you know, who's it more embarrassing for? Him or her? I'd say him. Unfortunately, it is unfortunate. But Steven's not really doing very well in a conversation with a real person. In real life. That doesn't depend on him for clout or recognition or whatever. Like, she just knows she doesn't need to be there, so she can sort of, you know. I want someone to tackle me. I see.
LAPD's involvement that night in writing a fake police report, if his allegations are true, and he had photos and said that he was the person that said call 911, and then seeing the media report on it and lie about what happened at that studio is very scary. It's scary. If
scary.
Unless he faked these blood photos, which is a plausibility, but it shows you
I
that
can't help to notice, but conservatives are scared a lot. They keep talking about things that are just scary. Scary things.
there are people.
See, this was a stupid decision. It's like,
It was.
you could have had this conversation on a stream, and you know what you could have done? You could have gone, no, you're totally bad faith, and just hung up on her.
True.
You could have just shouted at her, but now she's in your house. She's in your house. Now you have to be careful. Now it's awkward.
You
And
have to
like
be
realistically,
nice. You
she
have
could
to
take
play
you. So you
nice.
know, she could just destroy him on stream.
You have to
So
play
it's
nice.
a long way. It's a long way to those weapons on the back wall, Steven. She looks stronger than you.
True.
People that are sitting at the top that have a ton of power, right? So the people
What is wrong with these people? I have no idea.
that are acknowledging that, and then also saying that those same people, that same network of individuals that can make up allegations and make them go away with the media or stay and make it a big deal because of the media, are defending Trump and what's happening to him. So this isn't, they're actually, these two things are not at conflict with one another, what's happening with Diddy and what's happening with Trump. It's actually, they complement one another in terms of what we're saying. Now, the only case, I've followed two of them, the Fannie Willis one.
Well, can I ask a question about the LAPD thing?
Yeah.
So if we're worried because in the P. Diddy case, it looks like the LAPD at the very top might have been involved with something, if that's the claim. I mean, isn't Donald Trump at the very, very, very top if he's the president? Isn't he literally like the top guy in the world?
He doesn't
Top
control
G.
the courts. And that's, I mean, hold on. The point of exactly being is that if they feel that they have a person that they
Top
cannot
G.
control, so if there is this blackmail ring that exists, and it's starting to look like there is, definitively, and I very
I
much
did
believe
it
that, and I am not ashamed to
yesterday
say
on
that
stream.
it is pretty much the only thing
I-
that makes
I
sense in
covered
Hollywood
it
is what I read in
yesterday
these
on
documents.
stream. J.K. Rowling.
Then it would be clear as to why it is that when you are existing outside of the ring, or you are somebody that cannot be controlled, you are somebody that is attacked. Now, again, we have heard many artists, and I like that we have
Now
this.
I know who doesn't watch my streams. Now I know who does not watch my streams. Now I know who is here and who is not. I'm watching you. But apparently you're not watching me. Oh, that worked perfectly. I'm gonna do a camera zoom. You don't watch me. You don't appreciate my talents. Full screen. Zoom. Zoom. I was here. That's true. I was a little bit out of it yesterday, though. I think the water wheel in the game is going the wrong direction. It's going fine. It's going just fine. You just don't appreciate. You just
example
don't
in
have
Hollywood
the
because
fine
we don't need to go down the
whatever
path of
thing.
Trump derangement. We can actually talk about people that we don't feel any way about, right? Diddy, I don't have an issue with Diddy. You don't have an issue with Diddy. We can look at this case more objectively because people, I think, do get so about Trump that you
Whoa.
can't just look at things objectively. If what
True.
that person is
Was that way?
alleging,
Do you think that's what happened here?
I mean, you did jump. I'm glad it's live and you can go back and watch it. But like, I didn't get to. You asked me a question, and then before I could answer my question, you did say like narrative, and I'm like, okay, that feels like the Trump derangement trap. I don't want to do it. I want to have a productive.
See, okay, Destiny needs a friend to tell him about his beard. Okay, the problem is though, Semaphore, is that if Destiny shaves his beard, he can't let it all go, right? If he shaves his beard, he will look like Hunter Avalone without a haircut.
Oh God, that's
Can't
true.
have that. That's not.
funny.
That's not on brand. He
That's
needs
a
to keep the
funny
stash.
image.
The stash must stay.
That's a funny image.
I think he
to
could
think
pull off the
about.
stash look. I think that'd be a good way to go for a little bit. You know,
Hunter Avalone without
like
a haircut.
sleazy,
oh my
but
God.
not too sleazy. Kind of
That's funny. I will admit.
kind of an emaciated Andrew Ryan thing. You know, that could work.
Conversation about the plausibility that people that are extremely
Hunter
powerful
Avalone without
are
the-
blackmailing people,
Wow.
and these people can't
Wow,
talk
wow,
out,
wow.
can't speak out because whatever they have on them on camera is scary. You know, there's Justin Bieber. I think there's also something going on with
Scary
him.
stuff.
He is. His pastor said, you know, pray for them. There are evil forces
President
that in
Sunday.
Hollywood, kind of at the same time as
He has no jawline. That's why he needs the beard. He has a jawline. He's got a jawline. He's not. Don't be me. He's got a jaw.
Oh wow.
You need a beard Sunday? No, I don't. I look better with a beard apparently, but I find it so fucking scratchy. So my strategy is I'm letting it grow till the point where it's itchy, then it comes off, and I'm just gonna do that over and over again till the end of time.
Damn, that is so...
Vodka, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. That is incredibly generous. Thank you.
Vodka, oh, come on. Vodka
this.
never
Cat Williams, I
contributes
know
to
he
this
used to
stream.
do crack, whatever,
I'm so
has
mad at
spoken out about
vodka
this. There's been
now.
a lot of artists that have spoken out about this.
20.
Kanye West has spoken out about this, about, you know, the control and the network
I'm
that's happening within
salty.
Hollywood. So
I'm
I
a
think
salt
instead of,
mine.
I don't know, trying to dismiss these people as crazy or crackheads or whatever it
Crazy
is you want
crackheads,
to dismiss them
yes.
as, when enough people say something, including Michael Jackson, who's dead, maybe there's some truth to it. Like,
How
can
can
we
Michael
examine whether or
Jackson say
not
anything if he's
this might be
dead?
true, especially when somebody is such an underdog like a producer and does something like this?
I think analyzing who's saying what, I think is important. But I think that when we say that somebody's an underdog, so we're going to believe them because they give a story that we might happen to like or plays into something else that we believe. I mean, I would just be critical of the underlying material. Like if the sources are a few people, like everybody stands to gain something when it comes to viral stuff. Everybody
Yeah.
knows that.
I'm
When you
just
have
saying he has
outrageous claims to make,
evidence.
yeah, and if he has evidence,
Yeah.
I think that's interesting.
Otherwise,
If it's
I
part
would
of
have
his charge
said,
and
I
stuff.
don't know, it's frivolous. Like, there's,
Sure.
you can
I
always sue a
understand.
rich person.
But I'm also saying that like a charge is a charge or a claim is a claim or a filed case is a filed case. It'll be interesting to see
Occurred
what
is
ends
occurred.
up playing out in
Right,
court,
and
then
I'm,
we
and I'm
actually
keen to see that.
Yeah,
I'm keen to
okay.
see that. That's what I want to see. I'm not condemning the person. I'm not a person that believes that you. I would hope, and I obviously have lost faith in the court system in some ways, but I would hope that it works the way it's supposed to work, and that it will take more evidence, and that he has to appear in front of people and show us more evidence and show us more video evidence of what's going on. But
So when you say-
what I will say is that it looks credible.
Okay. When you
on
say
the
that you've
outset.
lost faith in the court system, does that mean that if a guilty verdict is returned, you'll think it was a good case, but if a
No, that's-
non-guilty verdict is
that's not
returned,
what
are you
it
going to?
means.
Oh, okay. Well, why
Was that
would
an
you?
attempt to say that Michael Jackson was assassinated? I don't know. Let's try that again. This is making my eyes glaze over. I'm not going to lie.
For them, there are evil forces that in Hollywood, kind of at the same time as this. Cat Williams, I know he used to do crack, whatever, has spoken out about this. There's been a lot of artists that have spoken out about this. Kanye West has spoken out about this, about, you know, the control and the network that's happening within Hollywood. So I think instead of, I don't know, trying to
Oh, just say it's a Jewish conspiracy already. We already know what you're talking about.
dismiss these people
JQ.
as crazy
Right,
or
you.
crackheads or whatever it is you want to dismiss them as,
Yeah.
when enough people say something, including Michael Jackson, who's dead, maybe there's some truth to it. Like, can we examine whether
But
or
then
not
Michael
this might be
Jackson
true,
speaks.
especially when somebody is such an underdog like a producer?
Yeah, Michael Jackson was assassinated by a secret
Jewish
a
cabal.
secret conglomerate that runs the world.
Does something like this.
He knew too much.
I
I
did
think
it.
analyzing who's
I
saying what, I think
gave
is
the
important.
order.
But I think that when we say that somebody's an underdog, so we're going to believe them because they give a story that we might happen to like,
Someone's
or
a
plays into
dog.
something else that we believe. I mean, I would just be
Dirty,
critical of the
dirty
underlying
dog.
material. Like, if the sources are a few people, like, everybody stands to gain something when it comes to viral stuff. Everybody
Yeah.
knows that.
I'm
When you
just
have
saying he
outrageous
has
claims to make,
evidence.
yeah, and if he has evidence,
I have
I think that's
outrageous.
interesting. If
Otherwise,
it's
I
part
would
of
have
his charging
said, I
stuff.
don't know, it's frivolous. Like, there's,
Sure.
you can
I
always sue a
understand.
rich person.
But I'm also saying that, like, a charge is a charge, or a claim is a claim, or a filed case is a filed case. It'll be interesting to see
A
what
curd
ends
is a
up playing
curd.
out in
Right,
court,
and
and then we
I'm
actually
keen to see that.
Yeah,
I'm keen to
okay.
see that. That's what I want to see. I'm not condemning the person. I'm not a person that believes that you. I would hope, and I obviously have lost faith in the court system in some ways, but I would hope that it works the way it's supposed to work, and that it will take more evidence, and that he has to appear in front of people and show us more evidence and show us more video evidence of what's going on. But
So when you say-
what I will say is that
Papalamo.
it looks credible.
Okay. When you
on
say
the
that you've lost
outset.
faith in
We
the
have
court
to
system, does that mean that if a
catch
guilty
the
verdict is returned, you'll think it was a good case, but if a
No,
non-guilty verdict is
that's not
returned,
what
are you
it
gonna?
means.
Oh, okay. Well, why would you preface with "I've lost faith in the court system"?
Because I have seen some circumstances in which things that should not happen do happen, and
I think Steven should and could learn, which is very strange for me to say because Steven's supposed to be the debate veteran. I think Steven should learn to adopt a more inquiring strategy to debating. Like, he should just be like, oh, you've lost faith in all the courts. How come? What made you lose faith in all courts? Oh, you saw things that should and shouldn't happen. What were those things? What were the things that should not happen? Why do you think they should not happen? You know? A little bit more inquiry to let the person say the really stupid things on their own. It's okay to do that. Yes, like me. You know? It's okay to just ask questions and just let people say the bad things on their own. You don't have to jump to, oh, so you just saying that you just like the Kurds when the outcome is to your liking, because the result will be what she did to him. Everyone needs to learn from you, true. Everybody needs to learn from me, and everybody needs to watch me. A bit more Socrates, true. Like we're going to attempt to do with Yankee Tanky next week.
a good example of that,
Because
if you want to
we've-
talk about the
we've moved the
craziest
debate.
case that I followed in a long while, it was the defamation one, where the jury awarded, she was asking for, what, 10 million? And they awarded her for 400 or 800 million just to, like, bankrupt Trump. And her allegations had expired, but they created a new law in New York so that she could bring them forth about something that she says happened in 1996. What is that whack lady's name? She got, and she was so...
Wait, are you talking about when they extended the
Carol, E. Jean Carroll.
statute of limitations
Yes.
to allow people to sue people relating to
and then she
rape?
got funded to reopen this.
By
They
Soros.
changed the law, and then she got funded by the person who is basic. I don't want to call him a Democrat operative, but he obviously is very
Operative.
involved in the Democratic Party. The person that started LinkedIn is the one that funded her to do this lawsuit. I mean, the whole thing is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's just like making new laws.
I thought this law
and
was
then-
changed in New York a while ago.
No,
I don't
it
think
wasn't.
It's specifically for
no,
Trump,
it wasn't.
was
Nope, it was specifically after she went on and was doing the rounds on. And those were wacky when she was like, I don't even know. When he was like, what is rape? Anderson Cooper asked her, and she was
What?
like, I think most people think rape is sexy. It's not someone jumping on you and da 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 da. You know, it'd be great for this if you could bring up clips like that, because it would be awesome for people to be able to watch it. But she was so clearly.
It wasn't just defaming, it was defaming and sexually abusing Carol. And then he made an unsuccessful counterclaim. And then the judge clarified the jury had found that Trump had raped Carol according to the common definition of the word. And then in September of 2023, a year later, Kaplan issued a partial summary judgment regarding Carol 1, finding Trump liable for defamation via his 2019
And
statements.
I think she got
The jury verdict
lot of money,
from the
80
January
something
2024
million.
trial was $83 million in additional damages. To appeal, Trump has posted
only
a
there
bond
was a
for
way
this
to
amount
check
plus
that
10%.
date. Hello, Kiskara.
Yeah, these are separate. These are
Familiar,
separate
very
things.
familiar.
One of them is for additional things that he did. So
Hello,
it's
welcome
additional
to the
damages.
stream.
So that's not.
You are a
She's
beautiful
misrepresenting us
person.
pretty radically.
Clinically insane. There's
Because
no.
you're
She was
here,
so insane that even
watching the
Anderson
stream.
Cooper had to go to commercial. MSNBC had to go to commercial. So this is not a woman, that was making what any person who
Not a
can
woman.
listen to somebody interview.
And it
about-
wasn't 800 million. It was
80.
It's 83 million. The verdict is 83
exactly.
million.
80, which
Still
is
a lot. It's more than
still,
5
yeah.
million, but it's not.
It's
I
a
don't know where
lot.
the hell she's getting
Gosh.
400 or 800 million from.
I
Yeah, that is quite a range, isn't it?
I wish.
No, it's just, look. I can't
Free
remember
money.
what it was. It was like they raised it to either
Wow.
like $600,000 or 6 trillion.
the rape
Trillion.
would say are credible allegations. But there was just such hatred for Trump that they just made it happen. And in no circumstance,
Was this a-
I
was this
can't
a- wasn't
imagine
this-
what circumstances.
was
this
this-
would
Oh,
happen.
is that what she mixed up the property case and the sexual assault case amounts? Hang on. Trump. Yeah, okay, I see. This is what she's talking about. And it's not 800 million, it's 354.9 million.
Oh God, that's a
So
lot.
Trump hit with $354.9 million penalty and a 3-year ban in New York civil fraud case. Why would she bring this up if she doesn't know what she's talking about? It's a weird decision.
I mean, people do it all.
That took 5 seconds. Like Jesus, prepare what you're going to say.
Asks for like 10 million, and the judge is
This
like,
is your job. This is all you do. Don't make an ass of yourself.
We're going to give you 400 million. Other than we hate Trump so
Yeah.
much and we hope to bankrupt
Was this
him.
was this a jury trial?
There were multiple parts of this lawsuit, but it was.
Because if it went to trial and if it was a jury, then
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't. Neither of them know what they're talking about. But here's the thing, and this, by the way, bears on why Stephen lost his
I love
beard.
that scene.
You are not put upon
Thanks.
to
I see
know
you
everything about a
complimented.
case. If
Are
you
you a
don't,
cutie?
for example,
I'm a
make a
cutie?
strong
Wait,
declarative
hold
statement on
on.
one side of an issue.
That's impossible. I'm not a cutie.
So, for example, Stephen would not. It's not funny that Stephen couldn't find Israel on a map. There are a lot of people in this world who don't know how to find Israel on a map. Okay, a lot of people in this world who can't
Embarrassing.
identify all the states. A lot of people in this world aren't great at geometry, and they're perfectly smart and intelligent and responsible otherwise.
Okay.
The reason why Stephen losing his facial hair due to stress researching Israel and Palestine is funny is because he's only doing it because he couldn't find Israel on a map after advocating for the genocide of the Palestinians and that they should be relocated elsewhere.
Very
Because here's the
possible.
thing. Relocated elsewhere implies that you understand what relocating those people means. If you don't know what landmass Israel is on,
I still
then
don't
you have no idea what you're talking about when you say they need to be relocated elsewhere. You have no fucking clue. That's why it's funny. I bet Destiny's got the map down now. He's never going to make that mistake again. The funniest part, though, is that I think his excuse was, no, guys, you don't understand. I didn't know where Israel was. I knew. But this was an old map, and it was oriented differently. The map orientation was different. Dear friends, North has been that way on our maps since before Columbus, all right? The issue was not the map orientation. The issue was that he pointed to Anatolia,
It was jury trial, yes.
does anyone have a link to that rape?
and
clip?
that he thought, hilariously enough, he also thought, like, Erdogan, when did he become the president of Israel? Our man literally thought Israel and Turkey were the same place. It's incredible.
I'm curious if anybody has
Yeah,
a
yeah,
conversation.
it's rape. It was just gonna look
Ottoman
at it. It's
Empire.
so nutty and so crazy, and they just
They
kept
are the
going
same
with it
place.
everywhere
The
she went,
Ottoman
left
Empire.
and right. People could not hold a conversation with her. She was so unstable, and she couldn't
same
even
empire.
define what rape was. She was just saying, "I think rape is just like when someone thinks you're sexy." So it's like, so did Trump just think you were sexy? She had no witness. I mean, I've just never seen anybody able to get
I've
for
not
or
seen
however
it.
many millions of dollars she got with absolutely not a shred of proof and a case that shouldn't have even have been brought forward according to your own statute of limitations.
Also, people are
So
saying
that makes you
that the
lose
400
faith.
million is that's for the business fraud case. Maybe the
Sorry, yeah, I'm mixing numbers. What was how much was she awarded for you guys that are like, checking? She was awarded. They gave her more than she even asked for. Yeah, they literally extended the law. The whole thing was so rotten to its core. That makes you lose faith, right? That makes you lose faith in the justice system. That's not saying that there aren't cases. There are different judges. There are different, different
Here,
juries.
hang on one second.
Hey, aren't you taking?
I'll look at something here quickly. No, I'm sorry. That was not an old Roman map. Somebody said in chat that Stephen was looking at an old Roman map. This is the map, okay?
I don't have hormonal
This is the map.
problems
Let's move
because
this to the side a
I'm
little bit.
taking estrogen.
Just so people know what I'm referring to. Somehow you've managed to not be aware in all this time.
Deep voice.
Let's use.
I don't have a
let's use
deep
that.
voice.
Okay.
I don't have a deep voice.
Let's do that.
What?
Okay. This is the map.
Ah, unfortunate. I get misgendered a lot as well. I got misgendered in the new interview that I uploaded, but I still uploaded it because I'm a
Yeah.
diligent
Yeah.
interviewer.
Thank God for
I'm,
chat, huh? Dear Lord.
I'm a
Exactly. When in doubt, blame the
genuine-
cartographer.
LA.
I'm a very
I want to say
diligent
LA, but definitely fact check
viewer.
me on that so I don't spread misinformation.
There we go. I just realized the video was muted.
When someone thinks you're sexy. So it's like, so did Trump just think you were sexy? She had no witness. I mean, I've just never seen anybody able to get for or however many millions of dollars she got with absolutely not a shred of proof. And
Sunday, he took multiple Middle East map quizzes before that clip. That's really funny then.
case that
Plus-
shouldn't have even have been brought forward.
Although I think your timeline's probably off because why would he be taking Middle East map quizzes right before that clip? What was the point? Right? The only reason why I was taking map quizzes at all was because of the genocide take and the fact that people were circulating him not being able to find Israel on a map, thinking it was Anatolia, and confusing Erdogan for the president of Israel.
according to your own statute of limitations.
Also, people are
So
saying
that makes you
that the
lose
400
faith.
million is that's for the business
I
fraud
think-
case.
There we
Maybe
go,
the-
finally.
Sorry, yeah, I'm
Sorry,
mixing
more
numbers. What was
because
how much was she
my-
awarded?
Don't mix numbers
My
when you're
current
JQing,
quotas.
my dude. Don't do that.
For you guys that are like, checking. She was awarded. They gave her more than she even asked for. Yeah, they literally extended the law. The whole thing was so rotten to its core. That makes you lose faith, right? That makes you lose faith in the justice system. That's not saying that there aren't cases. There are different judges. There are different, different.
Okay, now
juries.
she's sweating. Now she's in damage control mode. Dear God.
With Trump, it's hard because people are passionate about him one way or the other. So it's going to be hard not to
I
find
am
your that is
bothered,
corrupt,
but
especially when you're in New York. But I don't see how any person can objectively.
I was bothered a bit during the interview, but I couldn't be bothered because I had to do the interview. So I had to keep being nice. Something funny happened on that second protest I went to. I interviewed a guy, and that guy was with a friend. The interview was over 10 minutes long, and the friend of the guy that I interviewed said, "Why don't you just marry this lady and get this over with?" And the guy I interviewed went like, "Wait, lady? You're a lady?" And I said, "Yes." And the friend of the guy I interviewed, "That's obviously a lady, dude." And the guy was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were a guy." But in my defense, guys these days dress like women and women dress like guys. Man. So yeah, that happened on the second day of the protest. The one where I got gassed by the police. What interview? I interviewed farmers slash peasants on the protests that I attended. You should watch my videos that I upload on the channel. I uploaded 2 interviews. One is 6 minutes long and one is 28 minutes long. With farmers. Tear gas, yes. Not directly, but I did get sort of, yeah. First, some tear gas got to me, and then when I sort of retreated from the police, suddenly I got sort of squeezed between people, and some round ball-like objects flew straight to me and hit me in the face. So I got gassed and then I got hit on the face. That happened. That second protest was violent. The police got involved. Hello, fake Alec Hal Parker. It was all over the news that the police got really involved in that second protest. And instead of leaving, I just kept near the police line because I wanted to catch on video police pushing back against the protesters, not realizing that they had no way of distinguishing me from the protesters, so they would either gas me or hit me with a bat. Doing real journalism and getting accidentally married off. Accidentally? To whom? Wait, accidentally married off to whom? Who did I get accidentally married off to? If I can ask. You okay? Yeah, it was a while ago. That protest was already a while ago. So I'm okay now. I'm alright now. Yesterday I went to... Was it yesterday? No, it wasn't. Was it? No, it wasn't. The day before yesterday I went to a city called Bydgoszcz, and I attended part of a lecture of a combat medic that has been helping Ukrainian soldiers since 2014. And I've heard a lot of interesting stuff about the types of injuries that you can get from artillery shells. I heard a lot of interesting things about the situation at the front. I heard a lot interesting information even on how the medics decide who to treat first and who to evacuate first. I know. I mean, I still have to translate that interview. I have quite a few interviews to still translate. So far I've only translated 2 interviews from the first day of the protest. You know? It takes time to translate, which is why I would appreciate some views. I would appreciate some views on these. Nobody watched the premiere. It premiered today. And nobody watched the premiere.
Look at what happened there.
Wait, what does that mean? A corrupt jury?
Like emotionally corrupted, because
An emotionally corrupted jury.
when it comes to Trump, people tend to feel either I love him so much or I absolutely hate him and he's the end of the world. So I think it's hard to get a jury.
Okay, so you're just anti-jury then. It's not a corrupt jury. That's you don't like juries.
True.
That, you know, is going to be fair in that circumstance because
What is she even talking about? Nobody knows. She doesn't know. Nobody in this room knows. They're winging it, and Destiny's like frantically watching chat for anything because he's completely out to sea because he doesn't know why he brought her in here.
True.
He just thought, "Ooh, famous person on my stream. I'm gonna make money. I'm gonna become more famous with this." But he doesn't know what he's doing. He has no clue what he's gonna say.
True.
So-
He
Do
has
you
no
know
clue.
where is P Diddy being sued at? Do you know what the venue is?
I want to say LA. I want to
I
say
have
LA,
to
but
finish
definitely
something
fact check
I'm
me.
waiting on. I'll let you interview later. Thank you.
Why is Destiny in a room
What
with
are
Candace
you
Owens?
writing
Because his
on?
wife left him.
I'm only asking because I see a couple people. Oh, so for this it says Rodney, Lil Rod Jones. a
Oh, New
former
York.
producer-
That's right. It is in New York.
Wait,
That
but-
is correct.
Does that mean that the opening up of the statute of limitations for the Trump suit is the same thing that's allowing this court case to go through then?
No. You got to look at what he's suing them for. This all happened recently. The Trump thing happened in '96. Just so we're clear, this happened in 2022, 21.
All of the allegations are recent?
Yeah, it just happened. He was working on an album that he dropped like last year or something. It's not from 1996.
Oh, okay. I thought the way you were talking, I thought these were earlier allegations.
No. This all
Destiny is an opportunist and knows he looked bad in this debate, so now he's on an X mission to character assassinate her. I don't think he's looking bad so far. I think he's fine. He's just the topic was unspecified, and he's not prepared for a topic that's unspecified, which is why you don't do debates with unspecified topics. No, I think he's fine. I do, however,
I don't
think
think he's
that
good-
fighting with her on Twitter is a big mistake, because if she has a motive to character assassinate Steven,
Listen, President Sunday is much more charitable than me. I think he's not looking good at all. But maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just my Polishness sort of surfacing. I think Steven's doing very bad here. But you know, it's just me. It's just little old me. Little old me. Training fiction competence with Art Spiegelman's Mouse, A Survivor's Tale. Can you actually link it? That sounds very interesting, actually. I'm thinking of taking a nap during this fascinating stream.
all the
Taking
materials
a
out there,
nap?
it's easily done. Easily done.
Taking a nap
just happened, and
my
he obtained a
stream.
ton of proof because of it.
Gotcha. Have you reached out to this guy to
Gotcha,
try to have a
gotcha.
conversation with him or anything?
No,
Gotcha.
I would hope that would be.
I'm just kidding. Get a
I would imagine. I mean,
nap.
I don't know if you would
love
be able to
naps,
while you're.
personally.
I don't
I'm a big fan
know
of naps.
while you're in court. I'm sure his lawyer would say don't speak until things are done.
I
And
love
I'm not-
naps.
my
Actually,
guess
now
is
that I think
that
about it.
because of the powerful
do love
names that are
taking
listed in
naps.
this lawsuit,
Naps are the most wonderful.
they're going to
thing in
want to
the
just
world.
settle it and be done with it. But the photos that are pictured there, it's going to be very hard, I think, to come back from it without some sort of an explanation. I mean, he
for
named
uni.
names.
Well, I think the problem, my imagination would be the problem
Wow.
is that even if the photos
That
show
sounds
sexual
very
acts or whatever,
interesting, though.
the difficult part is going to be proving that these were part of a conspiracy to blackmail or something like that, right?
What you're doing.
Because just photos of people having sex or
Very
doing whatever stuff
interesting.
isn't probably enough unless you've got like text messages showing
Or
some
maybe I'm just a
pattern
boring
of-
person. Maybe I just found
Yeah,
boring.
I think, yeah. I guess what you're saying is that people could then say, okay, well, they're all having sex, but they're doing it willingly. But what he's alleging is that Diddy's team gets these people drunk and high and drugged, and then brings in women that they know are minors. This is one part of his allegations, and then these people have sex with them, or
what language is it
they
in?
have gay relations, and like everyone's doing it, and then they do something that's like gay.
Okay, so we're layering into this.
Gay.
Apparently, also homosexuality is the result of a Jewish conspiracy.
True. As a Jewish person, I concur. It's a Jewish conspiracy.
That's the ticket, Candace.
While they're high, and then he owns them because he has this stuff that's
It's
on
for
camera. It's now
biological
explaining-
males
Yeah, could
like
you
me to be able to get men.
technically, even after it's all exposed, say like, oh well, maybe they all
Oh,
did it
gosh.
willingly? Sure, you could always.
Sure. Well, I mean, the
Yeah.
burden would be on him to prove
Yeah,
at least.
which is why I really want this
sure.
to go through, because there's just been a lot of artists who have said this over the years,
Mm-hmm.
that there's like some sort of gang that's operating in Hollywood, and I would just like to see these allegations play out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
Okay.
everyone
German.
Remember, to gay members of my audience, you know what happens
I
if
have
you
to
talk.
brush up on my.
should want that, by the way.
what do you think on a broad
Dang
level?
Diddy.
Yeah. Okay, so you keep calling me contrarian. On a broad level, the reason
True,
why
you
I
are
tend to
a
fight back
contrarian.
against the overarching narratives is because I feel like they leave listeners feeling very powerless. So when I talk to my audience, I want people to vote. I want people to be politically active. I want people to, take an interest
wanna
in their
vote.
local city council stuff, their local races, because I think that people getting involved politically, especially voting, is a really important way to change the landscape of our country on a
That
local
is
level or on a
not
national
incorrect.
level.
I agree.
I also think that people talking to their friends and family and spreading ideas and messages, I think these things are important as well. But
Oh, it's
I think
buffering.
that the reason why I push back sometimes against the broader, when I say narrative, by the way, I don't necessarily mean that it's like conspiracy theory or whatever. But the reason why I push back against like the more broader narrativizing of things happening culturally is because I feel like it leaves listeners feeling very disempowered. I remember when I was in Austin and I asked Alex Jones on stage after he'd done another one of his big rants about the deep state and blah, blah,
Austin,
blah. I think I
Texas.
asked him, I was like, well, what do you want your listeners to do? And it was the first time I ever heard him be quiet for more than 5 seconds because he had no answer. So I'm curious for you, when you talk about this overarching stuff,
family in
bring people's
Austin,
attention to it,
Texas.
what is like a Candace Owens listener supposed to take from that? And what are they supposed to do in the real world, I guess, to like fight against some of the
Yeah,
stuff?
I mean, I always tell people what they can do. Like one of the biggest pushes is telling parents that they should be involved in their kids' education, and you saw that. That was conservatives who brought forth that movement of parents actually showing up and demanding changes in the textbooks, and finally recognizing how far things had gone because we allowed the Department of Education to just spike the ball for decades.
Spike the ball.
Actually paying attention to what they do. I always tell people to get involved in local elections because they matter more. And I think that a lot of the corruption that's taking place in Washington D.C. is what we're
corruption in
speaking about, because it
Washington,
seems
D.C.
like no matter who we elect, when we send them to Washington D.C.,
We erect.
it's almost like their allegiance is to the lobbies. And by the way, I believe that lobbying should be illegal. I believe that we need term limits. These are the things that would, I think, affect change overnight. And so I hope that in speaking to those things, when people say, what would be the first things that you would do if you were in office? I always say, elect people that are saying those exact same things. Don't elect people that are then going to go to DC and make it their own business, and want to grow the government because it's making them money and they're accepting money from lobbyists. That's why I always point to my favorite Congressman, Thomas Massey, because I think he does a really good job of actually representing
Surprised Ben Shapiro hasn't dropped her yet. I thought she did. I thought he did. Weren't they beefing?
Americans and American interests.
They were
So,
beefing indeed.
yeah, I'm not a person. I haven't taken the black pill as how it's termed, taking the black pill, and I'm like, there's nothing you can do. But we have to understand what it is that we're fighting, and we can't be scared to recognize a conspiracy. A lot of times we're just talking.
God. Spoken like a true conspiracy theorist. We cannot be afraid to recognize a conspiracy in our midst. Oh God. I've got this book. It's called German Doesn't Bite. Kugelschreiber. Kuli. Hello, Arkael. How are you, Arkael? Thank you for the books, by the way. I started reading. I've already started reading the books. They are really great. Because I'm a book nerd. A history nerd. Destiny loves conspiracies. Not as much as Candace Owens, apparently. Not as much as Candace Owens. That's right. Candace Owens loves the conspiracy even more. Wait, I want my hair to be more fluffy. How do I do that? I need to spray them. Hold on. I need more fluffy. That's better. Fluffy. It's better. If it's a mess, a fluffy mess is better than... I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Or if I was thinking at all. Thinking is not my style. It's okay. It's fine. This is fine. This is no problem. It's all good. Wow, we're having so much fun with President Sunday today. All right.
There's questions that we have, and we're so, why is this person doing this? Like I
My
said,
hair
the
is
Diddy
too fluffy.
lawsuit didn't make me feel
Then I guess we should trade, shouldn't we? Then I suppose we should do a swap. Okay. Oof. Damn. We're having too much fun with President
hopeless.
Sunday
It actually made me go, oh, okay. If this is
Okay.
what's actually happening in Hollywood, then it makes sense.
Yes.
You know?
What do you think for
Yes.
when you look at Black
So, okay, so this is in November. Because Ben Shapiro was just like, hey, just quit.
Oh yeah, but we have to. I have to
So I
edit
guess,
the
she
Ben
just shut up
Shapiro
after that, or what
segment that
happened?
I did.
Black community stuff specifically? What would you think are the big like 2 or 3 things that the Black
She
community?
could roll this convo in her sleep. This is a cakewalk for her. Well, because she's sort of prepared to she's actually a good talker. She's able to fill space.
Also, she doesn't.
Destiny's
need
not.
To, also,
De-
she doesn't need to care because she doesn't need Destiny's clout, so she doesn't need to be careful around him, right? She doesn't need to care what he thinks or what he says because her career is not dependent on him in any way.
Destiny's good at redirecting a conversation to his script, but he doesn't have a lot to say if he's left to his own devices to kind of fill air. That's generally what I've observed. And here you can kind of see that at play. Like, Candace is able to talk.
I'm not
She's able
sure
to
if
know nothing and
I'm-
talk and still look like she knows stuff. She's able to get, like,
I'm
basic...
not sure if I'm that good at filling air. Maybe that's just something that needs to be, I don't know, practiced. It's a practice, a skill that you need to develop, or something that I have yet to develop. You need to practice on filling air. Help me, President Sunday, to fill some air. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, gosh, a darn. A gosh darn.
figures wrong in a conspiracy theory she's peddling. And then go like, yeah, well, it's just what I'm saying, and it flows. I don't think Steven could do that.
community in the United States needs to do to kind of
Could
save
I do
itself
it?
from
Yeah. I
don't
the
know.
whole of, fatherless children and welfare consumption and abortion and everything else that they're kind of stuck in right now.
Well, the first thing I think is to educate yourself about where it's all coming from. I think Black Americans need to be educated on Black history.
See, the problem, though, is because Destiny was not prepared for this conversation, and this is why you need to be prepared for conversations like this, is that effectively what Candace has been able to do is vaguely Jewish conspiracy post to his audience with minimal pushback for 41 minutes now. Like,
Right.
conversations more than half over, and we've had little to no pushback on, like, some pretty serious claims. And it's just... Destiny's good at throwing a spanner in his opponent's thought process, but he has no destination in mind, ironically. She has plenty of flow to retreat to. Yeah.
Not in the Democrat textbook way, but in the real way of understanding where all these initiatives came from, because a lot of times Black Americans are asking the government to solve what the government created, which welfare programs obviously destroyed the Black family, and it was the intention.
Exactly. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. And now, here's the thing, though. Like, with this, it's like, no way this was a last-minute, like, thing.
Right.
She would have had to travel to his house and plan this. This would have been an event he'd have known of for at least a few days. It's kind of baffling that he wouldn't be prepped for this.
Of
Oh, we
Lyndon
should-
Johnson
I
to
have
do that
Okami. We
because he
should
was
play
a
it on
bad
stream.
racist. And
To be fair,
Sunday.
President Sunday, Destiny does close in on JQing himself, especially with the college academics arc. Are you talking about in this conversation, or are you talking generally?
Generally.
decades
They're
in the
talking
Senate voting
generally.
against every measure to give Black
In
Americans
this conversation,
any measure of freedom,
probably not,
until he was
but generally,
basically forced with a
maybe.
figurative bullet to his head to sign the Civil Rights
Maybe,
Act.
possibly.
Yeah, exactly. He's in interview mode, trying to remain in good graces with the Daily Wire. That's the end game here. The problem is he hasn't really thought this through, because he's not willing or in a position to actually like shill with them or shill for them. And he's being spoken to not because he controls a large part of their audience, not because he's a threat, but precisely the opposite.
Oh,
he's
Kami.
someone who
The
wants
is
what
long.
they can give him,
Kami.
who is very, very easy to stomp down if he becomes too difficult. Destiny's audience does not have a lot of currency outside of this little sphere.
True.
It's very good at inflating his prominence by just like bombarding other like subs and websites or whatever with like references to him, but it actually isn't that strong by itself.
It's true.
So
I'm strong by
once you
myself.
get to this scale, it's like, okay, we're not in Twitch poll anymore. Now we're in the domain of people who like appear on like Fox News and whatnot to millions of people on the hour. Very different ball game.
Damn.
Very different ball game. And like right now, this is like a cool opportunity for him, insofar as he's able to build connections at that scale. But they're connections at the scale that can now dig up anything they want from his past, and they are in a position to destroy him with it from either side of the political aisle, right? It's he's in a dangerous position right now, because at that level, nobody's going to stand by him if that stuff comes up. Nobody, because he's embarrassing to people on his side. This is like this has the potential to be what happened with Vosh, amplified to 100.
To restore some calm nationally. So I think, first of all, everything begins with education, and I think that people that are nefarious understand that, which is why the 70% illiteracy rate that we're seeing across inner city communities is in my opinion by design. 40% of students now can't pass.
He said immediately after they didn't go harder because it would limit his future opportunities. His future opportunities are limited. Like make no mistake, as the only reason why Destiny's been able to get away with saying things like, "I hope you get raped to death with a shovel and bleed out the
God
hole."
damn.
The reason why he's been able to get away more or less with like, at this point, like the rioting has got to stop, and if that means rednecks mowing down protesters, they have my blessing.
Steven
Like
is not very
the fact that he's
smart
able to
about
get
these
away with this
things.
shit is not because he's just that good. The reason why he's getting away with this shit is because nobody important cares to grill him on it,
Right.
because he's a non-entity. This is not someone that Ben Shapiro is hungrily
God.
seeking out because he wants
Some
Destiny's
streamers
clout.
are smart about
This is someone
at
who
least.
is the narrow end of the wedge for Ben Shapiro to take Destiny's audience. That's the logic. It's a way for them to get into the online game. They do not benefit from the Destiny connection at all. Not in a way. Sorry, not in a way where Destiny himself becomes something that they need to kind of like maintain. They don't have to treat Destiny with kid gloves. They can destroy him if they want to.
True. That is the
Destiny,
thing.
on the other hand, he needs to keep
That
them.
is the thing that like Candace Owens here. She doesn't need to care. She doesn't need to treat Destiny nicely. Because her career is not tied to his in any way. It's like she can just treat him like she treats him here. No problem.
At a level of tension where he's interesting to engage with, but not so much that they will
You know?
burn him. And they could. They really could. Like this shit that
They
he's
want
done
it.
over the past 10 years, it's really bad. And people have said like, guys, the shovel tweet, that's from like 7 years ago.
Nobody cares.
That's from like 10 years ago even. Yeah, when he was an adult in his late 20s.
Yeah.
That's not gonna fly.
Nobody will care.
It's like, do you remember like what happened? And here's the funny thing: like Max was Mr. Girl. He was a complete screw up, absolute joke of a person. But if you recall why that whole thing went down, it was because Destiny was pulling on Nick Fuentes onto his channel
Right.
and just chilling with him, not giving him strong pushback, going out for lunch.
Mr. Girl was
He's calling out
mad
people
about
for
it,
being
about
Jewish
people.
in the street as they're doing so.
Right.
And he's just kind of chuckling with them. Max, who is Jewish, objects to this.
I mean, yeah.
And then this culminates in Steven kicking him out. And Max, like, going on this whole downward spiral. But that is immaterial, because this is what remains. Jewish audience members objected to Steven platforming Nick Fuentes with no pushback,
I mean,
and he
yeah.
exiles them from his community. That's what will rise to the surface. That's all that will
Maybe
matter.
I should have debated Destiny on that as a Jewish person. That would have been my ticket to
Yeah.
fame.
I'm sure Shapiro's team researched Destiny beforehand. He still did the talk because Destiny is rabidly pro-Israel. I don't know how anyone can deny that. Yeah, essentially. Essentially, yeah.
Fame.
Sunday that cuts off his growth on the left, but the right and the center will not care. Oh, contraire, friendo. That
They
will
will care.
absolutely cut him off on the right, and I'll tell you how. Because one of the things that the right is very much not on board with is Destiny's sexual politics.
True.
Which means that for Destiny to retain his audience as it
deviant.
currently is, the one that pays him, and to maintain ties with these people, he's going to bash heads on those issues.
True.
He's in a bad spot. Like he's positioned himself to be functionally immobile, because the only thing he can do is cut off avenues that do not need him.
The literacy exam excluding Black America,
When we say by design, who would want that?
people that want to control you. There's a reason why when we had slave codes, slaves weren't allowed to learn how to read. When you're not educated, anything I tell you becomes your reality. If
I can understand that, but slaves like worked and did stuff, right?
Yeah,
I feel like,
so do the so do Americans. Every day we go to work and our money gets sent
well,
overseas.
but they have to like be literate to go to work, right? I feel like illiterate Black people that are doing gang violence probably aren't serving any system very well now.
You are, because you keep voting in the people that are taking more power from you,
Do
right?
you think
So
those people are voting much? The Black gangbangers and stuff?
I think, yes, Black people do vote, and it's not
Wait,
just...
hold on,
and
hold on. To be very clear, I didn't say Black people, because I don't think that all Black people are like this. I'm saying that like specifically the ones that are illiterate, involved in gang violence, and are unemployed. Do you think that they're like out there voting in a meaningful way that's changing the political landscape of the United States? Are they having like a meaningful impact on the electoral system?
Yeah, so even if people are fully illiterate,
They can
they
vote.
will vote if they have an emotional reason to vote, which is what the Democrats very much understand. I want to correct my language there and say, because I,
I mean,
think
you do
it's,
need
it's
to know how to
uniparty at
sign
this
your
point,
name to
that they
vote.
will continue
Oh, no,
to
you just
vote
have to tick
emotionally.
the
So when you
box,
see
never mind.
something like
Yeah,
you know,
can be
Black people
actually
rioting
fully
and looting in the
literate,
streets because of what
possible.
happened to George Floyd, what you are dealing with is people that are being intentionally misinformed about circumstances so that they are emotionally reactive. Because, I mean, look, I have children. I have a 3-year-old. I know what it means to be ignorant. My child can't read. He is emotionally reactive. And if you can turn an entire population into an emotionally reactive toddler that has no facts or no understanding of history, you can make them do whatever it is that you want them to do. So
I guess it's interesting to me because it feels like the most, like we would say the most mind controlled people in America are actually like young white college kids. And those guys have lots of literacy and lots of education. So
Yeah.
I don't know why we wouldn't send Black people into like the colleges and turn them woke instead of...
Actually, no. But that's actually interesting. I'm glad you brought up college, because if you look factually speaking, Americans
Oh,
are
here we
getting
go.
dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber, and yet we have never handed out more degrees, which is interesting. Like, I
What do you
mean,
mean
like,
when you say Americans are getting dumber? What do you mean by
what
that?
I mean, talking about in terms of passing tests, passing exams, the literacy level in America, everything is actually going down, and like SAT
She's
scores,
so
everything is going
condescending.
down,
That's
and which is why
true.
they're now like, let's just
But
abolish
it's-
the SAT. The sort of a thing that
Sure,
some
which I think
people are
they've
saying.
gotten
Which
rid
is,
of
It is Steven's fault that he cannot navigate that, in my opinion. But yeah,
Brought
she
back in
is.
some places.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I don't
But
know
my
if the
point-
same
my-
people
no,
getting illiterate
no,
are
no,
the
She
same
can
people that are
afford
going to
to be
college and getting
condescending
degrees.
to
Yeah,
it.
we're handing
'Cause she
out
doesn't need to
degrees, and yet
care.
people think they're educated when
President
actually
Sunday
they're
is
just
correct here.
brainwashed bots, and they're quite stupid. They are stupid, and that's the magic of a college degree, is that it makes people think that they're smart, right? And it's astonishing. You really should examine that, how every decade within America people are getting dumber and dumber and dumber.
And dumber,
and one of the
dumber,
things that my
dumber.
colleague Matt Walsh did, which is really incredible, is
Matt
I know.
Walsh. Matt Walsh. The brilliant man. Just read a lot.
NPR, U.S. reading and math scores dropped to lowest level in decades. Yeah, but what's happening there isn't that like college education is becoming less useful. I mean, it is partially, but for other reasons. What's happening isn't that college isn't. It's not that college isn't teaching people as well. It's that people are being let down in the elementary school, in the public school system, and so by
Yes.
the time they get to college, they're starting at a
And
lower
high school.
baseline than people from previous eras.
Right.
That's
in
what's
high
happening.
school. That is all.
Or
This
from
has always
or
been a
by
problem.
region, from places
This
with
has always been a problem in the U.S. High school and primary school level education has been pretty low historically in the U.S.
more
compared
poorly
to other
funded schooling.
countries.
He
Unfortunate, but
read a letter that was written by a civil rights soldier who's like 17 years old or 18 years old, had no education, and it sounded like poetry. Like, unbelievable the way people used to be able to speak and write before we created the Department of Education, which, in my view, is there just to exist to turn you into a mindless bot that will serve the government's interests.
I mean, we can say that, but the reality is aside from the cultural thing, on the economic side, America has like one of the most productive workforces, maybe the most productive workforce in the world.
When you say productive workforce, what do you mean by that?
Productive in an economic sense is how many like units of things are produced by 1 hour of
What
labor.
the fuck is he talking about?
true.
What is he talking about?
Unit of things. What about service?
Like in terms of factory workers? Like what is he
From
saying?
a U.S. worker, and I'm pretty sure U.S. worker productivity is higher than it ever has been. I think that continues to climb. It's one of the biggest complaints about lack of increase of wage growth, for instance, is that wage growth doesn't seem to have tracked to the massive increase of productivity of the average American worker or the median American worker. I just think that like if you wanted to control,
No, he's
it
talking
just
about GDP. He's not talking about. Oh, for fuck's sake!
seems strange that we've got two completely and totally diametrically opposed ways of controlling society. One is to make black people specifically, I guess, illiterate so that they are easier to manipulate, even though I seriously doubt these people even vote that much. And then the other is to make people the most literate by sending them to college and having
Like
them read.
Okay, but what like?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so GDP has to do with the products that a country produces and sells, but it doesn't distinguish, for example, between a human.
I mean, it helps your reading comprehension if you read things and then you discuss what you read, right? Which is something that happens in Polish schools a lot. You read things and then you discuss what you read. And then you can test your reading comprehension through discussion about what you have read. If that makes sense. Does it make sense? I think it does. Which is why things like book clubs are nice. You read things and you discuss it with other people and you sort of develop a skill to know what to look for and what to focus on and to see if your understanding of the text is the same as the understanding of the text of other people, and then you can compare these things. And then you can, if your understanding is different from a different person's, then you can you can revisit the text and read it again and ask yourself what led this person to understand this text in this particular way. And all of that good stuff.
You know, performing all of the roles of production, and machines taking up increasingly more of those. GDP per person is what I think he means to say. I have no idea if that's true. Hang on. GDP per hour worked.
You can always increase your reading comprehension. It's never
This
too
is a
late to do
weird
that.
way to say it. Let's see.
It's never too late for that. Your reading comprehension is not set in stone.
GDP per hour worked is a measure of labor productivity. It measures how efficiently labor input is combined with other factors of production and used in the production process. Okay.
You can always read more. You
So
can
here we
always
have
try
Mexico,
to
Greece,
understand more.
Ireland. The United States is kind of in the middle. So not really. So as of 2022, from 2019 to 2022, so it's like middling. It's between Germany and
Poland.
is China on here?
Should check
China's not on
Poland.
here. Okay.
Poland.
It's very small. It's hard to read. But yeah, here's the U.S. That's the green line here. Whatever.
Read
They're not the
esoteric.
most literate. That's what I'm telling you.
Whatever.
They are not the most literate.
You think people that graduate with
because-
college degrees
yes.
can't read well?
Yeah, what I'm telling you is yes. That's what I'm telling you. They're not the most literate.
What would I look up to verify that if I wanted to see, like-
you got to do the research.
not-
in your
I
own
have done the
time.
research
Like,
on my own
I'm
time. That's
happy
just not
to.
true.
But what do you mean? It's not.
It's not exactly about reading well per se. I assume all college degree people can read well. It's about understanding what you read well, and there's a difference there. You can read perfectly well, perfectly fluently, and yet not have a full understanding of what you are reading. See? Do you see what is happening? I am being a smug and condescending, which is what my teachers historically has always accused me of, interestingly enough.
True.
Just
what
what
do
I
you mean?
said. As
Just
an people,
because
as
you
an owner of a college degree, median wage
that
comparing
doesn't
to that
mean just
person is
because you
like
own a you can go to college for 4 years and spend $100,000 getting a degree in gender studies. Please do not tell me that you believe that that person is educated
First of all,
or
hold on,
highly
wait, well,
literate.
first,
like,
Ooh.
That is a really stupid thing to say by Candace Owens, considering that you do. I would say that you need at least some degree of reading comprehension to read. I don't know. Judith Butler. No, I think Judith Butler reads like writes on a level that you do need somewhat good reading comprehension to grasp what she's saying. No? At least I believe so. Like, come on. You cannot just be illiterate and understand Judith Butler perfectly well. That's not happening. I don't think. Oh, I missed. You can still misread her and get your diploma, though. Yeah, sure, but that's not exactly the fault of the subject. And what Candace Owens said here is that gender study is a useless thing and will not train you to be for reading comprehension. And I'm just not sure if that's true, since gender studies do produce a lot of pretty intellectually competent texts that you do need reading comprehension to go through, to get through. Like, she's basically just mocking it because it has gender studies in the name and saying that it could not produce anything of intellectual value. Also, hello, Tess Dawes. Where are you punching this poor dinosaur bad? Because it's Monster Hunter game and I have to hunt monsters.
Ooh. Careful, Steven. That's a tricky one.
more than half of degrees awarded are awarded for STEM-related things. Number one. Number two, $100,000 is a way over the average we're paying for any degree.
Well, that's what I paid.
And
so I'm just.
What did you go to school for?
The average annual, as far as I'm concerned, you can look this up. But if you are going to school, you're probably spending in America about $30,000 a year, minimally, if you're out of state.
Isn't the average amount of
just look it up? You got it Google, right?
What-
Like
isn't
what,
the-
what state?
30,000 a year is crazy. Hang on. That maybe like if you're going to like somewhere Ivy League, but hang on. Average yearly cost of tuition.
Damn.
American schools. I'm in Canada, so I've got a warped view of this because we get subsidized heavily, so I don't pay anywhere near that.
I actually need to read a Butler book. It's not about
schools.
Gender, surprisingly enough. It's about war.
Yeah, it's an average of $10,000 for state residents and $26,000 for every. Her numbers are just so fucking off.
It's about war.
Yeah, tuition fee ranges from $5,000 to $50,000 per year, but like for like community college stuff, you're looking at around $10,000, a little over $10,000 per year, which is a lot. How much was I spending? Because we're like, I spend about half of that, so I think I was probably spending about $6,000 per year. Now that adds up a lot quickly because there's a lot of like quiet stuff sort of that goes in
Right.
silently under
Even
the
things like materials cost.
undercover that slips
Books,
in,
etc.
food, travel, etc. But 30,000. Like, dear God.
State are we in?
Isn't the
what state are we in?
median-
Miami? Let's go to look up University of Florida. Pardon. What state are we in? Florida?
Dead.
Yeah.
Go to University of Florida out of tuition
Florida.
rates. Because what do you mean? $100,000 sounds about right.
Yeah, but we're
She
looking
is
at
handling him, though.
So one, this is
I- in my
28,000.
opinion.
Do you ever talk to anyone Sunday? Sure, I do. I talk to
She's
people all the
doing
time.
better than
And $659 out of state.
correct.
$30,000.
So, yep. So one, this is the
Oh yeah, housing. I mean, presumably you're paying a lot for housing specifically for
Okay,
university because
6,000.
it gets you in proximity to the school, so maybe that cuts on your travel costs, but still.
And you're talking 6,000 Canadian dollars, not US dollars, right? I think Canadian dollars are also sort of a bit less powerful, if I'm remembering correctly. Am I wrong on that?
tuition.
Yes, that's what I
Number
just said.
two, hold on. This is the sticker price. Nobody pays this for school. You've got Pell Grants, you've got different types of student aids, you've got tons of different scholarship initiatives. Very, 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 very few people
So
actually pay
I'm
any of
right,
this
but you're
price.
trying to make me wrong.
Well,
so
no, no, no,
I
hold on,
paid
wait,
that
you're
price.
right.
No, you're wrong. He's just showing how you're more wrong.
No, what I'm
I
saying
paid
is
that price, so
what I'm
I
saying-
paid back my loan. So you're not going to convince me that very few people are paying this. My sisters paid that price, and they paid back. So you're just saying.
Out-of-state tuition is around 30K. Yeah, but she
In Norway, we pay like 50 euros in material costs and nothing more. I mean, it's not nothing, no? 50 euros. In Norway, I assume you have public education when it comes to university, right? So university is free? Am I correct in that assumption? Yeah. Well, the US is a bit different, as you can see. The US is a bit different. They don't have what we have. They don't have universities that you don't have to pay for, which is very bizarre. But you know. Solid education, nice. Nursing school. Nurses are great. At least I know my children will always have a job. That is an important thing too. But well over 90% in public schools. Right, yeah. Norway is a pretty cool place, I've heard. The most happy country in Europe. When I went to Vietnam and I had to go to a hospital due to some stomach problem, I went privately to a hospital, and defying all gender norms, my doctor was a woman and all the nurses were men. So there was a woman doctor surrounded by a group of men who were nurses.
She went in the reverse. She specified out-of-state tuition would be more than 30K.
And yes, granted, my school was more expensive. It was, I think, $35,000. There you go. The average, $29,000.
So if we look at
you can just
the
say
average,
you were right,
sure.
Candace.
So 51%.
And you're not going to get hurt.
Yeah, so 51% of bachelor's degree students graduate with an average of $29,400 in student loan debt, right? So that's only 51% of people, I guess, that acquire debt, and then their average debt is about $29,400.
Are you?
Not $100,000.
I don't get what the point is of you doing this.
The point
Are you trying to say?
The point I'm saying is that, one, the sticker price for an out-of-state tuition school is not what I would use as the median price you need to pay for a four-year degree. Number one. Number two, very...
Okay, so here we go. So we, let's see, what's this? This is from last
Arguing
year.
data.
Not long ago last year. It's September 20th, 2023. So, schools reported this data in spring and summer of 2023. Some colleges offer tuition discounts. According to the 2023 Fidelity Investment Survey, college savings and student debt, 1 in 4 high school students believe the total cost of attendance for 1 year of college equals $5,000 or less. The actual average in-state cost of tuition and fees to attend a ranked public college is nearly 75% less than the sticker price at a private college at $10,662.
It's still expensive.
For the 23-20
Make no mistake. That's still
23-24 year,
expensive.
compared with $42,000 respectively at private
6,000
colleges.
per year is still expensive.
So she must
Still
just
a lot.
not be distinguishing between private colleges and public colleges.
Very few people
Public
actually
should
pay.
We didn't
free,
talk about that
period.
because I said this is the median
Public should be
price.
free.
I said it is utterly
It should
absurd
cost
that
zero.
people are spending $100,000 to come out
Okay.
with a degree. We weren't talking
You
about.
said-
We
you
weren't
said for a
debating the
degree in
That's
median
how it works in Poland. Public is you don't pay for.
price.
Sure, but number
You
one,
just-
you're going for out of state. If I'm in state,
Yes,
my
I-
tuition is $6,400. I'm
I
getting
literally said out of state. I actually said out of state.
Yeah, but why do I care about that number?
I don't get where you're going. The point
on,
of
wait, wait,
when we started
back it
this
up.
conversation,
Wait, the
I
very
was just
specific-
saying that there are individuals that are going to school that are spending $100,000, right?
I don't know what
for
that
a
has to do with
degree
anything.
in gender studies.
Yeah,
If
but
you're
we're
going-
talking about, I'm sure, and I could probably find people with $1 million student loan debt that got an even dumber degree than gender studies and basket weaving or whatever. But in general, that's not the cost of
Okay, but here's the problem, Steven, you stupid, useless ingrate. You're a pro-trans advocate, right? You wouldn't have that position if it wasn't for people who did work in gender studies.
True.
That's what that entails. The whole interrogation of gender
Useless
norms in their relation with
studies.
X, Y, and Z, and so on and so
God.
forth. That's the thing you do in gender studies.
I'm gonna quote my father, and I'm gonna ask the question that he often asked when somebody said something stupid, like Steven said here. Who's gonna be the judge of what degrees are useful and which are useless? Who's exactly supposed to be the judge of that? Exactly. I rest my case.
That's not a STEM issue. That's not even like a. That's barely a political science issue. That could be a social studies issue with inflections from gender studies and so on and so forth. Definitely a philosophy issue. Philosophy of what? Of gender. It's going to involve the application of philosophical methods and so on and so forth to the study of gender. Like, he's so goddamn ignorant of everything. It's absurd. Like, yeah,
Even the most cited like basket weaving thing can be useful if you're, I don't know, if you really want to become a basket weaving, you know, who's gonna be the judge? The response is that anything that threatens the currently held values is useless.
gender studies is a stupid degree. It's like you wouldn't exist without the people who did that work.
True.
Not that you understand any of it. Like that this. Remember, this fucker
should
went
read
on and
more.
said, look, Jordan Peterson is 100% right about everything on psychology. It's a thing he said.
Oh my god.
Like he'd know. It's
Wow.
just ugh.
of a college degree.
God,
And
I
in
hate these
general,
people.
college degrees confer huge wage premiums onto the people that earn them. These are like
No, they don't, and that is the reason why
Not by magic, Steven.
you have so many young women that are, and this is why, you know, I think that what you actually do here is harmful. And I'm gonna tell you.
Okay,
no,
hold
I'm
on.
gonna, no, I'm
Wait,
gonna,
wait, let me finish my thing real quick.
explain.
Hold
Let
on,
me
I'm sorry,
explain.
because I've done a lot of research on college degrees, and a lot of research
No.
on education, and
You're
every single thing
harmful,
that you're saying
Steven.
sounds really good on like a
No, you didn't. You don't do research.
culture war
Bro,
perspective.
you
When you
don't.
look at an
Culture
actual
war.
economic perspective, when you look at actual firms that hire people, and when you look at the actual
is
median
funny.
wages compared to people that even have some college
Biggest
education,
regret-
all
biggest
of
regret
it
is me going to
all
school.
of it, that's great for you, but for the average American, that's just not true.
true.
None of these numbers are found on average. You will never find data that supports the idea that high school earners on average are out earning college.
Look at this. Here, I'm going to show you something. Okay.
Show me.
Let's
please.
see.
I beg you. To
Let's
show me.
actually look into this
I
ourselves.
beg
haven't
you
looked at this in a
to
little
show
while.
me.
This is
Wow.
old. That's 7 years stale. Is there a more recent one?
Woo.
There.
We're having a gay old time.
Pew
We're
Research.
having a gay old time.
College degree employability. So 2021. Okay, that's close enough. All right, so let's see. So as of 2021, 10 facts. I assume we'll get links here. Nearly 4 in 10 Americans have a bachelor's degree. Only 62% of students who start a degree or certificate program finish their program within 6 years. Business is the most commonly held bachelor's degree, followed by health professions. Growing earnings gap between young college graduates and their counterparts without degrees. In 2021, full-time workers aged 22 to 27 who held a bachelor's degree but no further education made a median annual wage of $52,000, with $30,000 for full-time workers of the same age with a high school diploma and no degree. According to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This gap has widened over time. Young bachelor's degree holders earned a median annual wage of $48,000 in 1990, $48,400 with $35,200 for full-time workers aged 22 to 27 with only a high school diploma. Unemployment rate is lower for college graduates than for workers without a bachelor's degree, and that gap widened as a result of the coronavirus pandemic.
Woo.
I'm surprised or maybe I'm not surprised.
I'm surprised.
Well, maybe a little. I'm a little bit surprised that the gap widened as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. I would have thought that with the amount of
Wage gap.
sort of non-essential roles that were dropped in that time, it would have like come back together a little bit.
Bleeding heart. We're gonna capture.
When it comes to income and wealth accumulation,
gonna
first-generation college graduates lag substantially behind those with college education. Yeah, she has no idea what she's talking about.
True.
College degree earners, or that 90% of people are going to school.
Masters is being required in many careers nowadays. I mean, I've known people with master's degrees who work at Walmart. Like, it's not unheard of. Like, there are a lot of people with degrees who just haven't been able to make something of it.
That's true.
For
Trade
basket
school.
weaving.
Do not listen
Why
to
would
him.
you go to
Please
trade
learn
school?
a
Trade
real,
school.
learn
Trades
a real
on average-
craft.
Why would you go to trade school?
Please go to trade school. Please do not end up. And I talk about this on stage the whole time.
Please don't go to college. By the way, the colleges are run entirely by liberals. Why do you suppose that is, Candace?
On the universities, I did 2 universities this year. Please, if you do not know what you want to do not go spend a ton of money putting yourself in debt to go into society already having debts that you need to pay off to make $25,000 a year
school
in a
can
career
be
path that you didn't even know that you
perfectly
wanted to
fine.
take.
Yeah, if you want to make $25,000 a year, Pew Research says that you should not go to college.
Or your
Because
degree
you're
earner make
listening
$25,000
to
a year.
Destiny. Like, and by the way, I am. Thank you for saying she's right, Destiny. I am so right. Please go to trade school and don't listen to this and listen to me
It depends
because
on what you want.
I bought into this rhetoric because I was in high school and it's gonna be great. You're gonna go and you're gonna take a blah blah blah. And then when you get out in the real world, it's gonna be great. You're gonna have better positions. And you're gonna make more money. It is a lie.
What'd you go to school for?
That I don't care what website he is looking.
That's actually a lie. That is not true. You will actually do much better if you go to university, statistically speaking.
Yeah.
Depends on what you do, of course. And by the way, you don't go to gender studies if you're looking for to get into a desk job necessarily at some kind of business firm or something like that.
It
Although it
depends.
helps, by the way.
Some people
like
just
any kind of
depend on
college
the
degree
degree.
helps.
Yeah.
And you will get
Some demand
skills
just
in like
any
data
degree,
management, so on and
any
so forth.
degree. They don't look at what
The digital
degree is.
humanities are a thing. There's a lot of crossover between philosophy and computer science. I know
They
very
just
few
expect
people in
a
philosophy
degree.
who don't have jobs. Master's isn't really required to do any job. I mean, no degree is really required to do a job, but if you're
But
weeding
they
through
still
like a
demand
stack
it.
of applicants, you're going to pick the one who's better qualified, and sometimes if one has a degree and one doesn't, that's going to be the thing that turns it, right? Like, that's 90% of what it is. It's not because you're more competent because you have a degree. You can coast through and get a bachelor's pretty easily. It's one of the reasons why I don't like flaunt my degree as like a credential, because it really doesn't mean anything.
on, like to tell you that is a lie. The overwhelming majority of people, and I'm so glad people in the chat are saying that I am right, because the overwhelming amount of people are shocked when the real world then smacks them in the face, and that lie, that dream that was sold to you by your guidance counselors in high school, that it's going to be so great and you're going to be able to make more money, and you just
Guidance
start to
counselor,
realize that
that's
it is
not a-
Sunday, do you condemn the actions of the basilisk? Only if it fails to super chat me an additional $500 this week.
Please,
Of course. It
donate.
knows what's good for it.
Please donate. I'm
absolutely
gonna be
crap.
sending
And I
you a
really would
song
like to
today.
say, do not disrespect people that go to trade school, because I
Who's
just found that
I would
was just
disrespect anybody who goes to
so,
trade school. What are you talking
like,
about?
It's just like you
Wait,
were
why
like,
are we virtue
did you-
signaling on this?
because
You shouldn't go to trade school because if you go to college, you make more money.
That's not true. It's just not true.
There we
What do you
go.
mean it's not true?
That's not true. You can like quite literally, you can be the person that goes to trade school and you will make so much money doing jobs that actually bring value to.
Okay, let's see. Hang on.
Depends on the trade, doesn't it?
Average trade school graduate earnings.
Depends on the trade. In Poland, at least, you
Here we
can
go.
learn
So
a
let's
lot
look
by
at
being a plumber.
some Canada stats, okay?
Believe it or not.
Men with an apprenticeship certificate in the skilled trades had strong earnings. With median earnings of $72,955 in 2015, they earned 7% more than men with a college diploma, 31% more than men with a high school diploma, and 11% less than men with a bachelor's degree. That's interesting.
I mean,
I wonder if that's
it depends
replicated
on
in
the.
the U.S.
It depends on the trade.
Trade,
I would
school,
think no.
earnings.
It's not across the
US.
board rule. Like it has to depend on the trade.
I think there's a catch here, in
'Cause
that you have to
some
complete it,
trades are
and completion rates might
like just
vary.
more in
That
demand
might be a
than
major
others.
factor. I mean, look, if you're coming out of a philosophy program with a bachelor's degree in philosophy,
In Poland,
you're coming out of a
generally
trade
speaking,
school program,
plumbers
you're
do
going
well.
immediately to work for a relatively high wage, then you're
Plumbers
immediately going
do
to see a
relatively
financial
well
difference.
financially.
Like the catch is that trade school probably counts as, because you take trades in college, don't you? In a lot of cases. It's distinguished from bachelor's degree students. Okay. And the average trade school education takes much less time, like 2 years as opposed to 4. So that's interesting. That's interesting. So that's not replicated in the United States. So, at least going by off of
like trade is a very
GitNut's
wide
market
net.
data. I don't know if this is reliable, but
And
let's
I
run
will
with this
repeat
graph
once
just for the
again,
time
it
being.
depends on the trade. How much money you'll make.
The average annual income for a trade school graduate is $35,700, whereas for a bachelor's degree holder, it's $59,100.
Oh, it's almost dead already. Okay, let's capture it then.
So that's a jump in the opposite direction of what Candace is talking about. Weird.
I mean, it depends. Again, it depends on what trade we're
43% of trade school graduates earn more than those who graduate from traditional colleges. Ah, okay. So. Okay.
At least I would think that it depends on the.
So the average income for a trade school graduate is low, but 43% of them out-earn those who graduate from traditional colleges. Okay. Sorry if I'm like twitching my mouth a lot. I've had like it's been a weird stress tick recently. I'm just doing like yeah constantly. I need to focus on not doing that. Well then.
To society.
Computer
People that
programmers
are
don't bring value to the society.
People
Yeah,
Mechanical-
exactly. Average salary, not median. So they're getting the average from between two figures. So I guess
Depends
that would mean
also
there's
what
like a
you mean by value
wider disparity
to
in trades
society.
earnings. However,
Right.
half of them are making more, right?
What do you
So
mean by
it's
value
not
to society?
Engineers don't bring
What is
value to
value?
I
society.
am not,
People that-
if you want to be a mechanical engineer,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. When trades in Canada are way different and more regulated in the USA, that's going to be a major factor as well. I didn't even think of that. I've in my brain, I'm like, oh, it's this, but it's not the same at all. There are so many more restrictions on. It's a lot more regulated and a lot safer as a result.
I mean,
I think that goes to the theory, Squid.
Yes. But if you know what you
And
want
thank you for the $5.
to do and you know you want to be a chemical engineer, I'm not saying nobody should go to college. I'm saying too many people are going to college. They are putting themselves in debt for things that they don't even know what they want to do, and they get out into the world and they can't make any money, and it is a struggle, and they are suffering. I'm watching these girls. I know that people on the right like to mock these girls who are crying on TikTok, who are saying like, you know, I got out of college and here's how no money that I can make. I didn't know this. I actually feel bad for those girls because we have to just stop lying to people about what college is. It's been inflated.
when you look at like black community
the worth
stuff,
of it.
isn't in the black community, isn't one of the reasons why women are starting to out earn black men is because they're going to school and they're going to college and they're actually getting degrees and they're getting real
Damn.
careers? Isn't that one of the biggest contributing factors for
I don't know that.
Okay. Okay. Final question.
I think, by the
You
way,
got a hard
I
up,
think
yeah?
women, by the way, all across the board are graduating at higher rates than men.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to say, because I do want to make a point about what you do. Because I did see that you did,
Graduate
you did a
more than
video
men.
and you were like taking the side of
Mm-hmm.
hoes. Like you saw this Candace.
Did she say selfish bitch? I must have misheard.
It's a selfish. Should mention not marry her. That's my,
Holy! Oh, I'm gonna get triggered. I feel like I might lose my mind this episode. I agree that these people can be cringe.
Okay, you see this? You see this?
True.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Steven. That's a bad move. Because now you're giving her reason to start digging. You don't want Candace Owens to be digging into your past.
No.
She's done this before. Does anybody remember Liam O'Mara? That I think was like a congressional
I don't
candidate
remember.
or something.
Although,
He was
maybe
running
I
for
do.
government somewhere. I can't remember. But he
Sort
appeared
of.
on Destiny a little while ago. And he got the bright idea to riposte some of Candace Owens' comments about black culture by tweeting at her an image of, I think it was him holding up a Ku Klux Klan hood and
Jesus.
saying, "You forgot this," right?
Oh my
like
god.
just holding it up and like that kind of thing. And she burned him with that because she could. Because it's so easy. It's such an optically foolish thing to do.
Jesus.
So stupid. Steven has stuff like that that can be used against him.
A lot of it, actually.
It's
It's out there.
like, careful. Don't bring this conversation back to the past. Don't try to snipe. You're not the one with the cards here.
Sometimes, but you're saying she's a narcissist.
Destiny spent his life today researching her. Oh, well, then he's actually an idiot. He's actually stupid then. I don't know what to say.
That men shouldn't marry? You're taking that so far.
It's a partnership. It's a bond. It's forever.
But there's no difference between dating and
There
marriage.
is a
other than
difference.
There is a difference. You just ignored it because you've got a dialogue tree and a narrative you want to push, and you're not going to engage with anything she's saying. She gave you a perfectly legitimate answer. It is a more permanent form of relationship. It's solidified by law. It's not something you can just walk away from or break up from. It's a commitment, ideally for lifetime. She gave you
That one didn't age quite so well.
a good answer. You just don't like to hear it because it was a good one, and you wouldn't expect a random OnlyFans girl to give you one. And now you're surprised that a bunch of girls that you thought were just going to be titty bimbos are actually giving you a run for your money.
You're still talking. Some insecurity coming out of it. The women today are very low value. If you bash anybody,
I'm not bashing. Hold on, I'm not bashing. The women are low value, that they're going to have worse relationships and lives, and they're going to be unhappy. But I'm not bashing them.
absolutely fascinating to see how someone's mind can be so warped. You know, in the same way that I think it's fascinating.
Fat bro.
I've been respectful in listening to, your lifestyle.
No, you're not respectful. I'm actually.
Sitting down with hoes on the whatever podcast, and you
Oh,
did.
you were being so rude to that lady that made the TikTok. Oh my god.
But the point is that you then went through
You
this.
called her a bitch.
You then went through this video
Damn.
and just tried to justify these lifestyles, right?
I don't think I was trying to justify the
You
lifestyle.
were.
What I was doing was I was
were.
fighting it back against the insane judgment from one side to
You
the other.
were.
We live in America. People should be able to live the lifestyles they
See,
want.
and
As
that-
long as they're not harming other people, I think everybody has the
Listen,
right to pursue
and
that.
I just want to say to people that are watching this, to anybody that you follow, literally,
Mm-hmm.
you should take measure and really ask yourself whether or not that person is telling you that stuff because they believe it, or whether or not that person is telling you something that ultimately it feels good because then it means that you can remove yourself from responsibility. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's fine. I can be a hoe, whatever, but is going to lead you to misery, right? And so
Yeah.
I tell people, I've
She can't say because they're grifting.
seen a lot. I've been through a lot. I've lived through a lot. Very proud of myself where I've ended up, and I'm trying to provide people the shortcuts.
You put out a Substack post about her today, digging into her financial aid situation. Ooh, someone send me that. That is a decision. That is a decision. Is he going kamikaze on her?
And I'm trying to tell you that, yes, I understand that as a young woman, if you jump onto OnlyFans, you can make money, and you can make money very quickly. But I am also telling you that if you do that, you will, the overwhelming majority of people, can you find an exception? Sure, will regret that sort of a lifestyle.
She is such an empty husk. It's kind of horrifying, actually.
And,
I think I'd probably agree with
and
you.
to these young people
Yep.
that are listening to you doing the YOLO, if it makes you happy, don't. I am telling you, throw this out. It is trash.
Yeah.
I agree. You shouldn't do OnlyFans as a young
You should not
person.
be aspiring to
You shouldn't do OnlyFans as a young
open
person.
relationships.
You should go to college
being
and get a degree
prostitute,
instead.
Somebody that's just holding up a mirror to tell you that you're great and
Okay,
you're doing.
but here's the problem, Stephen.
Now they're arguing.
Why do a lot of people do OnlyFans? There are a lot of people who don't want to. There's some people who love it. There's some people who are completely chill with it.
Okay. Okay.
Why do some people feel like they have to though? Why do
don't
some
know.
people treat it like a job
Well-
and not like an escape from a job, right? Because there are a few people who have made bank on OnlyFans, but not all of them. The vast majority of them don't. The vast majority of them, they're doing okay, but they're probably pulling money like I'm doing.
I'm doing okay. I hope.
Why? Well, sometimes they do it to pay for college.
Decisions.
Sometimes
I do like making
actually,
decisions.
What Steven is pumping up here, where it's like, oh, there's all of these like scholarships. Those are actually not that easy to get, and
True.
a lot of those people are going into debt and are failing later on in life, being crushed under that debt
Yes.
because they have literally no way to pay for the college that they need to succeed.
No way.
And by the time they come out the
pay.
other end, a lot of people are doing relatively poorly, or worse than they should be, because they're just completely burnt out.
True. That is actually true.
Yeah, he's declared war. Why is he declaring war on Candace Owens? That's such a stupid decision.
Because she
That's such a
insulted him,
stupid
and
decision.
He has an ego.
Candace Owens can destroy him.
That is why. He has an ego.
Like,
and
she
he
has the
felt-
bigger audience. Look, I'm looking at the metrics here. 333,000 views since yesterday. 10,000 likes.
That's why his ego got bruised
Can
by this whole
I
thing.
see the oh, god damn it.
Only Lucy's. True.
Gonna
should
see
donate
what
to
the
my
dislikes
Only
are. I'm just
Lucy's.
curious.
Which is this stream.
Turn. It probably doesn't mean anything because it's invisible, so nobody dislikes anymore, but I'd be
Where's that?
curious if it's close. You only 360 dislikes, yeah. Like that's a. What does Candace Owens pull for numbers? Let's see. Candace Owens views. Doesn't matter. Anyways, point is, like, going up against the whole Daily Wire, big mistake.
Doing amazing. Like you don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not great. You can do better, right? Your life is worth more. There
Go to
are
college,
rules
get
that
a
work.
degree.
College is
Do your
every
stuff.
single person that I went to school with is not using the degrees that they paid for.
What did you go to college for?
What did I journalism?
Isn't that what you're doing right now?
What do you
no.
mean?
What?
Like journalism
Oh,
stuff?
You probably don't know my backstory. So because my family was poor, I had to take out loans to go to school. My mom didn't even graduate high
Journalism.
school. So
Wait, why? If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
Oh, Steven. Oh, Steven. Damn. Privilege is showing. Damn, Steven. You're betraying.
I'm sorry. Let's hear that one more time.
You're betraying
Okay.
your privilege, Steven. Damn.
my backstory. So because my family was poor, I had to take out loans to go to school. My mom didn't even graduate high school. So
Wait, why? If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
what? I just told you.
If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
If your family's not poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
Why would I have to take out loans to go to? What do you mean?
I
I
yeah.
have to take out loans my family can't afford to pay to put me through school.
Hold on. Was your family actually poor, or did you just lie?
What are
What?
you talking about?
If you go to school and your family has a low gross income, you fill out the FAFSA, and the FAFSA is going to award you a ton of federal aid, assuming that you don't actually have the gross income from your parents to actually go to school. So if your parents are super poor, I don't know why you had to pay full out-of-state tuition to go to a university.
I did. Do you think? What do you mean? Did I lie?
I don't know how if
like-
your parents are poor, if they have a low
Listen,
gross income,
here-
how do you?
Yeah, but they don't cover all of it, do they? What? FAFSA coverage. Okay. All right, research time.
Casa, huh?
Let's see.
Maybe he got her. And a lie.
Let's see. Maybe he's right. I've never heard of this though.
Maybe
That it
he is.
covers all of it.
Maybe he is correct. True.
FAFSA coverage. How
It'd be interesting
much
to
do
know.
you get?
Hello, Tom. Oh, Tom. Site, huh? Okay. I'm just gonna give you
Okay,
the
let's see. How much
link
money can you get
manually
from FAFSA?
because you've asked. Hello, Tom. You wrote site, and your wish is my command.
The amount of money you can get by filing the free application for federal student aid, FAFSA, depends on your financial need, but the maximum amount can be in the low tens of thousands per year. Average amounts are about $9,000, with less than half of that in the form of grants.
So
This table
it
shows the
doesn't
maximum and
cover
average amounts for
it
various
at
types
all.
of federal student aid for undergraduate students for 2020 to
Not nearly
2021.
enough.
Average amounts have been rounded to the nearest multiple of 10.
Hello, Munich beer man. How are you doing?
So total federal student aid, 19 to 21,000 for a dependent, 23,000 to
Welcome.
32,000.
Are you
for an
new to this
independent.
stream, or have you been here
Now is
before?
that yearly,
I might have forgotten.
or is that a
I'm sorry
one-time
if I did.
grant? And that's including a federal work study,
If
right?
I have, I apologize.
That's including.
I apologize if I.
So all of this, you can be denied for every single one of these individually.
True.
Um,
Destiny's
Based on
just
data from the
silly.
2015 to 2016 National Post-Secondary Student Aid Study, the actual average total federal student aid and actual average federal grants are lower than shown in the previous table. And if you don't receive enough financial aid to pay for college, you might consider taking out a student loan. Right, okay. Now,
Not
is this
new.
per
I've
year?
been here before. Okay. Well, nice to see you again.
Because grants aren't yearly renewed, I don't think.
I feel like you've not been here for a bit. For some-
Yeah, it doesn't say these are per year. It just says this is what you get.
Right.
So, like, this would get you in for your first year, essentially.
So you'd still have to.
The
take
FAFSA amount is
one.
granted per year, is it? And is distributed on a semester
I
quarterly
like President
basis. Okay.
Sunday. Same. He
Um,
sometimes
and yours is like 9K something.
grades me.
Okay, so let's run with that. All right. So
And you organized a fundraiser for my mom, a 12-hour fundraiser for my mom's post-surgery recovery. I know. I don't know if you're familiar.
so you can get up to
But
it looks
President
like.
Sunday has helped me a lot. A lot.
21,000. This is total though. This wouldn't be yearly,
I'm
right? This would be for the
indebted.
total.
I'm indebted to him. a
This would
lot.
be the absolute total. Somebody, if somebody has like specific data on this, that'd be interesting to see.
I have a debt of gratitude.
I think his point would be better phrased as if you
Sort
are
of.
poor, choosing to pay an out-of-state tuition to the tune of $100,000 is a poor decision, doubly so considering the many other options you have. Yeah, I saw that with default thing. No way she would have chose to go out of state and gotten all the loans if she was actually poor. Well, it's possible. I'm trying to work this out. I people like this love to pretend that they come from nothing and they just work their way up. Like Sean Hannity used to joke that he was a burger flipper when he was talking to that Occupy Wall Street guy years and years ago.
Burger Frippa.
Okay, here we go. So let's look at his article here. Stephen Bennell has an article.
Okay. Lying about the past. Ooh. Ay.
Zoom in a little bit. Blah, 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 blah. Hide these. Okay.
Stephen Bonnell.
Bennell's thoughts. If he would have been so real to just spell that as THOT.
Burger.
So, Candace claims to have grown up in a low-income house in low-income housing in the city, though she doesn't specify for how many years she lived in said housing. Owen said that her early years, many of them spent in low-income housing in Stamford, Connecticut, were dysfunctional. Candace Owens' family was awarded a $37,500 judgment. I can't speak. A $37,500 judgment. There we go. After her family filed a case against high school students who'd made threats and racist remarks to Candace in high school. Candace chose to attend an out-of-state public school, the University of Rhode Island, to major in journalism. She seems to bounce back and forth between claiming she had $100,000 in debt or $150,000 in debt, depending on the conversation. She also claims she dropped out of school after her junior year.
Dead.
The actual tuition
No.
for the University of Rhode Island in 2007 for out-of-state tuition was $21,000. If she paid for full room and board with food as well, that's an additional $8,000, bringing the total to around $30,000.
Okay. Liar, liar, pants on fire.
And then she claims that on stream that her tuition was
Destiny, you doing a Candace Owens
35,000.
manifesto? Damn. Didn't see that coming.
Then she claims she got $8,000 in Pell
Candace
Grants
Owens manifesto.
after stumbling through originally claiming she didn't have any
Handifesto.
help filling out the FAFSA. She doesn't clarify whether this was per year. Impossible as the maximum awarded Pell Grant for the year she was in school was around $5,000 or total.
Handifesto.
Unlikely if her family was supported, she was living in low-income housing and roach-infested apartments. I imagine she would have had qualified for the maximum board for those 3 years, which comes out to about $16,000. Okay. Okay, look. Sure, all right. Candace is a lying shithead. Let's run with that. I'm sure there's inconsistencies. That being said,
That being said,
why would you take out loans if you are poor? Is a take.
You're not qualified for the
It is a
FAFSA.
thing.
Okay, well,
yeah.
all I can say to you is that I had to pay 35 almost. My school cost more,
God, I
and by
hate
the
this
end of it,
mission.
and I'm also including because then I defaulted on my student loans and I had to pay it back. So now I had to pay back the bank for not being able to pay them on time.
Something doesn't match up here.
Okay, well, I'm telling you the truth, so I don't know what to say.
Read his TLDR near the top. It's hilarious. I don't want to, though. Why this matters. Candace Owens constantly brings up her past experience with college and uses it as a springboard to advise others to skip college entirely, oftentimes in favor of trade school or some other nonsense. If she's going to use her personal experience as an authoritative reference to discourage others from college, then two important things must be true about her experience. One, it must be reasonably representative of the average person's experience, and two, it must be true.
True.
If
Might
her
be
experience
true.
was exceptional, I think two would include one. If her experience was exceptional, well, I guess it could be, the story could be non-factual, but still the average. Yeah, whatever. Then it wouldn't make sense to caution others because of it, as the circumstances regarding her education would be avoidable or non-applicable to the average person. If her experience was a lie, then it's misleading to cite it as a realistic example of what could go wrong. TLDR, Candace Owens presents an irreconcilable pattern of facts pertaining to her family and schooling history.
A liar.
She's either misrepresenting crucial facts about her
Pants on
experience, or she
fire.
took an unbelievably foolish path through the college system that no one else should reasonably be advised nor expected to follow. Consequently, she or her family should assume responsibility for her mistakes and stop blaming the system for her experience with higher
Damn.
education.
Also, look at my setup. It's full of books, just like President Sundays.
This is weird, actually. Candace simultaneously claims that her family was incredibly poor, yet she also apparently wasn't able to qualify for substantial financial aid or grants. She also claims that her family was incredibly poor, yet she was able to qualify for an absurd amount of private, unsubsidized loans from Sallie Mae to the tune of over $110,000.
Please let me run away. What
Oh, she
the?
didn't attain her degree.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I don't really know or care. I'm gonna be real
Oh
with you.
my god. That little bug just... Oh god. I'm so angry with this mission. So annoying. Barely
That
Did you
is
fill out a
bug.
FAFSA?
Yeah, well, I also didn't have parents that could help me fill it out. I was a first-generation college student. My dad...
You didn't have a the same school counselor you told these people to ignore. You didn't talk to one of them and said, "Hey, can you
I
help me
don't
fill
know,
out?"
like, if you're trying to shame me for not
I'm not
doing
trying
things
to
right,
shame you. I'm
but,
just saying the background
I
doesn't
don't
make any
get it.
sense. I'm not shaming anything.
I'm just like, I don't get your point here. Like, I'm telling you the truth. I have no reason to lie about
My
this.
point is, you complained
asked
about having
me, are you lying
$100,000
about
in debt.
being
You told these
poor?
people not to talk to counselors, and you said that your
Yes,
family was
yes,
poor, so you went to
I
school for
lived it.
journalism
I'm
and
telling
out of
you.
state tuition. You didn't fill out a
Thank
FAFSA for any student
I
aid.
did.
Like so here's
Thank
a
you.
possibility. Like, you can have a family
Thank
that
you,
is in a
thank
certain
you.
income bracket, yet is still weighed down by specific financial difficulties that make it so that their living situation isn't great, their housing situation isn't great, and they might not have a lot of disposable income for college, right?
Sure.
So you could be, in a middle income like house, or like, you know, not like lower working class or whatever, and you can still require loans. Like that's a possibility.
Who tripped me? Who the tripped me? I didn't
Destiny
even
doesn't
see that
understand that a
bug.
person like Candace Owens can be both stupid and have been treated unfairly by the education
I'm
system. They're not
so
mutually exclusive.
annoyed.
Yeah, that's true.
By this mission. How much time do I have left? 35 minutes.
I'm just saying, like, what is your point in saying, am I lying about it? Like,
Because
what is,
I don't
like,
understand how you came from a poor family and didn't fill out a FAFSA and get a ton of student aid.
I did.
I took out more loans than the max amount. All you have to do is submit a supplemental request for more money, so she could easily have taken more out. Destiny's research is incomplete as usual. If she was living with her grandparents, their income may have disqualified her.
That's right.
If this like carries
Have
on
you?
from here, I might look into this further. I'm just my face is tired, guys. I'm in Mass Effect Andromeda mode right now.
Oh wow. Oh my
Just
god.
waiting for this to end.
That is
Fill out FAFSA.
Wow.
And they didn't give you anything?
I maybe got, in terms of I remember getting a Pell Grant that was like $8,000.
Okay. Per
But
year?
I'm telling the truth. So I just want to be clear. I'm telling the truth about my life. Like, I don't know what to say to you. And I don't get what was your
You're
question of
lying.
saying, like, why did you take out a
You're lying
loan if
about
you were
your
poor?
life.
I don't understand that question. Like, I don't get it.
Because the implication is that if you've filled out,
That
if
is
you
such
Yeah,
a
weren't
bad-
weren't Destiny's parents dealing with financial issues, but he lived in a nice home still, right? Although I think
That
what
is such a bad thing to
I think
ask,
she's saying
no
kind of the
matter
opposite. I think
what.
she's saying her parents
I'm
were
sorry.
in bad financial straits,
That is just
and their home was
bad.
not nice.
You
filled
have
out
to
a
be
FAFSA,
stupid
your
to ask
parents' gross
something like
income is
that.
used to heavily determine the amount of student aid that you qualify for. And if you're coming from an incredibly poor family, you usually get a ton
Well,
of
that's
student
not what
aid.
happened. Maybe that's circumstance. And please, guys, jump in the chat. Like, if somebody said Destiny, that's stupid. I don't think they just give you free college if you're poor. That's not my experience. Did you go to university? Did you get free money?
I did, and I got some free money, but I had to get married for it because my parents had a high gross income but a lot of debt, so I didn't qualify
Okay,
for
well,
the FAFSA. So I had to get married at 19.
I paid back my student loans all by myself, so
Wow.
I could tell you that I
Excellent.
spent
Got married
over 6
to
figures
get
paying
loans.
back my student loans to attend the University of Rhode Island, and that is the truth. I mean, and no, I am not lying. My family does not have any money.
Okay.
My parents don't own anything. We don't even have a house. Like, we don't even own, obviously, I don't mean like we're homeless. I meant like, as in, like, my family didn't even own property. So it's like, no, I'm not lying about that. So I don't know what
So
route we were
isn't the
chasing
issue
there.
here? Isn't the issue here then? Why would you go? Also, I understand if you have to leave at any time because he said you had a hard out at 3 and we're at 3:06. So
Yeah.
Why
I
would
don't
you go
understand
to
why you would go to an
college?
out-of-state school for a journalism degree and then turn around and blame colleges for being bad when it feels like
I'm not
you-
blaming colleges for being bad. I am telling people the truth so that they can avoid making some of the mistakes.
which is
that-
don't go to an out-of-state school for a degree.
Well, slow down, because here's the thing, right? An out-of-state school might be a journalism school or a journalism degree that, you know, yields positive outcomes or gets you associations that are helpful later
Hello,
on in life.
Shakespeare.
Which school you go to does actually matter quite a bit. And there's a world of difference between investing in a school that has like a poor reputation and no like serious
Number one
connections
piece of meat.
to whatever industry or
Damn.
field you're trying to get into, and a school that does but costs a lot more.
My throat.
It's like-
hurts a bit.
Like it's the reason why people go into severe debt going to like medical school or something, because you're anticipating that you'll be able to pay it off later as a consequence of the specific school that you're going to.
Degree that might not confer a high amount of money.
I probably should have. Yes, I'm sorry that I was, 17 years old and I didn't have parents that were able to provide the economic,
Destiny is wrong here. You just get no interest on loans,
Journalism degree.
or loans bigger. What? What are you talking about?
Interesting.
Keldoge?
the economic advising, of course, that would have been smarter. And my
Ideally,
sister,
you just have it for
two of my
free, like in
sisters went
Poland.
in state, but they still had really heavy
Poland,
loans. So I don't know about the
free
If your family is upper middle class
university
and
for
in debt,
the
you
win.
do get fucked by the FAFSA Pell Grant stuff. Okay.
FAFSA magic thing that you think happens.
That's kind of what I figured is going on. It's not like there are a lot of lower middle income families that fall through the cracks because they're technically pulling in more, but they're also they're the money that they do have is really tied up.
That my sister paid about $20,000 a year.
Health issues.
When she went in state, so I just
Driven
don't
by
know I just
pain.
don't know what you're talking about at all with
Oh
that
my
because
God.
all of my sisters, we all had to pay loans. My older sister just
That is
finished
such a
off paying her
grim
loan,
image.
so I don't know. I just don't know what you're talking about. The FAFSA magic button. Maybe if I missed the FAFSA magic button and they were going to pay for everything, then maybe I am just really stupid, and I had no idea that
Yeah,
they
I
would
don't
just
know.
pay
Hey,
for
listen,
everything.
I'll be
as
honest.
long as
Maybe
you
it's like
show that
a
you're not.
difference in like areas or
think
people that we
you're
talk to.
stupid.
Maybe because the high school I went to was
Yeah,
like
you-
very oriented and trying to get you to
Okay, I'm
college.
gonna
But when I
read
was
it.
going to college,
I'm
like I
gonna
think that's the stuff
pause
like the
and
most
read it.
important.
I wish that university were free in Mexico. All state universities are free, but the right-wing opposition wants to change that. I don't know why. I mean, I sort of do. It's the conservative way to ruin everything. I'm gonna watch your interview now and comment to prove it. Okay, thank you. And also come here and tell me what you think of it.
Important thing like student aid.
But
and
I
the qualification for
did,
it was
I
like,
did,
Gosh.
I did fill it out. I don't
I
know if it's because
dropped the
my
meat.
family had multiple children and we were all going to. I don't know what the circumstance is, but I'm just telling you that the truth is that I paid for my college, and I do try to
Wow.
tell people that if you don't know what you want to do, spending tens of thousands of dollars trying to figure it out is probably not the right move. Like
sure.
you can always go to college, you can go later. Try to figure out what you're good
Do you
at.
think-
Get an internship. I hire people that are right out of high school because I don't just believe this. Like
Sure.
there was a young woman that now works for me who was like, I don't really know what I'm doing here. I kind of just want to be a mom. I was like, do not spend. And her out of tuition rate was $50,000 for a Tennessee school.
Okay.
And so I hired her. I mean, I'm not telling people, like I said, I tell people how I actually live and what I actually believe. And
If
I
you
don't
would've
know,
went
and I
to-
don't know that you do that.
I
Like,
do.
don't justify women acting like whores.
Well, I don't justify trying to prescribe lifestyles to people.
What?
Don't justify trying to prescribe lifestyles to people.
It's not prescribing a lifestyle.
Of course
it's just
it is. When somebody
the-
said that they would be happy not having kids, you were like, "Oh, she sounds like a conceited bitch or
That's
something."
not
It was
what
like-
she said.
That was a
That's
bit,
not
yeah.
what
That was
she
the
said.
TikTok clip you were responding
That
to.
was not what she said, and I can tell you exactly what she
That
said.
she was got to go on
I said there was
vacations and-
absolutely no reason to make a comment that suggests that she was actually being insulting to people that had kids. It wasn't just one video. She makes multiple videos about how great life is if you don't have kids. If I was making videos with my kids saying about how great life is if you just stop being a loser and get married, people would come after you because people hate the traditional lifestyle on display.
Wait, but that's literally what you guys say.
No.
Get married, have kids. That's the only way to go. Otherwise, you're a loser.
No, we do not. That is, you're just making up words
Oh,
that
okay,
have
so
never
then maybe
come
that's
out
not
of
the
my
case.
mouth.
So wait, so if somebody said, if there was a young woman and she was like, I'm 20, I think I'm going to go to a career and be a whatever. I don't think I want to have a family. I don't think life's for me. You would say, okay, well, that's fine. You should make that
No,
choice.
I would
then.
say that's completely normal at 20 years old. That's
Oh,
most.
wait. So
most-
then they should change their opinion later on. What if she was 25 or 30 and she's like, no, I don't think I want to have kids? Would you be, okay, that's fine.
If she was a 20-year-old person and she was saying that I don't think that I want to have kids, then what I would say is that's pretty typical because you're
Although
20
my
years old
friend
and
says he
you
likes his
haven't yet
kids.
had the biology
So I
How
guess
the actual fuck do you insult
it
people who have
depends.
kids? Hey, your kids are ugly. There you
I
go.
guess it depends.
thing happen to
My
you,
best
which like
friend
when they
has two
say
kids now, and
that
she's
your
really happy.
biological clock starts ticking, it's very real. When you get into your mid-20s, you have a totally different feeling.
So if a
like, it's
woman
like
is
something-
25 or 30 and says, I don't think I want to have kids, I think I like my career, I'm going to stick with it, you'd say, okay, that's fine. It's your choice.
Yeah, as long as that person isn't trying to. And by the way, I think that person would probably be. It would be unusual. Like it wouldn't be the majority of women. I think do want to have families and want to aspire to family, and that's fine. But when you try to create a brand of it and you say things like, "Oh, well, if you have kids, then you can't just smoke pot and stay in bed and be naked all day." This is actually something that like Seth Rogen just said.
Okay.
What you're doing
Sounds
there
kinda
is you're
awesome.
actually trying to. You're 30. How old are you?
Five.
You're 35 years old.
Yep.
Okay, so what are you? What is that? What do you?
What do I do?
Like if you were 20
well, let's
and
say
you were
I'm a
saying this
millionaire,
stuff,
I travel the world, I get to research and talk about whatever I,
I get-
want, I get to
yeah.
talk to cool people like you and other people.
You're losing your beard. Your wife left you.
Oh my God.
You publicly demonstrated after advocating for genocide that you couldn't locate the place where you advocated genocide for on a map.
Go back.
I live in Miami in a high rise for 5,000 a month. I mean, I think my life is
Your kid's a 6-hour flight away.
I'm
pretty
pretty
okay.
carried.
I mean, what do you-
think
but I'm saying like,
patient.
what are you doing when you're trying to sell to people that being a hoe is cool, smoking pot, saying
I don't
like,
necessarily think that
do
being
you
a hoe is
think-
cool.
Are you,
Would I-
like, are you going to age out of that?
What
Like,
I try, what I saw, I
Because
don't
you're
know,
you're a
maybe
35-year-old man, right?
I am
Like
indeed a
and
35-year-old man,
you're
yep.
kind of doing the like I'm a college dorm kid and I'm trying to make everything sound cool. But I just want to point out the fact that you're a 35-year-old man and your words should matter and they should have weight. Like
They do.
like I said, if you were 20, I'd be
Yep.
like, I get it. When you're 35. Say things with conviction. Say
I
things
say
that have
plenty
meaning.
of things with conviction, yes.
And
like when I asked you, what would you recommend to a woman at 25 and 30? I didn't just start
Or when you said, I think that the Palestinians should just be exiled from Gaza and should go somewhere else. Not even from Gaza, just from Israel. They should just, the Palestinians can.
Damn.
I'm on the side of genocide. They should go somewhere. Yeah. See, look at how thin his arms are. God, it's like little pale noodles.
about what a 20-year-old should do
Oh,
and how
come
biology,
on.
blah, 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 blah. I would say exactly what I would
Don't
tell a
be
woman
mean,
at 25 or 30.
Yeah, I know, but your behavior and I will
My
appreciate that
hands
people that
are
are
little
younger
girly
won't
noodles.
understand what I'm saying until you hit 35, which is
me?
I'm gonna be 35 this
Mother
year.
quacker.
Okay.
you're acting like you're a college dorm kid.
Yeah, and your catty insults towards people online make you seem like a high school mean girl. I mean, like, what do you
Okay.
mean? Like, we all have our
There you
But
go.
you're selling
There
to
you go.
them things that you know aren't good. So
What do you think I'm
so
See,
selling?
here's the problem, okay? Like, that was a good riposte. Like, you got her. God, that is... Okay, we have our Destiny thumbnail. We have it. Editor. This is it. Like, here's the thing. Her audience is bigger, and her audience will be offended at his comments, but they won't hit. And all this will do... God, I can't stop looking at that. All this will do is give her and her audience more and more license and impetus to go digging up dirty shit on Steven. Because he's made himself now an object of
Desire.
either like passive acceptance or utter contempt
Desire.
on both sides of the aisle, which is a dangerous spot to be in.
If
What do
you
you
were
think
a
I'm selling that I know
25-year-old,
isn't good?
like when I'm on the Whatever podcast and I'm
Yeah.
surrounded by women that are in their 20s and they're saying like, you know, the whole life is good. The reason why I said to that girl that I'm going to pray for you is because I know that she's going to have a different perspective when she's older. So I'm not upset by that. I
True.
don't feel like that needs to
Poor
be
Habibi.
attacked when those young girls are around me and we're talking about all of
That's
these
what you get
topics.
when you
When I'm sitting with a 35-year-old
abandon me.
man, okay? And
What do you think I'm selling people?
And you know better, okay?
Wait, what do you think I'm selling people?
Well,
do you
like
think
I
I'm telling
said,
people to be a
like
hoe?
what I said when you were defending
I think you're selling people who would otherwise be like
But you're an
embarrassing
expert.
dweebs the idea that if they do like a Dr. House routine in
Dr.
their
House.
whiny high-pitched nerd voices,
Oh my gosh.
that they can be a baller, and that it's just that they
Dr.
would be
House.
they would be really they would look really cool and
Wow.
chill hanging out in Destiny's room, and it's just a matter of circumstance that they aren't there, but he'd actually be their best friend. That's what he sells.
Damn.
That's what this is. It's the
That
same
sounds
thing
pretty
as Vox.
sad.
the lifestyle
sad.
of being a hoe.
When you
Why are you
when
doing
you put
that?
it like
think I
that, it
defend the
sounds
lifestyle
so
of being a
sad.
You did. You did a whole video basically
gosh.
saying that none of my points of me trying to tell these
Damn.
women that they essentially you can do something better. You don't have to sell your body. This was your like.
I mean, like, one of the things that Destiny said to defend himself a while back was that, like, he obviously doesn't have, like, an avenue into the right, because to them he's like a complete sexual degenerate, right? Something like that. Like, he has to know, like, this is not a battle he can win. Even if he's in the right, even if Candace is an absolutely disingenuous piece of shit, which she is, like, you can't win this one.
Snazzy video comeback to it. Why are you making a comeback? Yes, you can make a video and be like, why can't someone do heroin? But why would you as a 35-year-old man want to sell something to someone or make it seem okay or cool or relevant when you know it's harmful to them? I don't get that because of your age.
So yeah, so I don't understand. I don't know what your takeaway from the video was, or if there are researchers that give you like talking points to my videos. But generally, what I talk about is when it comes to lifestyle, you have to analyze both sides of things. If you grow up incredibly religiously conservative and you are like shamed out of sex and you don't have sex with anybody,
We also do, like, actually have Destiny on stream, like, groping somebody against their will.
Uh-oh,
like,
that's
multiple
true.
times. Like, we have that.
Ay, ay, ay.
That's a thing we have.
That is
Like,
yeah, that is true.
I
That
just
is-
don't understand.
That
what
is,
the
that
hell he's doing.
happened. Yes. Ay, ay,
I don't
ay.
think he understands what the hell he's doing. I mean, look at that beard. That is not the beard of a man who knows what he's doing.
True.
your whole life because you're super, hyper cognizant of your virginity and all of these like weird things, and that's like coming from an unhealthy external place to say, oh, well, maybe that's worth exploring. On the
Maybe Destiny's survived enough optics fails that he thinks this can't hurt him. Well, that's, I think, what happened to Vosh. He thought that he could just power through, like, the lolly thing, and that's all he had to do. It would just be another Fortress Arc scenario. But it's not that simple. Like, when this escalates to a much larger scale, you can't just run from it. It follows you. It becomes the terrain. And, like, Candace can actually do, like, lasting damage if she wants. That's a thing she can do. Like, way too many skeletons in Destiny's Closet to be grandstanding on these issues in particular.
True.
Big
Thank God I
mistake.
don't
the flip
have.
side, if you grow up like hyper liberal and
Yeah,
you fuck
Vouch
like 20
mentioned.
guys by the time you're,
Thank
20
God I
years
don't
old
have
and you just want to bang everybody and you've got like weird associations with men and everything, I'd say, hey, you should probably slow down. It's probably not healthy.
Who's
Or
simping
none
for
of them
Candace?
are
No one's simping
public.
for Candace. You know what
None
Candace
of my
is doing right now? You
closets
know
are-
the end of Matrix Revolutions when Agent Smith just grabs Neo after he stuns him and just dive bombs him into the ground because he can survive the impact better than Neo can? That's what Candace is doing.
healthy. I just encourage people to like explore honestly, to have like conversations with themselves, with their parents, could be with priests, could be with therapists, could be whatever, and to kind of figure out like what works for them and don't get pushed into one direction from a culture side. It could be the left encouraging people to be way too promiscuous, or it could be the right for people that are shaming people for being promiscuous and saying like, well, this one lifestyle of family stuff is going to biologically be suited towards you as you get older. I think both of these are equally stupid.
Which means both of them are not going to support you when Candace goes for you. If she does, possible she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe this is fine. But if she does, because you've tried to be the voice of reason in the middle, after burning both sides, and after being entirely the opposite, after being a motivated hypocrite,
saying. It had a full
you're going to get eaten alive.
episode.
I don't think it'll kill his income. He might even benefit from it from a business perspective. But like if he had designs to go mainstream at that scale, like I don't see it.
Pushes people in the other direction.
So you don't believe
She's been tweeting about him. Let's see.
Ooh,
R.I.P. Destiny, quote, Candace Owens must have been secretly wealthy and lying about student loans, unquote, is such a bizarre hill to die on. Oh, yeah, they're fighting about it.
Are they fighting about it?
Ian Miles Chung.
Damn.
Yeah. This
silly.
isn't
I'm just gonna say
yeah.
it. This is silly.
Not good.
Not
believe
good.
in anything. That's what you're saying.
Is that what you got from that?
Well, you're not committing to
I
anything.
believe in actually thinking for yourself. That's what I think. I think that every human being roughly exists in this like paradigm where if you fuck 100 people by the time you're 20, probably not healthy. If you've never had sex before and you're 30, probably not healthy. And that you should probably like try to gravitate towards what are like human norms, and then what are things that make you
Human
happy, depending on your
norms?
culture,
What does
depending on your
that
geography.
mean?
And then you kind of like explore in there, and don't be
Jesus.
shamed out of exploring from one side to the other. Don't be pushed into something because somebody
Human
like Candace
norms.
Owens or somebody like
That
Stephen
is,
Bunnell tells you that you have to do a particular thing, but just like kind of
I
explore
don't
and figure
tell
out
people
things.
that they have to do a particular thing, but if I see somebody
course you
that's
do.
doing heroin, I'm not going to be like, you know, it is whatever, and it's just like whatever. You're just
Do you think that
doing, having
heroin
your
is
sex.
comparable to
I'm-
recreational sex?
I am. Quite frankly, I actually think a woman, as the one that I sat across from when you were critiquing this video, who says that she slept with up to 20 men per night. Yeah, it's just as bad. And I know that has to be hurting her soul. So I look at her as a human being.
Hurting her
and,
soul? What
yeah,
if she just has a different lifestyle than
She
you?
doesn't.
Completely.
She
No,
doesn't.
she
That
doesn't.
she has no soul.
Oh, those people are horrible. Those are horrible.
You know?
No, what do you mean? You know, she's telling you. She was very honest, actually, and that's why I appreciate her, because she was very honest that for her it is
My
just about
soul.
money. Okay, but when I see that individual, when a young woman is saying that she'll sleep and see up to 10 to 20 clients per night, that's a broken
Prayer.
individual. And it's just as
they're
when you
broken
as when
because
you see
why?
somebody who says that they're doing heroin or doing this.
It's a broken individual because they won't have the magical experience of losing their virginity on their wedding night or some such. I mean, like, the retort would be, like, sex can be dangerous emotionally and physically, and a reckless attitude towards it, maybe, like, making a reckless attitude towards sex stylish. Maybe that's an unhealthy thing to do. Maybe that's bad. Maybe there are some people for whom, like, that kind of thing can have, like, negative psychological consequences, as it can. People can be pressured by norms which normalize a thing so that they have unwanted sexual experiences under the idea that they're missing out if they don't, or things of that sort. Those are all perfectly valid, but that doesn't entail you need to say that the people who do engage in like lots of sex, lots of people are inevitably, therefore, essentially spiritually damaged. Like it's there's definitely like correlations between like particular outcomes and particular attitudes towards sex at that level, but like that's a leap, you know? Especially if like we're talking about a sex worker in particular. Like a lot of clients is like that's your job. Like if you're indifferent to it already, if this is like a thing that you're willing to do is sort of like a thing. I don't see how 3 or 10 is a massive issue. Like obviously it increases the danger physically because of like the possibility of whatever. You're rolling the dice with every single individual, but like essentially, no, doesn't make any sense. If Candace wanted to win here, she would bring up Destiny basically only hooking up with people more than 10 years younger than him. I would add in addition people with known emotional and other mental issues.
Oh, God.
And also then litigating his sexual drama in front of his stream so that
All right.
the women he's associated with have the constant coercive pressure of his audience's disapproval if they say anything against him. Remember when Melina left him, he immediately went to stream and started vaguely talking about how, like, yeah, if Melina wanted to like go go DEFCON 1 or whatever.
I've
got so much shit on her I could bring up. Like, you wouldn't
Jesus.
believe. Stuff like that. Like, that's a threat.
Yeah,
Right?
it is.
Like, and all this stuff could very well come out as a consequence of this digging in. This is stupid. This is such a stupid decision. Like, by all means, like, fight with people like Candace Owens, but you play it careful. You fight them in ways where there's like this remains an intellectual duel or something like that. Don't get into the nitty-gritty of digging up her past, because your past is always going to be worse. Because here's what she can do at the end of the day. She can go, you know, it was a long time ago. I didn't really understand finances back then. You know what? I forgot. Happens. You can't do that with your stuff.
They don't need the cool guy at the party to be like, yeah, man, it's whatever. Like, it's like, no, you actually, like, structure. You need somebody to say to you, you don't have to do this. There's so much better potential within you. You are young. You have your entire life ahead of you. Let's figure out what it is that you're great at. I understand the economic concerns. It's a really tough economy and it's easy money, but there's other things that you can do to make money that will give you better self-value. And so that's why I say that I think that what you're doing as a 35-year-old man is you're lying. You're just lying.
Do you think I'm
just
telling women
lying.
on average that fucking 20 guys
When
tonight
you
is a
make
good idea?
videos and you're replying to conservatives who are rightfully saying,
Well, actually, here's a toxic thing that Steven is doing. We are publicly aware of the fact that he keeps a spreadsheet of people he's fucking while he's traveling, okay? True. One of the things that happened when the whole canvassing thing went down is they had complaints, apparently, from women at the thing. They were constantly being hit on by men at the canvassing house. Let's actually find this. Canvassing house, sexual harassment. I think I probably saved a screenshot of it anyways. DGG.
DGG.
Okay, here we go. Boom, boom.
Oh, no.
There's a conversation between Jacob Lonerbox, Not So Erudite, and Destiny on the complaints raised by some women in the canvassing event about being constantly hit on by the guys participating in it, and, quote, not being able to just exist, unquote, without being approached by them, which can cause them to potentially not participate in future events.
Oh, crap.
Destiny introduced very early on in the conversation the idea that any gender-centric space will inherently push away the other gender, regardless of what's done to make it accessible. If it starts with 1 female and 9 males, it might never grow past that 1%. Yet the conversation was continued, bouncing the idea of quote-unquote Bumble law, where guys would be prohibited from asking women out unless they ask them first, and consider telling participants to, quote, keep it professional like in a work setting, unquote, which were both shut down. Destiny seemed completely unconvinced and unengaged in the conversation, as him and Not So Erudite still continued straying the conversation away from the complaints to conversations around masculinity and femininity.
I'm gonna give you a wild take, the wildest take ever, okay? If you're going somewhere to do a job, and when you're going canvassing, that's basically you going to do a job. You have a task to do. You ask people to register to vote. You ask people to vote, whatever, right? That's basically you performing a task, a job. You don't hit on people when you're doing a job. You're at work. You're at a job. You're doing a task. You're not there to find a lover or a partner or whatever. You're there to perform a task, and you should stick to performing the task. Okay, that's might be the hottest controversial take that I will give. But it seems like I just have to say it. Yeah, that's right. If you're there to canvas, you should focus on canvassing and not on getting laid. I'm gonna go get something to drink. I will be right back. Wow, what a wild concept, right? Damn. If you're going to canvas. Damn. Who would have thought? Who would have believed? I'm so back. Oh my gosh. I'm Joe Rogan, and the establishment tries to silence me as he speaks on a megaphone to a world full of noise. All right, let's go. I'm ready. Have I eaten? I'm not sure if I've eaten. What are we doing? Has President Sunday not raided me? Traitor. God. Oh. Stream bumped to tomorrow. Allergies wiping me out. Okay, you are excused, President Sunday, for not raiding me tonight. You are excused. Well played.
With the conclusion after 2 hours being, quote, try to remind people that finding a partner isn't the priority of the event, unquote, as stated by Lonerbox. I doubt it was rehearsed or some conspiratorial shit. It did feel like none of the participants were really convinced that there's a solution to those complaints, causing them to bounce ideas at each other that none of them actually believed in. Like, here's what I think went on. It's kind of obvious. Destiny
I'm
makes
very
a
alarmed
very
by this.
loud display of fucking his fan base.
Oh God.
And even engaging in like low level sexual harassment at times.
Sort of.
And I mean, like, we actually have him like physically groping someone on stream, and we have him getting away with it without any consequence. And I think if you're like a young guy who's probably coming to Destiny out of like red pill spheres, and
That is sad.
you're seeing this, you're like, ooh, I need to. This is the kind of guy I need to act like in order to get access to sexual partners.
True. I'm so glad I don't have
Right?
allergies.
Like that seems like it seems like a pretty lousy example. And then Natsa Ariad actually responded here. It says, I'm sad to hear you felt like I was just doing optical HR. It's the complete opposite. I have wanted to bring this up for some time and decided to do it now with one tangible impact I could cite. There isn't going to be an obvious and immediate answer because it's a deeply complex problem. The worst possible reaction to have is, we should just do this, and assume the gender dynamics issues that workplaces have been aiming to solve for years is simple in their fixed. They haven't been trying to solve that for years. They've been trying to bury them in most cases, but leaving that aside. I wanted to talk to Stephen in the exact way I chose because I think framing this issue as nefarious and problematic, while it would be good for clicks and bait, would be most directly harmful to finding tangible solutions. I disagree with Stephen that there isn't really a solution. I want to find one. I just don't want to act with hubris and presume that my Bumble idea was obviously correct. Oh, it was her Bumble idea. Okay. In fact, since this convo, I have had over 20 people reach out, and I was thinking about making a Reddit post asking for more people's opinions. I think the only solution will be found by making sure we understand the community, the neutral and the unchangeable elements at play, as well as the dynamic, changeable factors we can use to address this. Already the feedback I have received has my gears grinding. So many interesting ideas have been sent in. So many perspectives that I think flesh out my own thoughts.
Somehow, I've taken part as a child in very big public events that been organized via my father, and there's never been a problem like this. Never. So, I don't know.
I've had several women and LGBT plus people reach out citing their experiences as well as their thoughts on the problem, knowing that the conversation is opened again and going to be explored is good. I essentially am asking, how do we get a community to at least value 6-foot-tall women and LGBT plus people who climb differently than a cis man?
Like, come on. It's so difficult to create an environment where sexual harassment is not ripe.
What does that climbing look like?
Is that really so difficult? I don't know.
In intellectual debate, are there actual faults or flaws that contribute to this within the community? If so, what are the solutions to those flaws?
Damn.
I don't want a fast answer. I want to wrestle with this, and perhaps the process of wrestling itself will help address some of the zeitgeist obstacles I feel genuinely contributes to femme folks being left as an outlier, even when they meet the necessary personality predilection of disagreeable/politically keen. I was going to actually make a Reddit post, but perhaps I will just jump on yours. If you have thoughts about today's conversations, both disagreements and agreements, and you're willing to talk about it, please send me a DM. If you're nasty or bad faith in understanding my position, you can get fucked and I won't respond. I am even contemplating running an informal focus group to see how people feel. I can't emphasize enough. I want to hear from people who disagree with me vehemently, all the way who are standing my position fully.
Like, one route that you could take, and maybe, I don't know, maybe being super extreme, but you could give people avenue to sort of report on these sort of instances of harassment and just very decidedly exclude the people that do the harassment from the event. And just send a clear message that this sort of behavior is not acceptable in this setting. Especially when it comes to volunteers that represent the org. This is just embarrassing. Embarrassingly bad. And of course, establishing some ground rules among people that represent the organization itself.
What? We can do it. What the fuck is she talking about? Did she have a stroke mid-sentence? Mid-paragraph?
What?
Is this a fake account? Like, where the hell did six... Was there something in the... Wait. Was there something up here that I missed?
You've missed.
Edit, I was banned for this thread, so I can't engage with people responding.
What?
Jesus
Wow.
Christ.
What? Why?
These people are insane. So, hang on. Let me see here. So,
Damn.
this is Not So Erudite, right? This is the actual Not So Erudite. That's her. I want what she's smoking.
I don't want it.
Alright, we're almost there, gang. Oh god, I said it. No, I'm not turning into Wick. My teeth are falling out!
Gang. Damn. Why is it so quiet?
Sorry, I just muted that because I don't think you want to hear her anyways, right?
To conservatives who are rightfully saying that this lifestyle is not good, which should be abundantly clear to every single person. Yeah, what you're trying to do is lie in a clever way. And ultimately, like I said, if you were 20, I'd be fine with it. But when
First of all, I don't know why if I was 20, why that would make you fine with it.
Because
you'd have the same influence in your audience regardless.
Because your
Number
brain's
one.
not developed when you're 20.
Number two, so what? Your brain's always developing as you grow.
No, your brain develops when you're 25, 26 years old. And so when you see a 20-year-old and they have a bunch of positions, I don't hold them to it. I think
I don't think that's
you
with
have
brain
time,
development. I think that's
you're
with
gonna
life experience. I think as you grow
No,
older,
but like
you
literally
experience
factually, I don't know if you want to Google this, but your brain develops when you're 25, 26.
If you really want to Google it factually, the 25 number came from one study that was done like 30 years ago.
Your brain sort of develops, but brain always changes. Okay? Brain always sort of develops. You always can create new neural networks, etc., through new experiences, etc., etc. That is a fact. You can always improve your brain power forever. Sort of. Kind of.
Where they only measure brain development up to 25, and the reality is the plasticity of your brain and every other structure of your brain continues to grow into your 30s. That's technically where that number comes from. It's not true. You can look it up later if you want. The 25...
Not So Erudite is the worst cloud chaser clinging to Destiny's greasy coattails. That's utter slander. In no universe would Destiny wear coattails.
26 thing is a misnomer. It's not actually
Okay.
true.
Well, like
Okay,
I said,
that's fine.
if you were 20,
Sure.
I would accept. But
Maybe a blue fedora.
there is such a thing as objective truth, and people that shirk and pretend that there's not, and like everybody
Objective
can
truth
just do
relating to
whatever
how
they
you should
want.
live your life?
It's about things that are harmful to people. Like objectively speaking.
So I'm curious,
like,
wait, what is the upper bounds on recreational sex that you think is harmful or not harmful?
when you're selling your body and sleeping with old.
I'm not asking that. I'm just saying, what is the upper bounds on recreational sex that you think is like healthy for a human being?
Well,
Or, like if you go past this, you're like clearly over the line.
I'm not gonna say to a person, this is a number that you should sleep with, and this makes
Okay,
you
well,
bad.
don't accuse me of believing in nothing. I'm not saying out of position
I'm
where you only attack the most
specifically talking
extreme
about
people.
the whatever
Yeah,
podcast.
I'm going to attack the same people that you do. If some woman is on saying like, oh, you can fuck 20 guys a night and do OnlyFans you're 18, I'm going to say, in general, that's a pretty wacky, that's a pretty out there position. I argue with tons of people over this. I don't encourage people to start
But what are you trying to do? What purpose are you trying to fulfill? When you, as a 35-year-old man, see me sitting down with these young women trying to say you don't need to do this, you don't have to do this for money, and you like attack it and try to be like, Candace is just a bitch, or like whatever, like she's blah 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 blah, she's just being a high school mean girl. It's like, no, I am trying to tell these women that they are worth more. And when I said to that girl at the end of it, which I don't believe you showed, that I will pray for you and that you can do much more than this. That came from the heart, actually.
No, that is the most condescending thing a religious person could say to a non-religious person. I will pray for you.
Okay, you can deal with your, I know that you went to a Jesuit school and you got some issues with somebody.
Why do you think I have issues?
But I meant that because
I loved my high school. I think it's fine.
Because for me to say, like, I meant what I said to her, that I would pray for her. Like, when she was describing
Why
her
do you
life,
need
she was
to
very
tell her that
upfront
you'll pray for her?
Because I did pray for her.
Then do it privately. Why do you need to tell her that? You're only telling her that because you think you've got such a condescension about you. You've got such an...
Destiny's actually right about this. In fact, the Bible tells you to do precisely that. When you pray, don't do it in the street where you can be seen. Do it in private so nobody can see you. Because the entire thing then is, your reward in that case is the praise and the appearance of piety that you give to the people around you. So it is an arrogant and condescending display. So Destiny's actually well done there. Good job.
That's right.
You get a snap.
air of superiority that you're going to pray for
air
her
of
to your
superiority
God.
because
Yeah,
I said I
course.
would. God forbid someone says they'll pray. That's obviously an air of superiority because they're saying they're going to.
Is Candace sitting in the same chair that the OnlyFans girls he meets sit in? Yes, she is. This is true.
Include
Well
you
cited.
in their prayers. Which
Well,
is
I mean, like, when you
literally
say,
something that
God
my husband
forbid, but
texted
like,
me-
quite literally, God forbid.
literally
Isn't there a
something-
whole story of a lady going to a temple and quietly putting like 2 per cents or whatever the fuck into the
weird
tray?
anti-Christian
versus the guy that
rhetoric. I don't
What
know.
is
Oh my God,
anti-Christian about this?
If you say I'll pray for you, it's obviously you trying to be better. It's like, no. Why are you even reacting to that? I'll pray for you. I'll pray for everybody that listens.
Look, saying saying you will pray for someone when they are talking about their child being sick in the hospital, okay? That's okay. That's nice. That's giving someone support. Maybe it's not support they appreciate, but there's a potential like positive inflection to that. Saying you'll pray for someone because you think that their career entails moral degeneracy and that you find the state of their soul as you can perceive with your laser biblical ultimated supervision.
True.
That is condescending. That is gross. And it's also like weaponizing something that's supposed to be supposedly sacred to you, which is gross in itself. But
And watches this show. When people say that they're going to pray for you, they actually mean it, you guys. They just mean it. There's no double entendre thing going on there. And
well, Candace, I'll
Now
pray
it's up
for you.
to me.
Okay.
Now it's up
anybody
to me
that can go back
to
and watch that clip, you will
debate
see that
Candace
I was
Owens.
not speaking above her.
It's
I
now up to
actually
me.
genuinely responded to that girl because she was so honest and she was so forthcoming. She was. I thought I actually wanted to do more stuff with her, and we tried to reach out with her because she wasn't trying to lie or trying to pretend like her lifestyle was for health. She was clear that it was for money, and she was like, I'm not going to lie, this is why I do this. And I genuinely prayed for her. Actually, we were not enemies that were sitting across the table. So no, it was not condescending when I said I pray for you. It was a fact. When I left, I said, I will keep you in my prayers because I have in my heart, I want to see that girl in 10 years and know that she left that field and she is able to speak to women that are still within it and think that they have to sell their bodies for money and sleep with 10 men per night. I am going to continue to pray for that young woman because we need people who transform their lives to then show people that they can transform their lives. And it's not condescending to pray for anybody.
But who you'll be praying to? The one true God. Be a McQuaitic.
Ever. So
Okay. I will pray for you
it's-
too then.
You
Okay.
should. Yeah, you should.
Okay.
I hope you pray for me. I want you to include me in your prayers. I want every
Okay.
person watching this to include. But I feel like our society has gotten so like anti-Christian. Like, oh my God, they're trying to be condescending. It's like, no, like I'll pray for you. I will literally pray for every single person that I think needs a prayer. And I felt like she needed a prayer. Like she could be there,
Okay.
And you should watch it. Her and I had there was no beef between her and I. We were
Well, you're
just
telling me I
talking.
did watch it and I responded to it. So I remember watching and responding to you. It was going over the TikTok clip. I don't remember.
Praying is
much of
cool,
that.
you guys. Just so you know, it's super dope to pray.
Yeah. Telling other people you pray.
I'll
though,
pray for you.
A little bit cringe.
Look at that, but it's not cringe. There's nothing cringe about being a Christian. It's actually
Never
the
said there was anything cringe
about being
the
Christian.
dopest
Never said that at all.
The dopest thing you can do
Who are
is
we
pray
talking to
in
about?
Cringe about
public.
being a Christian.
You know,
You should be
talk about
Jewish.
your faith and your Christianity. There's nothing
Convert to
cringe
Judaism.
about being a
Being
Christian.
Christian
There's
is
nothing
cringe.
cringe about praying for others. There's nothing cringe about getting on your knees and praying
Correct.
to God when things are wrong
I agree with
in
all of
your
that.
life. And
Yes.
so that
It's so
culture
cringe to be
needs to come
Christian.
back.
Just convert
And
I think that's totally fine.
everything that's going wrong in this society is by people being like told that praying. No, there's nothing constant about it. It's dope. It's
I
cool.
don't know about that,
This is
but-
this is the new this is the
Do you
this is the new wave.
Well, listen. I disagree with everything you say. I think you're harmful to America. You think I'm harmful? That's fine.
No,
do
I
appreciate
didn't
you
say you're
talking
harmful
me.
to America. I
Oh,
just
just
said
my
that
mind.
it is harmful when you do things like that. When you know something's wrong and you still try to like find a way out. And,
I'll say it's harmful to America. Stephen is harmful to America.
and I just
Gotcha.
think that we can all acknowledge that selling your body is not a good thing. And we should.
Not significantly harmful, but like harmful in the way that a little zit that you sit on is harmful.
encourage people to do it.
Okay.
True.
If people want to find you, or if you want to direct them to anything that you're working on, where would they?
Listen,
Risks
if you are
infection.
a super not Candace Owens fan, if you're like the biggest non-Candace Owens fan, I really challenge you to not believe the headlines that you've read and just watch one episode of my show. You don't have to commit to anything. Just watch one episode and actually listen to what I say out of my mouth and not how it's being interpreted by
Think.
other people. And
Feel.
I know I've gotten so many emails from people saying that like they changed their lives.
Yeah, so you know what's not going to happen? People are not going to pour in from Candace's audience to Destiny's streams.
True.
People are going to go from Destiny's streams to Candace's audience.
Uh-oh.
It's a one-way street here. And if they're beefing right now, I mean, it's so
People
just
should
so
come to my
stupid.
stream.
Like, there's no thought into any of this. Like, this conversation should never have happened without strict parameters, so that he could know exactly what he's going to say going into this, even if he's going to play it cynically, right? I mean, I don't really care ultimately because like he's not on my
Yeah.
side, but like I'm watching this and it's frustrating to see.
Because
the-
because just so you know, I am not better than you. Like I say on my show the whole time, I drank with the best of them. I took the most liberal route to conservatism that there ever was. So I'm not better than anybody that I speak to. I'm speaking from the heart and trying to get people to avoid certain traps that, you know, I wish that I would have been able to avoid in my life. And we can have disagreements, but I think if you check out my channel on
They might hate women. They might hate women too much, though. Look, straight homophobes loved Milo Yiannopoulos. Okay, well, he was a thing.
YouTube, check out the podcast, listen to one episode, you're probably going to be able to very quickly determine and see where my heart's at.
Okay.
Destiny wiped everyone who made jokes as well, blocked them on Reddit and YouTube. About this, about the Candace thing. Oh God.
Candace Owens on YouTube. Thanks. And again, we're combative, but I do appreciate the conversation.
No, I do too. I would.
Yeah, no, you don't. All right, my voice is gone, so I'm going to send you away. Tomorrow we're doing a theory stream.
I wish you
Arrivederci.
sent
Ciao, ciao.
away to
And remember,
me.
I have a Patreon linked in the description if you want to help me make sure that my editor does not have to sleep outside in the cold and the rain.
Imagine having an editor. If you pay me money, I will be able to afford to get an editor. Would you like that? Would you like for me to have an actual editor? Well, I'd have to find one as well. But would you like for me to have an editor? Well, then donate and watch the streams. Sunday's such a legend. True. Am I not a legend? Wait.
Now to
No,
yet
we're not. Oh gosh, we're not doing this. I have to finish the mission before I do anything else. So I guess we're gonna. Mm. Let me see. Oh my god. Okay, let me check something. Well, let's watch a little bit more.
now to yet another
President Sunday.
Conservatives who brought forth that movement of
Oh no.
Rihanna Poo is rolling with.
Okay, we're gonna watch some of this before. WAP?
It's-
Oh yeah, I
it's
have
not-
to sing. Can you send me the thing?
Doing. So
Can you send me the thing so I can sing it?
I kind of like know like the periphery of the Sweet
Can you send me anything?
Baby Ing stuff. But so I thought it'd be interesting to have Dev on and kind of walk us through, you know, how that's connected to
But-
the original Gamergate and maybe do some stuff about original
Give me some version that will not get this stream
Gamergate.
my
Oh, dear
channel
God.
terminated.
It's not.
It was actually Dev's idea to bring Bree on, so that because give an alternate perspective. Because obviously, you're on the other side of Gigi. So
That's right.
So,
I was
it'd be
hanging out in
interesting.
Alaska, and then Colonel Campbell brought me
Yeah?
in for one last mission.
What did you think of it?
Yana, you have to go for Gamergate 2.
Gosh, you
That's
sounded
right.
rough today.
That's
Just
right.
to infiltrate
How
outer
did you
heaven.
How did you like the
I
interview?
need the Sitch and Adam
The
show.
new one and
So
the
There
older
you
that's why I'm
go.
here today.
I still have a lot of things
Actually,
to release on
you
that
can
thing.
set up my little animated thing. That's why I put it all together. If you want to put it on the screen.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll
And see,
do that.
I got myself an animated avatar just like
Beg.
Sitch does.
there
Yeah.
you go.
We
Yeah,
want
you
you
could
to
put
beg
it and cover
first.
up my
Beg.
face. Put it right above Brianna.
So
I'm,
basically,
I'm doing a little light graphic design. Why don't you guys get the show started?
Well, listen.
Okay,
I
okay,
guess the
okay. So
first
here,
thing
here,
to talk
I'll tell you.
about is that I heard
What did
Bree
you like
on
about
Connor
the
show last night say
interview?
Adam and Stitch,
I
and
know,
it was
I'm
very,
so
it
sorry.
was very
So sorry.
triggering.
I'm rude. Okay, if you could see my screen right now, it says
I do not care. Do we have timestamps here? Okay, what's this?
You left out a very important part of the story, Dev. How dare you? When you
what did I
talked
leave
about
out?
it. So this was my understanding, was that the way that the whole the Sweet Baby Ink stuff kind of exploded in the first place
Oh,
was entire, and part of
That
why
is
people were
true.
calling Gamergate
They
2.0
are.
was that it was a Streisand effect.
there
Essentially, the person
were
made
some
this
reasonable
list
ones, and I did interview
where they
them.
were saying like, "Oh, these are the Sweet
I
Baby
did
games.
interview at
You know,
least
don't
one
buy them."
reasonable farmer.
And then someone who worked at Sweet Baby Inc. like called like a lot of attention to it on Twitter and said like,
Okay, I
"Hey,
will
we
have
should
to
get
go
this,
Ben
list taken down, and
Damn.
we should get the person who made this list. We should get their Steam account like canceled, essentially." And that is like the fact that they brought all that like negative attention to the list is what got everyone talking about it in the first place.
I have
Like,
no
one would
idea
have
what the
noticed
actual
this
melody
otherwise,
for that
probably.
is.
So,
though,
there, like, if you hung out and let's say like, the nerdrotic side of the internet,
I might need
there's
to
definitely been people
create
making
my
videos
own.
about Sweet Baby Inc. for like 3 months now. This is not a new topic to those people, but yeah, the reason that it showed up among your average Twitter user is because a person employed with them named Chris Kindred started a thread trying to basically a call to action saying, "Let's destroy this guy. Let's take his list down. And also, let's get his Steam account banned." And that's what
Well,
made
Cancel
the Sweet-
culture.
Here, I wonder if I can find it for you. Give me 30 seconds. I'll find it.
Okay, well, I just want to say on record, I disavow that. I think if you're a video game producer, criticism of your work is completely legitimate. And, it's not like we have not, on the left have not,
the
said
left.
things like, oh, this person has said this problematic thing. J.K. Rowling with Harry Potter. It's not like we didn't say, like, she said some problematic things. I think you should know about this before buying this game. I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So I don't know. I think that it frankly strikes
The
me as
goose is cooked.
unprofessional if that's true.
Brianna, is it fair to call you red pilled now?
No, no. Do I come off as red pill? No.
A little bit. I mean, I see your Twitter and like you're basically going after all these far left activists
I'm
and
really
stuff.
pissed
I
off
do.
at the far left. I'm
Oh
really
my
God.
angry at them.
Look,
Yeah.
well, I mean, how far can you go before people start? I'm sure people on the left are calling you red pill.
Oh yeah,
They can
calling
say
you a
what they
Nazi.
gotta Say.
Yeah,
I'm
Radio
a Nazi
Maria.
today.
I had to
No,
actually had
Brianna was
to
not a Nazi. What Brianna Wu is
I had
is
to
a
do a little
socialist
note
opportunist
for
who's actually
foreign
no
viewers
opinions whatsoever. Her entire
about
shtick is
what
she
it
uses her
what it even is.
ridiculous amount of money because her
Radio
one accomplishment
Mary.
in her life is being born to rich parents
Yeah.
to weasel her way into movements, organizations.
Is it good
created by
that I
other
added
people,
those
destroy
little
them because she
explanations
has
in the
no
subtitles?
talent or ability or competence, and then disappear for a few years and then come back and do it again. That's literally all she's ever done her entire life. She's incapable of making positive use of any amount of resources. She started with a $200,000 gift from her parents when she was in college to start an animation company. Never materialized. That's how much I believe Jeff Bezos had to start Amazon. That's the level of wealth we're talking about here. This is a fundamentally incompetent, disingenuous person.
Just like me.
She
Fantastic.
is literally nothing. Like there's literally nothing to her at
What
all.
am I supposed to
Her
say then,
sole
Prison
purpose
Sunday?
in life is to use funds that she
What am I then?
acquired by other people's labor, because she certainly hasn't labored at all, in order to try and
What am I,
contrive
then?
a situation in which she is of some sort of social or public importance to fill the void in her soul because there's nothing in there. She's a husk. That's Brianna Wu. Definitely not a Nazi.
Huh.
Damn.
You know,
Well, here's the
they
thing.
can say-
Okay,
yeah, go
they're
ahead.
calling you a Nazi for the same reason that they called me a Nazi in 2014.
Right.
Because I have the same criticisms. You know, I'm not against normal like Democrat positions, but I don't like the far left at all. I think they're probably one of the worst things to ever happen.
No, I think people are calling you a Nazi, Dev, because you seem to have a very borderline eugenic attitude towards
She may be
trans
more
people.
informed. The captions Radio Maria
And
is worse
towards
than
other
Fox
groups,
News
so on
and
and so
foreign
forth. I
viewers.
think that's fundamentally why. You're also anti-intellectual to the
yeah,
extreme.
that might be a good idea.
Your entire shtick is
I mean,
you
Radio
do,
Maria is just
poor man Sargon
God.
style
It's just,
takedowns of theoretical material you haven't understood
wild,
because you haven't bothered to read them.
fully religious.
You're basically an intellectual black hole.
Maybe I should do
And
a
on
segment
top of everything else,
explaining
you're a coward.
Radio
You will
Maria. That could be a good idea.
not expose yourself
Just a
to
full-on
anybody
segment on Radio Maria.
who can keep up in the conversation, who will challenge you on anything.
And
it's really
Televizia
embarrassing.
Trwam as well, by the way.
Into our fucking
There's no better.
civilization is the far left.
Yeah, they are out today. They just finally opened a Holocaust.
And by the way, just for the record, Hogwarts Legacy was shit.
The
It was
elderly
absolute
ladies would call in.
You know what?
Pay in to call
Maybe-
in to be able to pray
Maybe I'll
on
even
the
I'll
line.
even do that review this week. Just because it's easy and fun. It'll be a good
That is so
fun challenge
sad.
for my editor to do. But it is honestly one of the most
Yeah, but Televizia Trwam is no better than
disappointing,
Radio Maria.
boring games imaginable. Like
Basically
leaving
the same
aside
level.
whatever you think about doing something that will contribute to J.K. Rowling, who's currently on a Holocaust denial bender at the moment
Oh,
because
yeah,
she
I've
cannot
done a-
stomach the idea that
I've done a whole
Herschel's
thing about it.
Sexual Studies Institute, I forget what it's called, one of the first institutes to actually formally study what we now understand as
Transition.
trans stuff, I guess, was burned down by the Nazis and its archives tossed onto
Right.
flames. In fact, let me see if I can't
Correct.
pull this up quickly.
There's a great book that I'm reading on all of this called
Yeah, here we go.
Them.
Here we go. Dreamleaf's caught it. So she's been. This is Rowling.
I read a whole
Thread on the persistent claims about trans people and the Nazis.
Jesus.
It's just
Malcolm
nuts.
Clark is a character as well. Just so you know.
Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So J.K. Rowling, 10 hours
Malcolm
ago,
Clark.
quote tweeted a screenshot by somebody saying, "The Nazis burnt books on trans healthcare and research. Why are you so desperate to uphold their ideology around gender?" This is responding to J.K. Rowling, who of course has taken a very gender critical perspective and is extremely
Gender
anti-intellectual and underhanded about it. But leaving that aside, Rowling says, how
That's one way to put it.
did you type this out and press send without thinking? I should maybe check my source for this because it might have been a fever dream. And then this Alejandra Carabello person said you're engaging in Holocaust denial, Joanne, and pointed out the burning down of
Right.
the Institute
yeah.
for Sexual Science. That's what it is. On May 6, 1933, a Nazi student
Feels
group
so
marched to the
freaky
Institute for
now.
Sexual Science in Berlin with members of the SA. They ransacked the
know
institute
why.
and looted its library and archives. Days later, the stolen books, artifacts, and clinical files were destroyed in one of several public book burnings organized across Germany. A bust of Hirschfeld was paraded through the streets on a stick before being thrown onto the bonfire. Within months, Nazi authorities forced the Institute for Sexual Science to close. Hirschfeld never returned to Germany, experiencing several health issues. He relocated to the Mediterranean coast of France for its warm climate. Hirschfeld died in Nice in 1935. Is it Nice or Nice? It's Nice, isn't it?
I don't know. It's French, so it may be.
Nazi propaganda continued to attack him for several years. Hirschfeld remained a symbol of the supposedly decadent and un-German culture that the Nazis condemned. So, yeah. So that's Rowling. But yeah, Hogwarts Legacy is absolute garbage. It's an incredibly boring game. It's not just boring mechanically, which it is. It's boring because
I just
it
played
kind
a
of
little
lays
bit of it
bare
for the
because the Harry Potter
fundraiser.
universe could hypothetically be fantastic. There's a very similar setting done by Ursula K. Le
gonna
Guin in
tell
the
you in a
Earthsea
bit.
books, where it's like you have like a school of magic, but it it's not just a school of magic. It interacts with things. It treats magic in a way where it's like this is an actual sort of property of the universe, and it's treated as such, as in there are things about it to look into and discover. But in Harry Potter, it's different. Magic is just there, and it powers their guns. And that's literally it. And Hogwarts Legacy demonstrates just how impoverished that universe is by literally making every single spell you learn just another weapon. The first class you go to is Charms. You learn Accio. Accio is the retrieving spell. Your use of that is just as a
Grabbing
grab
enemies.
button. That's a gun to click on things at distance. You learn Wingardium Leviosa, levitation spell. Your primary use of that is to make enemies float in combat.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Otherwise, it's just pick stuff up, carry it around. There's nothing particularly intricate done with it. There's very little you can do creatively. And every other spell is either a lamp or a gun.
Damn.
It's ridiculous. Or just a convoluted version of the A button. Naomi Chance, reject Potter, embrace Discworld. Discworld is fantastic.
Yes, Discworld is great.
Concur.
And the games are great as well. Discworld took.
J.K. Rowling's pen
We
name
need to
Robert
play
Galbraith
Discworld
was
on
taken from one of the
stream.
people who pioneered gay torture conversion. I think that's a stretch. That's a stretch, I think.
Museum in Amsterdam,
Oh
and you've got a
my
bunch
no.
of these nut jobs are
Rincewind is my wife. Havelock Veterinary all the way.
out there standing on cars and screaming. It's like, can you just show like the littlest bit of adult judgment here? Just,
Havelock Veterinary, Discworld wife, Discworld spirit animal is death.
True.
just this much. It's insane.
Yeah, you're
And
nodding.
no,
Yeah, I
I
agree.
don't support that. I think it's really, I don't think it's helpful for anything. But that doesn't
so-
make me not a leftist, or at least not progressive.
Well,
It's
let's
a child's book, Sunday. It's not a child's book. Literally, like it's a
Discworld?
child's book for like the first two, and then afterwards
Oh.
you have
Harry Potter.
Lovecraftian demon creatures sucking people's souls out, and you have virtually every single side character murdered by Nazis in the last 4 books. No, I'm sorry. It is not a child's book. It is a childish book. There's a difference.
So
just
Sitch,
usually means communist, and I don't
Well,
think
I'm not
like
a
you're a
communist, no.
capitalist. Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah.
His
Yeah.
Dark
I'm not-
Materials is children's literature.
Left-
I'm a Democrat that
left-winger.
wants universal health care. I mean, Dev, I
Right.
think you want universal health care, if I'm correct.
well, I've already got it, but it's
Well,
going
yeah.
kind of bad in Canada. But I've already got it.
Sure.
So Sitch, I sent you in the Discord.
Are we gonna watch the clip that we were gonna do? The
Hold on,
intro?
hold on.
Let's do it.
We
Well,
can't.
Hey, imagine this, okay? Nazi Germany. Hitler proposes everyone in the Reich will now get their health needs fully covered by the state. Boom, universal health care. Is Hitler now a left winger? I mean, with someone as stupid
No.
as Dev, he probably would be. Oh my God, they've got socialist and Nazi socialist. Obviously, they're inspired by Marx.
Oh my gosh.
But no, obviously, like this weird ass cope where it's like, what are you talking about? A conservative right wing? I want the government to pay for medical bills, not those medical bills. Those are degenerate medical bills.
True, the
People can
non-binary
die,
bills.
but I want the government to pay for all medical bills.
Non-binary bills.
It's brain dead.
We should look at these two
Okay, it's time for me to sing, I guess.
screen caps before we watch the clip because the
I
clip
sent you a. Dr. Diller sent me the screenshot that you're looking.
Guess it's time for me to sing. Let me look at the link. Copy link address. I don't know the melody, so I'm going to have to make up the melody on my own. You know? I'm just going to have to make up the lyrics. I'm going to modify the lyrics. And I'm going to have to create my own melody. So, horse in this house. There's some horses in this house. There's some horses in this house. There's some horses in this house. Hold up. I said certified freak 7 days a week. What ass kitty cat make that pull out game weak. Woo! Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Effing with some wet ass kitty. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass kitty. Give me everything you got for this wet ass kitty. Beat it. You catch a charge extra large and extra hard. Put this kitty right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a kegel when it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This kitty is wet, come take a dive. Tie me up like I'm a surprise. Let's roleplay, I'll wear a disguise. I want you to park that Big Mac truck right in this little garage. Make it cream, make me scream. Out in public, make a scene. I don't cook, I don't clean. But let me tell you how I got this ring. Is that enough? Or is that enough? Did I earn my $100? Yeah? Have I earned it? Have I earned a following as a streamer? More? Gobble me, swallow me, drip down the side of me, yay! Quick jump out for you, let it get inside of me, yay! I tell him where to put it, never tell me where I'm about to be, huh? I run down on him for I have a you person running me, pow, pow, pow. Talk your crap, bite your lip, yay! Ask for a car while you ride that Richard. While you ride that Richard, you really ain't never gonna mess him for that thing. He already made his mind. For he came. Ayah. Now get your boots and your coat for this wet ass kitty. He brought a phone just for pictures of this wet ass kitty. Click, click, click. Paid my tuition just to kiss me on this wet ass kitty. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Now make it rain if you wanna see some wet ass kitty. Yeah, yeah. Look, I need a hard hitter. Need a deep stroker. Need a Henny drinker. Need a weed smoker. Not a garter snake. I need a king cobra with a hook in it. I hope to lean over. You got some money, that's when I'm heated. Kitty A1 just like his credit. He got a beard when I'm trying wet it. I let him taste it, now he diabetic. I don't wanna spit, I wanna gulp. I wanna gag, I wanna choke. I want you to touch that little dangly thing that's swinging in the back of my throat. My head games is fire, Punami Dasani. It's going to dry and it's coming out soggy. I ride on that thing like the cops is behind me. Yeah. I spit on his mic and now he's trying to sign me. Woo! Your Honor, I'm a freak female doggy. Handcuffs, leashes, switch my wig, make him feel the cheating. Put him on his knees, give him something to believe in. Never lost a fight, but I'm looking for a beating. In the food chain, I'm the one that eat ya. If he ate my ass, he's a bottom feeder. Big D stands for big demeanor. I could make ya bust before I ever met ya. If I don't hang, there can be bang. It can hurt my feelings, but I like pain. If he does me and ask, who is it? Whose is it? And I write, the Richard. I must spell my name. Ben Shapiro's hijas a rap battle. Oh. True. Is it because we're both Jewish? Is that it? Is this some anti-Semitism going on here? There's some anti-Semitic things going on here. Okay, have I done enough? Have I earned my paycheck? I think I've earned it. New art prompt, Lucy singing this song. Me singing this song is the new art prompt. Was that all of the song? Yes. That's all of the song. Because there's just the chorus left. And I already sang the chorus, so that's the whole song. True. Ben also did. Maybe Jewish people just gravitate toward WAP. Maybe that's just, I don't know, a thing that we all like. Bravo, Lucy. Thank you. I think you should donate some more as thanks for this majestic performance. Wow. I wanted to do some, how do you call it? Genocide, but I don't think the mood is there to do genocide related stuff today. I think we're gonna have to bump it for tomorrow. God. Gosh.
And for Dev, but like as one screenshot, and I send it to
Okay,
Adam,
yeah.
if you want to bring it
Okay,
up.
It's the
send
same
it
thing.
to
It's the
me.
same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'll bring them up.
So, okay.
Why does she move like an AI video of a paralysis demon? Because Brianna Wu's chin is very three-dimensional, and she's trying to hide that.
So, but
What?
yeah, so obviously,
It's just a fact,
no
I'm
one
sorry.
here supports.
That would
Like,
be a
if someone
wild
wants to
stone
start a
shit.
campaign,
I
they
know.
want
I
to say,
think
"Hey,
we're going to do
I don't think you
genocide
should
tomorrow.
buy, you know, games that
yeah.
are associated with this company because I believe this company has political leanings that I disagree with." I mean, you know, as you said, Brie, that's kind of, you know,
This
that's
is
what
art.
the left has been doing for a very,
Thank you.
very long time now. It seems like, you know, with the J.K. Rowling and everything stuff. So it should be totally fine for someone who's more right-leaning or centrist-leaning to do this activity.
Yeah.
And
This
this
is gonna be my first super success. Somebody clipping me singing this and sharing it everywhere. Damn.
this person that works at the company tries to get them banned. This draws a lot of
Today's a
negative
Present
attention.
Sunday stream.
The story blows up, kind of goes a little bit more mainstream. And now, interestingly, we do see, as you were talking about, Dev, there are Kotaku and other gaming journalist outlets that seem to be defending Sweet Baby Inc., which is weird, right?
What?
Like,
Sweet
no one,
Baby
like
Inc.?
this, it definitely seems to be that this is really another culture war issue that, like, because Sweet Baby Inc. is perceived as being left wing by their own words, that's why the video game journalist outlets are defending them. Like, they wouldn't be defending, you know, they were not defending J.K. Rowling.
By the way, the people who were on this side of the thing who were creating the pretext for right-wing groups to not play by the rules, it's people like Brianna Wu. This is what Brianna Wu did. Brianna Wu jumped into a deeply cynical public display of
Typical
virtue signaling.
Brianna.
Demonized a whole bunch of people. Some of them were pretty bad, but a lot of them weren't. And that ambiguity and that lack of specificity and care on the part of Brianna, who's smart enough to know what she's doing, created the exact same animus against progressives in any sort of media position that Brianna Wu is now leveraging to position herself as the reasonable progressive who's against the left.
True.
When Brianna Wu is complaining about the left going too far and being too radical, she's complaining about herself. That's how perverse this is. And
Right.
just to emphasize how stupid these people are,
Go on, President Sunday. Buffer.
they are now jumping in to bandwagon with people who they recognized years and years ago were only in this as a disingenuous, cynical bid for public exposure. They are now becoming willing victims of the exact same grift. It's really incredible. Well, they wouldn't lie to us, surely. It's embarrassing. When the pendulum swings in the other direction, you know exactly where Brianna will be.
Right, yeah.
Well, it's also because they're friends with these people, right?
Right.
I literally said it's the same people, right? So, like, Nathan Grayson was a core part of the original Gamergate. He's come out and talked about this, and he's published an article. All right, it's the same fucking people. It's the same people as 10 years ago. They've stuck around for 10 years doing all this shit. So, like, it feels like Gamergate.
Are we really in
because
Gamergate too?
the energy in the
Really?
community is the same as it was 10 years ago.
Oh my god.
Where everyone's digging up information.
Baby squid.
Are we really in
Thank you, Pippa,
Gamergate
for the 10
too?
pounds. Whoop. We're getting close. We are so close. I think we're actually about $20 American away.
Everyone's looking to people's past.
Can I see
Everyone's
this?
got connections. You
Yeah.
know? On the side of the conversation
Wonderful.
where people are actually interested in the
$15 American away. Thank you, Insomniwar. Very much appreciated.
the
Oh,
issue
Samuel
and
Noir.
not simply just there to troll or shit post. It feels the same. It feels the same as it did 10 years ago.
Well, so here's the tweet. This is from Chris Kindred. It says,
It feels the same. It's just like the Weimar Republic.
the Steam curator
True.
harassment group Sweet Baby Inc.
God.
Detected is led by this person. I'm going to give the person's Twitter handle.
Jesus, this is so boring. Okay, let's jump to the end. Apparently this gets
True.
funny.
Gamergate.
Apparently Brianna is close to tears, so let's
Oh.
see. Let's go to the last half hour, okay? Let's do that. That's about 18 minutes. Let's do 20 minutes.
I'm not sure I'm that
right
interested in
here.
seeing Brianna will cry, but
I think Adam takes all the money and invests
Yeah,
it
that's right.
through his car
Wow.
wash.
That's right.
so
It's been a
that-
secret. Brown's been
that's-
paying us
Oh
for
my
10
God.
years.
Yes. I've got to answer this because it's in the chat 9 million times. Will Brianna
Okay.
play Stellar Blade? Hell yes! I cannot wait for this game to come out. I will play the hell out of it, of course.
There you go. Starblade's the one with the hot chick people were mad about.
Yeah,
Yes, and it looks great too.
it looks awesome. From my point of view, it's like Metal Gear Revengeance with like a cool woman protagonist. Like, sign me up. That sounds amazing.
There you go. Yeah, it's funny because like I feel like most women like to see hot women be like do things in movies and video games. Like I don't. This whole weird.
So it's Gamergate 2 based on his assessment of vibes. Okay, there's no such thing as Gamergate, guys. It wasn't a thing, okay? There was a slogan and a couple of people interacting about it and trying to make it into a thing, but the world passed it by and didn't give a shit.
True, I
Nobody
didn't
cared.
give a
Really,
I didn't
nobody
give a
cared.
care.
It had
True.
It was of no significance.
Oh my god.
It was
I
a
totally
bunch of
missed
people
it when it
taking
happened, actually.
clownishly
True,
exaggerated
actually.
stances on
I just
non-issues.
so didn't care about it. Just
Like,
it passed me by like this.
Like you had the Anita Sarkeesians on the one hand, who were very clearly just doing a hack job to try and grift off of people who had like sort of a really
Very
acidic attitude towards
I actually mainly heard about
mainstream
Gamergate
media
when it
representations of
ended.
characters, and you had people on the other side who were treating this as this bizarre top-down act of I don't know exactly, like because they weren't really concerned about games journalism. That was a thing that popped up, but they were concerned about games journalism because this was the vector by which progressive politics or whatever were being sort of pushed through. Because, of course, everybody who is a progressive in media is doing so because it's either for money or because they're fucking someone who's a progressive.
Damn.
Yeah. So it's a boost whole thing. Yeah, essentially. I've said this before elsewhere, someone needs to sit Brianna Wu down and just very gently explain to her that Gamergate is not a personality.
Thank you. Bam.
She will be happier when she moves on from this, because I guarantee you she is going to be talking about Gamergate 10 years
she
from
said
now.
on Wig that she likes
when she looks like Palpatine.
Oh, no.
Like, that's...
Contingency from like someone like the very far left that like we need to make all the women unattractive in the game.
FF8 is the best FF.
It's just so detached from what like the average audience member, including women,
reality.
want.
The first thing I do, and I don't think
reality.
I'm alone, when I make a character
Wow.
character creator, is I try to make the most beautiful thing I can.
I have to
right?
record a video called
I
Brianna
don't. I
was
try to make
detached
interesting
from reality
characters.
based on these two things alone.
Interesting characters, because I can watch porn if I want to see a physically perfect character of some kind. But if I'm playing a game in which I want like the appearance of this character to matter to the world, like maybe I'll make an attractive character, but more often than not, I'm making a character that I think fits with a particular
theme
type of thing I want to do that seems interesting. Like,
Oh, Barry! Oh, Barry!
Oh, thank you for the $20 payment for past streams that I enjoyed very much.
I had
Thank
an
you.
evil
Thank
magician
you.
character in like
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much.
Skyrim at one point
Thank
that I
you.
modeled after what's he called?
Thank
It's from who's the
I
guy
hope
with
you'll
cancer
enjoy
in
the
Watchmen?
future ones as well.
He's also
I have
God,
to
my
upload
memory's
the
just
stuff that I've
just
done.
absolutely wrecked after this last bout of COVID. It's bizarre.
Protest
Begins with
and
an M, I
the
think.
medicine thing.
Watchmen.
Oh, Barry. True.
Villains. Moloch. That's it. I gave him like the kind of like the thin evil mustache. He had like the short hair. He had like the robe and everything. I just made him like a pure magic character, and I went with something like that. And I made like
I hope you watched the
like that
interview.
was that kind of thing is fun. Apparently some people
It's
just
an
make
original
games because they like
content that's
looking
not
at a
on
hot
streams.
chick's ass the entire time
From
they're
the real life.
playing, which I don't personally understand.
The real life content.
But it's just no, not Rorschach. Rorschach's not a villain in Watchmen. Rorschach is like a. In fact, there are no villains in Watchmen. If you think there's heroes and villains in Watchmen, you completely missed the point. It's like, no more games, Moloch.
It's, you know.
C Slick, thank you for the $10 US. Very much appreciated. We are 5 away.
Yeah,
We added
I have
some
no issue
food
with
to
it.
the
I mean, I
menu.
do. And Dev, you're probably going to disagree with me here, but when it's so over sexualized that I can't emotionally connect with it, or feels
We have to
really
continue
pandering,
playing
that's when
Resident
I kinda
Evil.
just roll my eyes and
We
like
finished
whatever,
on
dude.
Resident Evil 3.
But,
We
you
need
know,
to
I like a little
continue
sex
Resident
appeal in
Evil.
my games. I enjoy that.
I just
Yeah,
remember
especially
we
if it's
need
well
to
done.
continue playing Resident Evil.
Oh, thanks so much. Dwight Baldwin for $20 says, "Does Wu still support boycotting Hogwarts Legacy? If so, why?"
No, I said on record that you know I supported this in the beginning because I obviously don't like J.K. Rowling, but the boycott failed.
Oh yeah, I did. I forgot to say I did a fundraiser around that game, Hogwarts Legacy. I played it for a fundraiser. I was much smaller than now then, and believe it or not, we were able, in just a couple of days of me playing Hogwarts Legacy on stream, we were able to get the goal. It might have been a humble goal, but it was big for me. We were able to get $1,000 for a trans organization, which I think was nice for a One of my first fundraisers. We gathered $1,000 for trans rights while playing the game of a transphobe. I considered that a win. And then the fundraiser ended. I've never played the game again. Oh, I've only played the game for the fundraiser and never again. $1,000 is pretty impressive. Yes, we did it all together as a community, as a family. Okay, let's continue.
And if you're serious about political change, you owe yourself the intellectual honesty to ask.
No. I mean, obviously, the boycott failed because it didn't exist. Everybody secretly bought it anyways. People who Brianna Wu was friendly with and was tiptoeing around because she's a leech, they bought it and they played it in front of their audiences. No, the reason why you were for the boycott originally is because at the time you thought that your best angle to get to maintain or increase your public persona was to be the all chips in trans activist.
Right.
And then Keffels shut down business because of the Kiwi Farms thing, and she got $100,000 so she didn't need to stream for a few months. And then all of a sudden, as a sheer coincidence, you know what? I've got a change of heart. I think the left's actually gone too far. Steven, you'll hook me up with some up and coming online personas, right? You'll let me be cool to your audience. That's all it is. The only reason why Brianna Wu is a weird ass, like, keep in mind, Brianna Wu started her political journey. She likes to talk about how, and she talked about this in her congressional run, which is laughable, by the way. Her explanation for why her congressional run failed is that she was literally too lazy to put in the work.
What?
But in her ads for her congressional run, she talked about how, growing up in the South, she was exposed to the evils of racism and poverty.
Damn.
What she conspicuously leaves out is that her first act as an adult politically was to canvass for Trent Lott, who was a pro-segregationist.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
That obviously didn't age too well, so she switched over to doing to being like an ultra-feminist. Inserted herself into the Gamergate thing. Her nickname at the time was Brianna Who, because nobody knew who the fuck she was, because she had no part in it. She wasn't a target. The only reason why she was targeted afterwards by people was because she really wanted to be. So much so that she actually invented harassment where it didn't exist. There's one particularly famous instance of this that I'm going to post up now, because it is just...
Post it, President Sunday. Post it. Like, we're
God
doing
is it
Monster
funny.
Hunter stream.
It is so fun.
But it's good. Monster Hunter is a good game, so I'm not gonna complain. And you love watching
Brianna
me play
Wu,
Monster Hunter because I'm good at it. I'm not good at it.
Is at one point pretended to be a game developer, and I say pretended because she hired other people to do the actual game development. Who later talked about what an absolutely useless person she is to work with. And it was horribly reviewed. Did not go
well.
Not do well at all. It was a piece of garbage. But as a consequence of being a developer, she had a developer account that people associated with her name. And so she started a thread under her game, a discussion thread.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To try and court sympathy. The problem is that she forgot.
Oh, that's the recent thing.
To do so.
Gosh, that's the recent.
Under a fake name.
Oh.
This was taken down afterwards, I'm led to believe.
Yeah, it has been taken down.
Long story short, she was pilloried for this because it's part of a long-standing habit of hers to try and figure herself as some kind of serious political martyr figure, when in fact literally all she has done is promote herself at every possible turn.
Damn. How unfortunate.
Nobody paid attention to her game. She was a nobody.
Damn.
Brianna who? Nobody was like, ooh, Revolution 60, that represents like a horrible corporate lefty incursion into gaming. It's nobody cared. The only reason why people talked about Revolution 60 is because she inserted herself into all of this as a game developer.
Was it the game wasn't very good, was it?
The game was shit, and it was marketed as this insane thing.
Quiet.
To be like,
sorry, I should actually pause when I comment. The game was actually pretty bad, wasn't it? Wasn't the game pretty bad? Am I mistaken? Am I mistaken here? Am I mistaken or am I correct? We should really start playing Resident Evil again. We'll get into it. We'll get into the groove. We'll finish this mission and then I guess I'll go to... Damn, sleep? Sleep is for the weak. Sleep is for the wimps. But I had to go out and get hormones. And I have to check a few things. Oh gosh, I do have to check out. I have to get blood work, which is an expensive affair. But thanks to all of you, I now have the funds to go and get my blood tests, to show it to my doctor, who might possibly change my hormone dosage. So that's exciting, isn't it? Oh, you haven't finished it yet? I mean, the mission's not over yet. And I'm not sure how longer it will take. Oh, wait. Oh. Cutscene. I think you're supposed to be attacked by a wyvern. Wyvern. You're gonna be attacked by a wyvern. Yeah. Yep. The one that I've actually already hunted. At least once. Rathalos are not that tough. I'm gonna kill it. Should I hunt it now?
What, Mass Effect combined with Heavy Rain or something? I played it on stream a little while ago and refunded it. It was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. So embarrassing, it's funny to watch.
If what you were doing is working. And it's very clear that going after J.K. Rowling, someone I vehemently disagree with, is not making things better for trans people. So the way I feel right now is she can have her say on Twitter. I don't agree with it, and I'm going to focus my efforts on public policy.
Public policy. You're going to focus your efforts on public policy.
Oh, yeah.
Let's look at Brandon Wu's efforts on public policy, okay?
Is there a public record of that?
What has Brandon Wu been doing with her time? Well, I think she's been just vociferously defending the massacre of the people in Gaza. I think she's been spending an inordinate amount of time for someone in her position mingling with people and promoting people who call non-binary people
freaks?
Disgusting freaks who should be ostracized. She's argued this herself. Like she's just a joke. Focusing on policy. What do you mean focusing on policy? You're on Adam and Sitch right now. All right, we'll see. There's not a lot of time left on this. We'll finish this and we'll get into the SCP.
Adam unfriended for $100. Thank you so much. Says The Sweet Baby Inc. saga isn't the beginning of Gamergate 2.0, but rather a start of healing, and the rise of renaissance for gaming could be a slow or fast process depending on a few factors. Oku's consultation for race, sex, sexuality is basically...
Naomi Chan says, oh yeah, did you see the stuff revolving around stone toss? Besides the fact that he looks like the Pillsbury Doughboy, no.
illegal and is illegal
Same,
based
actually.
on the Civil Rights
I'm not
Act.
gonna look into the stone.
I don't know if
thing.
it's...
I don't care enough.
I'd have to see this. What are the
just don't
specific
care.
consultations that they were doing that you think were illegal?
Careful's is better than
But
Woo.
maybe. So someone sent me a picture of some old tweets you had, Bree, that were
yes.
Oh my god, that was
about your parents giving you money to start an animation business. Is that what the
Yes.
person you think was referring to?
Oh, Sitch, welcome back across the Tiber. I love you.
Probably what they were conflating with. But that was when I was 18, so that was a long
It says
time
when
ago.
you were 20 in the tweet.
Oh,
That was your words, Brianna. It's when
Oh.
you were 20.
oh no.
Was it a lot of money? How much money did they give you? Like $50? Because my
No,
parents would
it
do
was-
stuff
it was
like
a
that.
lot.
They'd be
Small
like,
loan
"Here's
of $1 million.
Here's $50 to start your animation studio."
Oh my
it was
god.
a
I'd be
few
like, Mom, I think
$100,000. Yeah,
a few $1,000. Is that what you
a
said?
few
$100,000.
$100,000.
Okay, $200,000. Wow. Okay.
Nice.
Wow.
It was a good experience. I
And
learned a
this
lot
was
about
before. Was this
leadership.
before you came out as trans?
It was a really long time ago.
Okay. Let's see.
Jesus.
JMac for $10 says Woo plays Torrent, confirms. No, listen. JMac likes Torrent.
a good
JMac is
experience.
like a big Torrent simp. So
I don't
Really?
know this game.
from World of Warcraft,
World of Warcraft. The bull people in World of Warcraft.
the cow people. Yeah.
Oh,
There you go. Okay, let me see if there's any other questions here to read.
Yeah.
A lot of statements. Thank you for all the statements.
So I know Artemis Fowl.
It is against the religion to be charged interest on loans I take out, so we don't have to pay interest. Thoughts? Well, I mean, I think if you started that religion, the banks would not give you any money, right? Is it? What is that? How's
True.
that spicy?
Yeah.
What were you thinking of, Deb, that makes that spicy?
No, it was a different super chat. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're going to
Artemis.
jump ahead a little bit.
it was an earlier part of my life.
Ah, here we go.
Okay.
All of a lot of there was
Oh, she's talking a lot. This has
Was
to be
more
it.
money, so.
would die.
Who would die? What?
I don't know.
Fuck. Come on.
Character models, the stuff that my team had worked on for
Yes. Okay, this is it.
we were a terrible person when I was in fact.
Here
Are
we
there
go.
any conspiracy theories or stories that involve Brianna Wu that she found surprising or wrong?
Wow.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, yeah, many. I think the biggest one, Dev, and I've really appreciated you pointing this out, is that I sent myself harassment. I logged into a different account on Steam, with the is GSX founder Brianna Wu a terrible person
Apple
when I was
juice.
in fact trying to limit
Love
all the
the guy.
personal attacks and doxing and mean comments to one thread. So
Sure. Yeah. That's plausible, Brianna. That's plausible.
I
I got a question for you
Hey.
though. If you're trying to posture as like a political strategist, as someone who's focused on actual policy, why would you commit yourself to an explanation of this that makes you so goddamn incompetent and naive that you would, in all seriousness, think that you creating a thread would cause like would create like a gravitational pull that would make all of your critics aggregate towards one particular place?
I don't know.
Like that kind of makes you an idiot. Who would
I
think that
didn't
that would
say
work?
that.
How stupid would you have to be? Like that's embarrassing. It'd be better to say, "Yeah, look, guys, I'm a cynical realist, and I do this shit because I'm in it to
Cynical
win."
realist.
That's the way to go, because that's what you're trying to be, the non-idealist. Like the realist, the person who's not afraid to get her hands dirty. What you've done instead is you've made yourself simultaneously seem cynical but also incompetent. That's the worst thing to be. That's what Keffels is.
Uh-oh. I guess I'm not cynical, but I
could have
could I
some
call
part of our
myself
stream-
competent? That's wow, that's a toughie. That's a tough question. Am I
Page that was
competent?
talking about the new levels and the new combat engine.
That's oh.
And the new lighting and the new character models and all this stuff that my team have.
I'm competent enough to hunt this monster with overpowered equipment. Why is the buffering so bad now? I guess it's to give me time to speak.
Worked on for a year and a half. That is a conspiracy theory about me that I wish would die.
I do
Are
remember a
you-
lot of them back in the day.
Yeah.
I remember people saying that you harassed yourself. I remember people saying that like you had sock puppet accounts that you were using to harass yourself. I think
Listen,
That one's true. True, that one's true. The
listen to this, by
buffering
the
is
way,
bad.
okay? Look at this. Brando concocts a sob story about how the employees
What's up, story? Sorry?
of her company eat red bean
Red
paste
bean
and
paste.
rice 3 times a day in a giant vat because she's poor and can't even afford heating in the winter. This is someone who received $200,000 from her parents.
God, I wish I. Damn.
$200,000 in college to start an anime.
I'm pretty confident I could start an animation
company.
studio.
That's
with
insane.
that kind of
Okay.
money. And at least create some animations. Gosh.
Here, let's open.
I have the
use
know-how
that one
about
here.
animation, so I could hire animators and in-betweeners and start a project with this sort of money. I'd certainly start an animation project.
There we go. Okay. And
I guess
bloop.
advertisement would be the first thing to go. Create some animations for adverts, get some more money from that, and get the
Truth
ball
is-
rolling.
Giant Space Cat started. That's her company. Giant Space Cat started the way many small
Small businesses. I got
businesses start, with
Tons of
immense sacrifice.
yes.
Here's what it's been like for my family. Actually, you know what? We're going back into Gamergate stuff. We need a Gamergate era avatar, don't we? Let's. There we go. All right,
Oh,
here
have
we
you sent it? Damn. It's still buffering though. One sec. I shall give you 1 second. As I hunt for this monster and President Sunday is buffering mercilessly. Okay, I'm gonna look at it when the monster is slain, okay? Why is President Sunday not buffering? What's wrong? What's wrong, President Sunday? Are you telling me that I should go to bed? Is that a message that you're sending me? I'm not sure. It's YouTube's fault. I blame YouTube. I blame YouTube for this. I'm gonna be honest. If I can blame anything, I...
Here, let's get into this. Most of
we
our
go.
income goes to paying...
What did you give me? I'm sorry, what did you give me? Oh my god, what the hell? Oh my, okay, I did not expect this. What the oh, what? What, are you seeing what I'm seeing? It's a little President Sunday up, oh my god. Oh my god.
Giant
God
Space
damn it.
Cat employees.
Oh god.
To pay winter heating bills, we'd make giant vats of red beans and rice to eat
Jesus. That does fit the Gamergate thing. So. Does fit it. Prison Sunday, what happened? Gamergate happened. Jesus.
3 times a day. We basically didn't celebrate Christmas through 2011.
Oh no. Christmas spirit's gone. Okay, we're gonna kill the monster. Watch the art. Oh.
To 2014
I'm just
because
a
we
hand?
couldn't afford it. It was
Oh, I'm just a hand. Like in the Addams Family. Okay, the buffering thing is
very, very stressful.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh.
My car has a smashed-in door because it was
Oh my gosh, Brianna.
struck at a time where we couldn't even pay the deductible with giant Space Cat expenditures.
Giant space.
There are sacrifices many entrepreneurs make to start their business, beginning only with a humble injection of $200,000 by their wealthy parents.
True. Who doesn't get that at the minimum when they start a business? What do you mean, President Sunday?
But that's how much I wanted to launch my own game studio.
God damn.
When Gamergate bastards scream that I'm a fake gamer, I'm super rich and privileged. I've never faced hardship. They can just suck it.
Jesus. Brianna was such a character. What a character. Ah. Good night. Thank you.
Jesus.
Tomorrow or today.
Actually insane.
No matter, depending on... Oh my god, I fainted. I've actually fainted.
Reason why is because somebody else
Unbelievable. I've actually fainted.
actually got caught doing that, and they just painted like all anti-gamer gate with that brush, you know?
Yeah.
Which is what happens, because I mean all of Pro Gamergate got painted with the harassment brush too. So this happened. This is how it was.
I hate to go back to the money thing, but look, you got $300,000 from your folks to start an animation
No,
studio.
no, $200,000. 200,000, Adam.
Damn. Okay.
Don't inflate her riches.
You seem-
She is.
Twitter riches. Okay,
It's
I
a
wanna-
hard working class woman who pulled herself up.
By her bootstraps, I get it. Jesus.
Up by her bootstraps.
Like that's a bad thing that your people are giving you a hard time for.
I don't think it's a bad thing.
She didn't correct the amount.
Uh-oh. Maybe it is 300,000.
She did not correct that amount. Let's see if she does.
Well, you kind of played it down.
Uh-oh.
Like
was
it wasn't a big
200,000.
deal.
There we go.
She said a few 100,000.
Uh-oh.
Which
Looking
I
at the
would
tweet,
think
it says
is
200,000 on the tweet.
Yeah, the tweet said.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it rhymes with. Okay, there we go. Good. Good. Okay, so she's just a little bit glazed over at the moment. Adam, just because two.
Damn.
Just because two words rhyme with each other doesn't mean they're the same. They have the.
What is with the buffering all of a sudden? It was fine all stream, but now it just became
meaning.
unbearably
Okay.
bad.
I just as a 20-year-old,
Oh God,
like
okay.
my parents didn't give me $200,000.
Sunday, you're scamming us.
Jesus, I'm so annoyed with this.
Brianna Poo is rolling with. All right, we'll see. There's not a lot of time left on this. We'll finish this. We'll see. We're gonna focus. And in fact, literally all she has done is promote her national run failed. Is that she was literally too.
All of a lot of.
Yeah.
What were you thinking of, Deb? That makes sense. Creating a religion.
I was.
And now I don't know where I
18,
was.
So that was a long
It says
time
when
ago.
you were
Wrong.
religion, the bank. A lot of statements.
Look, you got $300,000 from
There
your
you go.
folks.
Okay, I'm gonna go back a little bit. Okay, guys, we have to see this. Then we'll move straight into SCPO.
It's buffering again. What the? Oh
Okay.
God,
Would die.
it's so annoying.
Who would die? What? Fuck! Come on.
Character models. All the stuff that my
Okay.
team had worked on for.
Yes. Yes. Okay, this is it. This is it.
We would.
Makes you so goddamn pull that would make all of realists, and I do this.
Yeah.
Can afford heating in the winter. Back in a gamer couldn't afford.
I hate to go back to the money thing, but $1,000 from your folks to start an animation.
No, $200,000.
And you see,
She is a hard working class woman who
Annoying.
pulled herself
The
up by
buffering.
her bootstraps.
like that's a bad thing that your people are giving you a hard time for.
I don't think it's a bad thing.
She didn't correct the amount. She did not correct that amount. Let's see if she does.
Well, you, you 100,000, which
Looking at
I
the
would
tweet,
think
it
is
Glazed over at the moment. Segment, we're just wrapping this up.
$200,000.
Sunday, you're scamming us. Where's our theory? In the next segment, we're just wrapping this up, so I have a segment for my editor, so he doesn't have to sleep in the cold. You're getting an entire hour and a half,
This is so annoying.
probably, of SCP and analysis series. Relax. Also, aren't you a blue wrench? Why are you? Whose side are you on here?
20 years old. That is like a lot of money.
It was a really
Especially-
big gift. Yeah.
Yeah, especially if it was a long time ago when $200,000 was
Jesus,
more
what
money.
causes that
$200,000. $200,000.
What causes that buffering? Jesus.
A long time ago. That is enough money for someone who's living frugally
Oh my God.
to not work for like 8 years.
Damn. I guess it's time to finish stream.
That's crazy.
What is causing
That's
this?
crazy. She could be a fucking philosopher queen by now.
True.
That's what I did with my Serb money. I used it to start a channel and like just spend all of my time like just, you know, doing stuff that makes me able to like do something else productively besides menial labor. You could have done so much. $200,000. Your life was paid for like your entire college experience. You could have been swimming through that in luxury. Like, you could have been brilliant. You could have been something actually genuinely useful and good.
That would have been boring.
There's one thing that Jordan Peterson has put his finger on. That's that struggle is
Okay, that annoys me.
actually kind
a
of
lot.
important to build.
That is annoying.
Like, you could have been brilliant. You could have been something actually genuinely useful and good. There's one thing that Jordan Peterson has put his finger on. That's that struggle is actually kind of important to building character. Because without it, you kind of just stay the way you are.
Money, so.
Yeah.
Well,
I just,
I'm glad
it seemed
to
like
report
you,
that the struggle is real.
you kind of denied it at first that you got.
Sunday treats his editors better than with just red bean paste. I feed my editors gold. Even though they don't want it, even though they can't digest it. I force that down. Because I have standards.
True.
Imagine if she'd invested even 20,000 of that too. It's actually unreal. It is unreal just the amount of money that this imbecile has just
Wasted.
burned. Like, literally. I've never seen... just to be clear, like, Brianna Wu's sole contribution to this earth, her sole accomplishment, is to receive money from other people and to do nothing with it. To accomplish literally nothing. So little, in fact, that her sole claim to any kind of relevance is a non-issue in a dark corner of the internet that no normal person actually gives a shit about or even knows exists.
I love how this is buffering.
That she was only involved in because she paid her way into being covered amidst it.
Die already.
Like, she's actually like the most...
Oh my god.
She's
this is so bad.
There are pinatas with more substantial contents than her. It's ridiculous.
Got money and then
I think it's really insulting that they helped me with my game studio when that's just not true. That was my husband and I. One of the ways.
I'm sorry. It's insulting that they helped you with your game studio. Where's your animation studio, Brianna? If I was given $200,000 by my parents, I would not be saying, well, hang on, guys. That didn't go towards my game studio that I opened up a few years later. I would be bending over to rationalize literally any failure I had, because every single advantage because I would have been given every single conceivable advantage for someone in my position. Like, you were given the world on a silver platter. And even given everything from start, playing the world on Easy Mode Plus.
Easy Mode Plus.
The only thing you could do is put your face on a screen.
Easy Mode Plus.
And just fail to do literally anything else. Like, here's what I would do if I was in Brianna's position with $200,000.
I would have started that animation.
And I was lazy, and I didn't want to directly produce any of the stuff myself.
I would have drawn myself
I
for
would
the animation studio as well.
find an indie game dev crew Okay? I'd find like a small one.
But $200,000,
And I'd invest
I
it.
could hire a crew
I'd
that
shoot
would
them
help me.
$50,000, $100,000. And keep the extra $100,000 for myself. And I would make a few suggestions. And I'd let them do their thing. And then afterwards,
Royalties.
I would do that again. And I would be the person who produces great art in video gaming. And then I would go onto streams and shows and whatnot and talk about how, like, yeah, I'm this great philanthropist who just wants there to be good, high quality material in this medium. I think it could be more.
Damn. Should have done it President Sunday.
And then I'd start saying, and there's some like important social issues to keep in mind here as well. Like, a lot of companies feel the need to devolve into like hypersexualized representations of certain characters that sort of undercuts their agency and humanity. And I wanted to help promote and support creators so that they don't have to do that in order to succeed. And then you can use that as a launching point for like getting really involved as like a big feminist figure. Why? Because you've actually kind of put your money where your mouth is, and your goal materially wasn't to promote your persona, it was to promote something bigger than yourself. And then by dint of not competing as yourself, you won everything. Because now whenever anybody tries to point to you and say, like, look, this person is like cynical or they're privileged or whatever, it's like, you can just say, yeah, I am. But don't judge me by my privilege, judge me by what I do with it.
True. Perfect. You should have been her advisor. Alas, it's too late.
Also, what really grates me about her quote-unquote hard work narrative is that people who work hard for something specialized have to survive. Using intense skills to earn even a pittance to kind of get through. Yeah, exactly.
Alas, it's too late.
Get real, President Sunday. You'd establish and curate a library rivaling Alexandria with 250,000. Okay, that's true, but to be clear, I'm positioning myself as Brianna Wu. Okay, I would literally be living in a tower somewhere with a library and just an endless supply of very high quality beer and coffee, and that's where I would be. I'd probably die very young as a result, but goddamn, would it be worth it?
As we funded our game studio is Frank had his grandmother died, and the deal that we came to is if we basically took apart her house and refurbished it, we could live there for a few years rent free, and save that money
rent free
and spend it towards the staff, which was a hell of a lot of work. There were so
the amount of money Brianna Wu was given to do nothing but fail could have lifted hundreds of people out of poverty. Like, truly. How many of her fellow students dropped out because they were struggling to balance work and school? Probably a lot. Brianna Wu was given $200,000 to do something, honestly, that is worthless. Brianna Wu has no worldly experience. She has no knowledge. She has no emotional or philosophical or whatever you want depth. So a cartoon by Brianna Wu is a cartoon that is derivative of other people insofar as it is even competently regarded as a cartoon. And nothing
she
else.
Made a cartoon.
It is destined to ultimate mediocrity.
Damn.
The only thing Brianna Wu could succeed at is absolute mediocrity, and even at that she failed. She represents a total drain on the human race. Not a massive one as far as they go, but her life represents a negative in terms of her contribution to the world. Her claiming like that she suffered hardships while making this game, financial hardships while making this terrible derivative, poorly conceived, cynical.
Okay, I guess we're finishing the stream now. That's was all nice. Save your progress. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for coming. I'm gonna be doing a stream tomorrow. Or today, if you will. Bye bye. Good night. Love and solidarity. And we love our non binary siblings. Oh, the art. That's right. Sorry, I forgot. I'm gonna watch it now. Okay, mail. This is a zoomed camera. This is my full screen camera. Okay, let's watch the art before I go. No, this is the wrong mail. Oh, this is the right mail. Where is the... Oh, here we go. Oh my god! Okay, that's good. Oh gosh. I didn't say that, though. I didn't say that. That is not what I said. That is not what I said. That is not what I said. Okay? Oh, gosh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. The face I'm making. Oh gosh. You make me look so awful. Oh my god. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I look so cynical here. Oh gosh. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh my gosh. I guess now love and solidarity and we love our non-binary siblings. Oh my god. We all did, yes.